things that you can expect to see here.
The Titans Debate League, presented by Coliseum of Arguments, where ideas don't just clash, they collide. In one corner, sharp as a blade and twice as deadly on the mic, the verbal assassin, Leandre Slim Reaper McBride, a master of logic, a hunter of weak arguments, and he's coming to carve this case wide open. And in the opposing corner, crowned in confidence, swinging with conviction, the fearless fire starter himself, King Naga. He doesn't back down, he doesn't fold, and he's ready to defend his stance at all costs. The question shaking the arena, was the killing of Alex Brady justified? Morality versus law, emotion versus evidence, justice or just revenge. No scripts, no safety nets, just unfiltered debate warfare. This isn't a conversation, it's a showdown. Coliseum of Arguments, where only the strongest arguments survive. Are you not entertained?
Let's go. And back to you, gentlemen. Sadiq.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Yes, sir. Somebody has some static. It's probably Sadiq again. It sounds like his static. Can you mute up real quick, Sadiq? Okay. I heard that, but I can barely hear it. Yeah, that was him. Go ahead, Quantum.
So, first I need to make something clear. When people talk about creation answers the wrong question. It asks who started it, like reality is a product. I'm asking what must be true for reality to be possible at all. That's a preconditioned question, not a story question. So I say formation, not creation. Formation is a tighter model. And this is why I beat creation. Formation, I don't need a supernatural personality to explain why structured states obtain. Ordered change plus determinacy is enough to yield a what and a when. And morphogenesis, I don't know if y'all know what morphogenesis is, but morphogenesis explains how complex patterns emerge from constraints over time. And you don't need no mind. So while y'all keep saying creation, I never said creation. That's y'all. I'm talking about formation.
So let me ask you a quick question. How is your argument different from the Big Bang single particle, the universe came from that? Because it sounds like if I grant you time and nature, that sounds similar to a single particle, and then everything went downstream, as you say.
Hold on, I'm sorry. That's an amazing question. Sadiq is back. I don't want to go off on a long tangent because we're about to get deep on that. Can you put a pin in that one?
Yeah.
Come back to that one, please. Because that's a good question. But I don't want, that's
Sadiq, go.
That could be 20 minutes. Sadiq. Just to try to keep order and keep it fair for everyone.
I do got the whole answer to it too.
Yeah, Banu, you better from the chat, Banu. You better look at your screen.
Yeah, because we are looking for debate topics. Honey, is that a debate topic for you and Banu or for Banu to take on with Quantum? Let me know so that way nobody steps on your toes. Go ahead, Sadiq, it's on you.
The brother said for the family, when you tell him there's it's no creation, or it's like you tend to deplatform creation when the guys could be talking about creating. You made a comment, there's no creation. I know what you're talking about, but how would you explain it to the family in a way that they could understand?
I was explaining it like this. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I would just have to explain it like this. Creation is intentional. To create something, you have to have intentions. Like I would agree that like humans, we can create music. We form thoughts in our head, but like I understand that type of creation. But when we talking about the creation of the universe or of existence, that's a totally different creation. It needs intention.
Okay, can we stop right there for a second? Just to build on what you're saying. How can one create existence? Existence has always been. It's not created nor destroyed. But you said something to the contrary. Existence can be created. What do you mean by that?
I agree with you. I don't believe existence can be created.
Existence
That's why I don't.
Existence predate creation. But you made the context that even predate existence itself. What do you mean by that?
No. Look, I don't know what you're talking about.
Right. Facts. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that don't go. The only way that would happen is if I was said there is creation, but I don't agree with creation. Everything I see is formation.
Right. Okay.
Right. Hey, can I ask you a question, bro?
Yeah,
absolutely.
So I can get back.
Okay. Now, in the physics perspective, right? Time and existence are simultaneous, right? So,
correct.
Do you see time as like a container that things exist in, or is it like a quality of things themselves?
Like I said, there is existence because there is time and nature. See, you can't have existence with just time because nothing would change. You would have no time for anything to do anything. So time has to be there. But once you have time, you have to have nature. And the reason I know this is because nature and the structures that form is evidence that time is passing. So that's why I always say this. There is existence because there's time in nature. They always have been, they always will be in some state, phase, or form. Right now, I believe that they're in the ultimate state, which is union. That's where time and nature can break down to fractals. And that's why we can be. This is why different emergences and expressions of time and nature compose themselves. This is why mothers and fathers get together the same way time and nature got together. Father time, mother nature. It all backs down to that. Because
listen, so again, that go back to what the brother just asked, because you basically just quoted Big Bang.
Now listen, like I said,
right.
If time and nature has always been in some state, phase, or form, then there's a time where it was before the Big Bang. Big Bang is just a phase shift into observable.
Right.
So time and nature has always been, and that was what they call the Big Bang.
But if you're admitting that time and nature have already existed, and that there is nature and it has rhyme, reason, season, law attached to it, you've already admitted to the mind and hence the creator.
Facts.
Wait.
Whether you believe that or not, you've already admitted to the function.
Yeah, no. I don't believe that.
Right.
That's all. The function. Wait. The function is all. The function is all it is. The function is all it is because that creator you talking about needs time and nature to create, brother.
Or does it create time? That's why
no. It would need time and nature to create. That's why this idea is incoherent. This is what.
Because if it always existed, like you said, all things have always existed.
I said time and nature.
As they are now, as they always will be, you've already admitted to a creator.
No, I didn't. I created the time. Time and nature is not a creator. Time and nature are conditions. Listen, time and nature are the conditions for existence. That creator that you're talking about would need to be within existence. This is why that idea is incoherent and doesn't. This is why people always have this. This is why they argue about this forever. Because that incoherent thought that you're having about a creator, you're saying that creator doesn't need time and doesn't have a nature. And that's false. Nothing beats time and nature because nothing can work without having a time and a nature to work.
We got a debate here. What you want to do?
Hey, Sadiq Ra,
what's up?
Hey, regardless to whatever, I know how my brother feels and how he believes.
Right.
The crazy part is that is literally the first page of the Book of Jehovah in O.L.E.E. Regardless to what you ain't got to believe in a creator or nothing. Right. It's literally all things were, all things are, all things shall.
Okay, so
if you agree with that, hold on. If you agree with that, then why are you trying to give it intention when you know that it could be without intention? You don't want to take accountability. You want to be able to blame stuff on the devil. You want to be able to blame stuff on the devil, don't you?
The creator is taking accountability for all of it.
See, you want to be able. That's what it is. You want to be able to blame something. You want to be able to
blame and the credit for all of it. I don't want none of it.
No. See what I'm saying? You don't want no accountability in existence.
I just want to experience it.
No, that ain't what you can do.
What about the sheer intention?
That's not
what about the sheer
that's
intention?
That's not what time and nature gives you. Time and nature provides you.
Nature has intention.
Time and nature. No.
Well, yeah. Notice. I'll say this, brother Quantum. Notice that things in what you call creational that's reformed has a certain form which denotes function.
Don't
and
believe in creation.
Back and go both ways, which indicates intention.
Don't believe in creation. I don't believe.
No, and I get that. I agree, brother. Hold on. It's okay. Come back.
I don't know if you heard that last part. I may have to repeat that. Notice that things that we witness in the physical world that comes from our mind has a certain form per intention, as it's reformed, if you will, if you don't want to use the word creation. Nonetheless,
hey, you breaking up, bro. It's over with. You in the water.
You can tell he ain't talking about that.
But look though. Listen though, brother. Listen to me.
Shout out to another super chat. It reads: time exists, nature exists, trees exist, thoughts exist. Existence is not another item on the list of existences.
Hey, that brother
Bill Doctor.
Nice beard.
Look out for his
Seem
show.
like somebody got it.
Be on the lookout for L Doctor and show coming up on the channel soon. Audit the Argument, where we're going to go and deep dive into some of the best debates we've seen on the internet as well as on this channel. It's going to be an event. So yeah, go ahead, gentlemen.
And don't forget Swabballs versus A1 Man February 14th, which you recognize this is Valentine's Day. Okay, so this is what I'm gonna say. Yes, they're having a very elementary conversation with you because they're not wrapping their minds around the fact that you don't give a fuck about creation, right? You've already murdered creation. You've already saying, which you allow them to have that elementary conversation when you make examples as someone's birthday. Like, let's stay in the pre-God realm, right? So nature is existence.
Wait, you broke up. What did you say again? Say that. Start over.
Can y'all hear me? Mic check. 1 2 1 2.
Okay. There you go.
Okay. Nature is existence. Disagree or agree?
Time and nature. So
no, wait. Hold on. Wait. Because I'm gonna take time off the table. Time doesn't have to exist just because existence exists. Because time is the measurement of two bodies in relationship to each other. Existence can be present without two physical bodies. Space is existence. So you can have space with no movement, and if you don't have any movement, guess what you don't got? No father time.
Oh, okay. Now, that's why I say that existence without time is incoherent. And here is why. And Onlyism, time and nature are functional constraints, not supernatural beings, and not just everyday words. Time, or Fati, father time, Fati, father time, is the ordering function, not just the measurements of time that you're talking about. Those are just aspects of time. Those are measurements. Time, the actual thing that I'm talking about, that moment that's passing, where things can order, where things have time to change, where nature has time to change, is the time that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about that clock time.
Understood. You're fine with your argument right now on the spot. Because you already, because what happened earlier, right? And I'm just re-engaging you in something because you already ran from the unstable patterns argument. I murdered you on it. So now what we know, it's okay. I got you. You're my brother. So what we establishing is the argument that time and nature doesn't have a precondition. You say they always exist. So I'm coming at you with the compartmentalized argument that time is the measurement of two bodies. You said outside of physical time, you don't know. So I don't care about your opinion on that. We've already got you to admit that you don't know. But time physically is the measurement of two bodies in relationship to each other when it comes to movement. Even if two bodies exist, if they never move, there's no measurement of time. There's no time. And I will say this, we are at a very privileged state where we can jump on this internet and talk this shit, but we're very ignorant. Okay, everything, we don't create nothing. We recognize what already exists. Every note, every color, every pattern, every thought, everything already exists. We just have to manifest it through physical or whatever spirit or whatever you separate the physical from, because it's obviously some more than physical, which is my argument with you, because you admitted that time and nature are both physical. And I'm saying before physical existed something not physical. Thought, nature and time comes downriver to what this is that pre-existed the physical realm. And I'm not talking about a God. I'm not a Muslim or Christian or Israelite or a Buddhist, nothing. Okay. I'm Black Power, which is my real beef with you, but I'm gonna avoid it tonight because you died on the first question I gave you. But
disagree.
Okay, well, I said, I jumped on the panel. I said Black Power. You said Black Power. I said you Black Power. You said no. You died.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
To make you feel comfortable.
That's
I didn't die. I made you feel comfortable. I made you feel alive.
A woman or a baby? Which one did you want me to
you feel alive? I made you feel alive.
And to be an op to you. So why make me comfortable? Yeah. Okay, this is argument. This isn't whole hands harvest.
I want the best you. I want the best you when I destroy you. Now,
well, I have several topics we can set up a debate, and I could be ready within a couple of weeks.
You have no topics. Let me tell you about this topic that we're talking about.
First of all, my first topic is: does unstable patterns predate stable patterns? Because you said time and nature waits on a stable pattern to persist.
I never said time and nature waits. Stop putting words in my mouth.
What? Wait. You said that time and nature needs a stable pattern, right?
That's not what I said.
Okay, you know this recorded on YouTube.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, like I said, I already with you in that conversation. I already with you in the conversation.
No, you didn't. You haven't won anything.
Okay. I wish this was my panel because I'm so petty. I will rewind this video and show you what you said.
I wish you could.
Time and nature waits on a stable pattern. It needs a stable pattern. If time and nature needs a stable pattern to persist, that means it waited. And if it waited, that means other patterns other than stable patterns pre-existed stable patterns. At least one unstable pattern existed before a stable pattern. And you don't have existence or what you deem is physical before that. You're dead.
Time and nature, their self, when they are in co-presence of each other, are the stable pattern. All of those things inside of all of those things. Hold on, can I finish?
Yes, finish.
Maybe I answer your question.
Yes.
All of those unstable patterns and patterns that you're talking about are parts of time and nature. They're not time and nature. Time and nature is what persists to allow anything else, stable or unstable, to exist. Do you understand my argument?
Now I read.
Existence is, listen, I'm going to say it again. Maybe you can put it in one of your chat bots or something and see what we're working with. Existence is that there is time and nature. Time and nature are the co-present. They are the necessities for an existence to be.
Understood.
They have been in at all times. There's never been a time when they haven't been. So when you say, so now listen. So when you say that time and nature has been in unstable patterns, I'm telling you that that's not the time I'm talking about. That's just a different part of time. Cool. The totality of existence is because there's time in nature. Now that they're in observable form, what they call the observable universe, it breaks down into fractals. These fractals are still fractals of the larger thing that is going on that allow those unstable and stable patterns to persist. Do you understand that?
Yes. Will you be ready
Okay.
to debate that in 2 weeks?
Absolutely. I'll be ready to debate it right now. What you mean?
No person. No, I've been
Don't
through this a million times. No person
so-
that's serious about debating set it up for right
Watch this,
now.
y'all. Watch this, y'all. Watch this, y'all.
No
you
one
need
is
time.
serious about debating
Watch this,
set
y'all.
it up
Watch
right
this,
now.
y'all.
What I'm
Watch
saying
this, y'all.
is,
Watch this, y'all. Watch this.
will you
So you need
allow
time.
the
So you need time. So you
Yes.
need time.
Yes,
let me know that.
Hold on, Quantum. Hold on. Listen,
flyers have to be made. Promotion has to be produced. We have to put up. This is not just something we finna just flake right now, right? I can argue with you, but this is a debate league. We do structured debates where we make flyers, we do advertising, we do marketing to gain viewership on the channel. Will you allow that to happen? Give us 2 weeks and come back and debate that with me so I could cut your head off on the conversation.
I feel you need time. You need time to get your nature together.
Yes,
and I agree
sir.
with you.
I'm a very
my man. And I'm gonna tell you. And I'm gonna tell you why I know I ate you tonight. All that stuff you talk because my man's A1 said if you want to debate me right now, we can get that $50. I'll debate you right now.
No.
If you don't want to,
I didn't say right now.
So your brain has failed.
That's not how
your brain has failed.
I want the flyers. I want to promote everything he said. He was right.
My bad.
Now don't be wrong twice in a row. Okay.
I ain't wrong. Never wrong.
All right. So I'm gonna leave you alone. I feel like
Thank you for your inquiry of the quantum truth of the only divinity. We'll be happy to eat you.
What we're gonna do is tomorrow we're gonna get a date for official face-off, and we're gonna get you two on the stage so that way you can ask each other questions, come up with the title, and get a date. And then from there we'll move on to the official debate. So tomorrow I will put you two in a group chat.
And I thank you, Quantum, for taking.
Can I ask
I appreciate you too.
It's just a sport with me, bro. It's debate.
Right.
I measure myself up against you intellectually. Let's give the people a good show. Let's give them a reason to support the league and actually give us like a way to bring money into our homes. Like real talk, this shit is hard for me, bro. So shout out to you.
Can I ask the brother some questions, please?
Well, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Can I reply to my man? Thank you for challenging me with the debate. This is a sport to me too. Sometimes I get real into it because this is a whole philosophy that I put together to answer all these questions. And so I want to thank you for allowing me to display what I've put together.
Absolutely, God.
Okay, so let me ask the brother some questions because I'm not here trying to tear you down. I'm just trying to get some consistency here. Quantum. My other question I asked before, and before the other brothers were in front of me. So it sounds like your use of the phrase time and nature is similar. It sounds awfully similar to the Big Bang argument that a singularity in time and nature existed. Some time passed, some nature passed, an explosion occurred, and some things followed from that explosion. Stars, galaxies, planets. Does that sound familiar to you?
No, that's exactly what we see.
So is that your, like you're just calling the singularity time and nature? Is that you just rehashed it?
No. What I did is I went way, way, way before the singularity in the Big Bang. See, time and nature has always like this right here. Like this right here. Like this right here. What you're trying to do is, and what you're arguing for is creation. You want it to be somebody out there. Yes, you do. You want somebody to be. Can I finish talking?
But you're mischaracterizing.
Can I finish talking? No, I'm not. I can't be. I can't be mischaracterizing it. If I'm telling you that the Big Bang was a phase shift of time and nature, because time and nature has always been. You can call it that if you want to. What I did was provide you with the actual mechanism of what you couldn't point out.
No, what you did was
no. What I did was identify
singularity.
What I did was identify. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I identified the parts of the thing that you call a singularity. I identified the mechanism of what happened.
They're telling you that singularity already existed.
One mic, gentlemen. Let's let him get it out, Roy Chess. You ask him a question, and you come to him before he fully answers.
Like I told you,
with a clarification or
you
whatever.
can call the Big Bang what you want because that's where your life starts. Mine don't start right there. The Big Bang is downstream from time and nature doing other things previously. Big Bang is a phase shift of time and nature, not a creation.
So it's the
that
same
singularity that you're talking about consisted of these two things, time and nature. Everything that happens, the Big Bang that you're talking about, is just a phase shift. Do you understand that?
Yes. Okay. So let me get this straight. All right. Let's take what you say is true. You're saying your theory includes the Big Bang theory because your theory comes first.
Yes.
Is that yes or no?
Yes.
I mean, isn't that what you see in existence?
Bro, no, please just answer the question.
I want him to answer.
Yeah. I mean, you know that. Yes. You know that's.
Okay, just give him the yes, so that way he'll get confused again.
But I don't want him to miss this. Whether he believes in the Big Bang or not, he says it's post nature and time.
And like I said, the Big Bang happened. I do, but we tell it, it's proven. But I know that was just a phase shift from other things that had already occurred.
Suave just made a statement about what you were saying.
Yeah, that's what I said. I agree. Suave know what I'm saying because Suave trying to Suave knows
exactly is saying that doesn't make sense.
I know it, and that's what we're gonna argue. And that's what we're gonna argue. That's what me and his debate is gonna be about. I disagree with him.
Okay, I like how you think.
Let me ask you this then, since you believe that the Big Bang is included in your concept, right? So recently, I think in 2025, scientists have found universes that are extremely large for their age. How would
universes?
I'm sorry, not universe. I'm sorry. Good catch. Galaxies. I'm sorry, not universes. Galaxies. There are some extremely large galaxies that are structured and formed, and these galaxies are some of the oldest galaxies that we found, but they're larger than some of the ones that we know that to exist. How does your theory explain that? If you understand,
yeah, you're asking a question that really don't apply to what we're trying to argue. What we're talking about. You trying to ask me.
Well, your theory has to apply to it if it's real, right? Your theory.
Listen, I have a philosophy. I have a philosophy. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm asking for that for the large universes that act abnormally. How do you explain those abnormalities?
You said universes, but you mean galaxies. Those galaxies those galaxies that's acting abnormal are simply at scale. So what you call it abnormal might be abnormal to you, but all it is time. All it is time and nature. Trying to find. Can I finish? Can I finish? Dang. All that is out there that you see that they're observing is time and nature finding stable patterns to persist or not persist.
They're not stable. That's why it's abnormal.
Okay, so they won't persist. In time when nature is going to provide the stage for those things to persist or not persist. So what are you arguing?
I'm not arguing. I'm asking a question. I'm not arguing anything. So I'm asking you, how does the nature explain why these things exist in these early universes when it's not
because time.
Hold on. Let me finish. Because these things are so advanced that it would take millions of years to have been formed in that galaxy. But the galaxy is not that old. So these galaxies have things that would take millions of years to form in time. That's why it's abnormal. So it didn't take 2 billion years like some galaxies did. This
long as you said in time.
Million. Yes. So, but there's a difference in time and nature from what we see. So it's abnormal. It's not the normal. It's not structured.
So you're telling me that you should be able to run the same speed that I'm running?
No,
just because we're both in time and nature.
No.
So yeah, because you're telling me that the galaxy. Listen, and let me tell you why. Because you're saying the galaxy that we in is stable, but then when you look out, you see galaxies that.
I didn't say that. I didn't say anything about our galaxy. I said the early galaxies compared to the other galaxies, whether it's ours or not. The earlier galaxies have things that they're not supposed to have. That has nothing to do with our galaxy. Don't bring out our galaxy in.
You just said, well, you have to. What are you comparing it to then? What are you relating it to?
You can compare it to older galaxies. You don't have to bring
well, I'm gonna tell you in Onlyism, I only deal in the things that I know, and I know our galaxy is here. Why would I go outside of our galaxy when I'm presupposing that you gonna be talking about our galaxy? Because why do we have to go outside of our galaxy when we know our galaxy is here?
Because you said
that makes no sense. You're adding steps. This is why y'all have incoherent. This is why y'all have incoherent thoughts, because y'all put extra steps in there. Let me tell you how to take that step out. There's no subjectivism. It's only conditional. Let me take them steps out for you. Okay? Stop adding extra steps. The galaxy that I'm going to compare, that you're talking about, to the galaxies that's out there, I'm going to tell you again. This is how time and nature answers that. Time and nature finds all, you see it in this galaxy. You see it even from birth, from the differentiation of stable births and babies being healthy to unstable births and babies not being healthy. Yes, it is. It's about the answer. Because in existence, everything is fractal. Everything works the same. You just have to find the mechanism in it. The mechanism that I'm telling you that you're missing is that those universe or those galaxies that's far out is the only information that we haven't found out how to decipher. So it's going to look unstable to you at scale. But all it is time and nature trying to find a stable pattern to persist or not. It's that simple.
No, it has nothing to do with what you're saying. What I'm
you
telling
see
you,
how you just said it's trying to find a stable pattern. Don't that mean it has to wait?
No, that's what it does. Time is, now is, it's happening. Existence is occurring. What y'all talking about, it isn't an event that just like existence came into existence and then it stopped. Existence is an ongoing event. Time and nature has a vector to be. We have this vector to be in us. This is the thing that y'all call intention, but it isn't intention. It's strictly the vector that's built in to be, for you to persist. This is the mechanism that's built in from time and nature's mechanism of interaction. These are the constraints. These are the constraints of an existence that you exist in. It ain't hard.
I'm asking you something.
Show up for the debate, bro.
I'm asking you something very specific, sir.
I answered it.
No, you're not answering it.
Yes, I did. I didn't answer it the way you wanted to answer. I didn't answer it the way you wanted to answer it. I'm not going to answer it again. I'm not going to answer it again. So you might as well not ask it again. I'm telling you, I'm not going to give you the answer you're looking for. I'm not going to give you the answer you're looking for.
You don't even understand what I'm asking.
I'm not going to give you. Don't understand what you're asking.
What do you mean I don't understand? I know exactly what I'm answering.
Evidently you don't, because I gave you the answer and you act like I didn't answer your question. No, I didn't give you the answer that you wanted. That's what you need to say. No, you didn't answer
the question at all. You seem to be very much a subjectivist.
Okay, I'm a conditionalist.
Isn't that subjective? Hello?
Do they have two different names?
Subjective.
Do they have two different names? Why would they have two different names if they're the same thing? That right there, that shows how logical you are. What does that dispute? That disputes the identity law, the law of identity.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
One thing,
law of identity.
It does. If conditional says conditional, and then you say subjective,
conditional are subjective.
How are they? No, they're not. They're two different things. They're two different things. Subjectiveness comes in a condition.
No shit.
Subjectiveness comes in a condition. So
that's why conditionals are subjective. Give me a conditional that's universal.
Everything is conditional. Everything is conditional.
Existence.
Everything is conditional.
That means it's subjective.
Conditional. Yes. No, it doesn't. It means it's conditional.
Give me a conditional that's always true.
Existence.
You are existing. You are existing.
Is that always true? So if I die,
always true.
Now, so
you still exist. You're still going to exist. You're still going to exist in a different state, phase, or form. Your body will be dead. Your mind will be dead. The soul seed that is you, your identity, will travel the universe so it can reincarnate. You will still be. The energy does not because the law of thermodynamics tells you. The law of thermodynamics tells you. Onlyism. Listen.
So you're going by science.
No, my God is time. My God is Father Time. My God is time. I'm telling you. How you going? No.
Isn't that still science?
No. No.
Science is not involved with time. No science.
It's not involved. What you mean not involved with time? You use time. You use time. I mean, you can use forms of time to this, but listen, do you understand that you needed time and nature? Did you understand that you needed time and nature to even discover stuff? Man, y'all smart.
So let me ask you this then.
You talking about measurements of time, sir. You can't get your head past you. You have to get listen. You have to focus. You have to focus now. You have to get your mind past the indoctrination that you had. Okay.
I would like you to focus on telling us what nature means, because you keep saying time and nature. Tell us what nature is by itself. What is nature?
Nature by itself. I can tell you what time and nature is.
No. I'm asking you about nature part only.
No, but I'm not going to tell you about nature only. You know why? Because in quantum onlyism, there is no time without nature, and there's no nature without time. So for me to explain nature, I have to explain time to you. If you don't want the answer to nature, then don't listen. I'm going to give you time and nature because they are co-present. They are entangled. They will always be together, especially in quantum onlyism. Don't tell me not to tell you what time is if you want me to tell you what nature is, because I have to tell you what time
is. Are they the same thing? Or are they two different things?
And now listen.
Are they the same thing? Or are they two
Can you meet up? Can you meet up? And I can tell you. Can you mute up? Can you mute up? You already asked the question. I'm trying to answer the first question you asked. Maybe it'll answer the question that you're trying to put forth. God, do you know how to debate? Focus. Fuck out of here. Stupid. In onlyism, time and nature.
Decorum, QT, decorum. Go ahead.
In onlyism, my friend, time and nature are functional constraints, not supernatural beings.
Are you going to get to the answer to my question? Are they distinct, or are they the same thing? He's muted. You're muted.
He got a phone call.
Oh, okay.
I didn't hear that part.
Make sure I didn't hear Neil.
While he's taking that phone call, we'll go to a word from our sponsors. Only here on Titans Debate League this Saturday will you be able to check out this debate.
Oh, it's going down. This Valentine's Day, don't forget roses and chocolates. We're bringing you raw, unfiltered debate action inside the Coliseum of Arguments. In one corner, smooth, fearless, and ready to shake the table. Suave boss stepping in with the affirmative, daring to defend the claim that white people come from albinos. And across the arena, not just a competitor, but the owner of the league, a battle-tested veteran, the man who built the proving ground itself. Team Titans A1. He's not sitting in the recruit. He's stepping in personally to show his warriors how it's done. Pride is on the line. Reputation is on the line. And on February 14th, love takes a backseat to intellectual combat. No scripts, gloves off. Just pressure, facts, fire. Be there when minds clash and legends speak. The Coliseum of Arguments, Valentine's Day. This is debate warfare.
And if you don't know what tonight's episode is, this is
before
Argument
they
Alley.
enter the Coliseum, they've got to survive Argument Alley. This is where the new voices step into the hot seat, and we find out real quick who's built for the spotlight and who folds under pressure. In Argument Alley, there's no easy questions. We pressure test their beliefs, we challenge their ideology, we push their faith, and we put their knowledge on the line. Can they think on their feet? Can they defend their stance when the heat gets turned all the way up? Because not everybody earns a place in Coliseum of Arguments. You don't just walk your way in. You've got to fight your way in. Where contenders are tested and only the strong make it to the main stage. Presented by Coliseum of Arguments. Step up or step aside.
And this is Argument Alley, and we are here with Quantum Truth. Go ahead, Quantum. Are you back?
You're muted if you're talking.
I'm muted.
No, him. If he's able to hear us, he's muted.
Yeah, Quantum. There you go.
Yeah. Before we left and went to break, I was talking about what time in nature is, so we can get that out the way. So you won't have to ask me again what time in nature is, and you might. I don't know if you can track or not. But time is the ordering function in existence. It is whatever makes sequence possible. It's before, it's after, it's change, it's duration, it's update, it's causality, and it's logical implication. If anything can differ across progression, time is operating. And nature is the determinacy function. It is whatever makes structure and identity possible. Nature is form, nature is pattern, nature is constraint, nature is distinguishability. It's the this rather than not this. If anything has definable content or stable properties, nature is operating. It's a condition. Time and nature are conditions, the preconditions of existence. Nothing gets outside of that. It is all inside of existence. Nothing can exist outside of existence. Duh.
So you're saying that that's not science? That's not what a science does?
What I just told you is the quantum truth of the only divinity. You can call it science or anything you want to.
So let's go back to the unicorn thing. Do unicorns exist?
Only in your mind.
But I'm asking you, do they exist?
Only in your mind.
So is that like I asked you earlier about existence and you said it had to be physical. My mind is not physical.
Yes, but that thought of a unicorn is incoherent. Therefore, it only exists in your mind if it exists at all. But the fact that it can't be actualized means it's an impossibility in Onlyism. Therefore, it's an incoherent thought. We call that incoherency. So yes, it exists, but it only exists in your imagination.
Why is it incoherent instead of just saying it doesn't exist?
Because you can't actualize, because you can imagine a unicorn. Right? I can imagine it. I can have it in my mind. And I bet you the thought that I have of the unicorn in my mind is not the same thought of the unicorn you have in your mind. I'm sure I see a different picture, right? But I bet you they both have a horn and everything, right? But I guarantee you that I can't actualize that idea that's in my mind, or you can't actualize that idea. Now, that idea has weight because it is in your mind and it's patterned on your brain from memory. Therefore, it exists only in your imagination. Do you understand that?
But your quantum Onlyism doesn't deal with the mental. It deals with only the physical.
What do you mean?
I'm confused how you're answering me that way.
What do you mean?
Because I asked you earlier, does existence
have that's because we was arguing a certain argument. We hadn't gotten down to that. This is a totally different argument.
Let Roy just get it out.
Different argument.
Just explain what he was trying to say.
It's not a different argument. It's the same principle that I asked you.
No, it's not.
You can't.
It's not. You can't. You can't divide my argument and try to make my argument something that it's not. If you want to argue a new fact, let's argue a new fact. The fact that we was talking about a while ago, when you asked me about that, I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about the preconditions of existence. Do you understand that? Now, if you want to talk about the mind and the body and the soul and shit, that's a totally different
dude. Topic. Let me ask the question. You're the one here answering questions, not me.
I'm asking you no question.
I'm supposed to be asking questions. You're supposed to be answering.
I answered your question.
No, you didn't.
Go, Roy.
Let me finish.
You want to pose your question again?
Yes. So I asked you in the context that you were defining quantum oneism. What does existence mean? Does it have to be physical? Does it have to be mental? What was your answer?
I'm just to give you my definition of existence, so you won't never have to ask again. Existence is that which is occurring rather than not.
So does that include both the physical and the mental? I mean, I'm guessing that's that.
Does the mental occur within existence?
You have to tell me what existence is.
Does the mental occur?
The question was,
does the mental exist? Does the mental exist?
You can't ask me about what I'm asking you.
Yeah, let's not answer questions with a question.
No, I'm asking him because I need to know. I need to know.
I'm asking you in your context, what does existence entail? What does that mean?
That which is occurring, that which is doing work rather than not.
And like, is that physical, mental, or is it both?
It's both.
Ah, you changed your answer.
I didn't change my answer. That was a totally different question. That's what I told you. We was on a totally different point then.
No,
so
we wasn't.
Yes, we were.
Now what you're defining is force.
This is a totally different argument. This isn't the argument that we was arguing at first.
First of all, it was never an argument. I asked the same question. How are you giving me two different answers?
I gave an argument when I came up and proposed my philosophy.
Why are you giving an argument to when I ask you a question?
I'm not giving you an argument. I'm giving you an answer. But I'm telling you that the question that you're asking right now isn't the same question that you asked earlier when we were talking about that. These are two different times. Stop being listen. You're being disingenuous. You're being disingenuous right now. Stop doing this. If we're gonna debate and we're gonna talk, we're going to be genuine about what we're talking about. These are two different things.
There was like
we were having, when I came in here, listen, when I came into Debate Alley, I proposed, I was giving my philosophy. And then a lady asked me to give my argument. So I gave my premises to my argument. That's what we were talking about first.
The show here, man? Are you running the show? Is that what it is?
Are you?
What's up?
No, I'm talking to him. He thinks he's running the show.
He's explaining. It's, I guess, is going back over
he's
the original
taking
argument.
things out of context. There was other
people here to witness. You take my whole argument and trying to put my argument into something else.
I didn't say anything about your
I'm taking it out of context. How am I taking it out of context?
Because I'm the one asking the questions, fool. I'm supposed to be asking the
questions. Are taking.
How am I talking about your argument when I'm asking questions?
Oh, you ain't asking questions. Are you asking questions about my argument, sir? Stop being disingenuous. I'm gonna ask you one more time. I'm gonna ask you one more time. Could you please stop being disingenuous with your argument?
I'm not being disingenuous at all.
But can you please do one or two things? Because I'm gonna go back again. When I came to this, I was introducing my philosophy. I didn't get halfway through it and somebody wanted an argument. I proposed some premises to an argument. You came in and started asking me questions about my premises.
No, I didn't.
I told you.
My question has nothing to do with
absent of all of that, though. Let's just go with the question that's in front of us right now.
Right, I never asked you a question.
Pose it like twice, but I mean, these are all.
I answered it twice.
No, okay. I never questioned your premises, brother. So I don't know where you're getting that from.
What was the question you had again?
Oh, it must have been somebody that sounded like you then.
Yeah, it must have been.
Pose the question again.
What is your definition of existence? Because before you answered something different. So I'll give you one more chance. Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
You answered now it's both. Is that your answer?
No, initially when he first jumped on, his first question was, when you talk about existence, are you talking about only physical or mental? And you said physical.
Yes. And now he's saying both.
I know, but wasn't we talking? But wasn't we talking at that time? What was we arguing?
No, it was
arguing about. We was arguing about the preacher. I wasn't. Now listen, whoever that was that said what he just asked. Now at that time, was I not arguing about the preconditions of existence?
Yes, I didn't see the move away from there. We're still talking about it.
So you did change your answer. Right now you're telling me both. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. If you want to change your answer, that's fine. But
I'm just going to tell you again my definition of existence.
And then that
existence
okay,
is that which is occurring rather than not. It is ordered determinacy.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand. If I say something that does not exist, like a unicorn, why won't you just say it doesn't exist? Why do you answer that?
Because it exists in your mind.
No. Okay, so you're saying it's both then again. Okay.
No, I'm saying it exists in your mind. And if your mind exists somewhere, then that exists within your mind, just like your mind exists within existence. But all of those are within existence. So yes, it exists even though it can't be actualized. Do you understand what I say when I say it can't be actualized? Because quantum onlyism doesn't stop at thoughts. When somebody has a thought and say, does it exist? We say, where does it exist? Does it exist physically or does it exist mentally? It exists mentally because you can think about it. But then when you try to actualize and bring it into physical, it does not exist. Therefore, it is an impossibility in onlyism. So it exists in your mind. I can't say it doesn't exist because I know for a fact it exists in your mind. Why would I say otherwise?
Okay, so let me ask you this. Do my ideas, are they under time and nature?
When you come up with your ideas, do you come up with your ideas within time and nature? Yes.
What do you mean by that? I don't know what that means.
Yes. I say yes to the question you asked, because when you sit there and you think and you come up with the idea, it took time to come up with that idea. In time, you formulated patterns and structures of an idea within the time frame that you formed the idea.
And what's the nature part?
The nature is your mind and your soul doing work and forming the idea. It takes you, the physical you, to form the idea so you can even see if it can be actualized. That's the nature part. You are the one that's actually doing the work to form the idea. Oh, dang. How hard is it?
So it's still a little bit confusing because you're going back and forth.
That's right. We're going to get it to you. I wish I could give you the whole worldview in one day, and then you wouldn't even ask these questions. But I can answer them on within time and stuff. It's just, you know what I'm saying? This the gauntlet, so I got to take you through it. I'm sorry that I'm answering all your questions with logic, but that's just what it is, Royce. Your thoughts exist because you can actualize them or they cannot be actualized, okay? But then we have to do work. We have to see if those thoughts or those imaginations or ideas can be actualized, and this is why. Just like that idea of the unicorn, the idea of a creator is impossible. Why? Because it doesn't meet time and nature. And what do I mean by that? Creation takes time and a nature to be created. And you telling me that something existed before existence was. And that's why that is an incoherent thought. That's why God must be something else. It must be what the reason for existence is and what sustains existence. The quantum truth of the only divinity identifies those as the functions and the conditions set forth by Father Time, my God, and Mother Nature, my goddess. Functionally, what they persist is existence. Once they're together and doing work, there is an existence. They all come together. Time, nature, and existence. This kills infinite regress that everybody always runs into, but quantum onlyism doesn't. Not only that, the 12 hard problems of existence are answered by quantum onlyism. And I don't have to answer that tonight, but it's just amazing what I've come up with. And I love the questions that you have, but they can all be answered. All you have to do is sit down and understand that you have to take accountability in existence. Time and nature provide you with opportunity for possibility. You make everything happen. There's no God, no creator, and nothing. Everything is formed. The creations, like creating music, creating a piece of art, yeah, we create that because we created those ideas within our mind. But as far as something creating existence, no, existence has always been, because there has always been Father Time and Mother Nature in some state, shape, phase, or form.
Okay, I want to point out that you made another inconsistency, because earlier when people were talking about creation, you said you didn't talk about creation. You said it was about formed because it already existed.
But I said that anything created, like music, songs, are within existence. Those are things that when I'm talking about creation on the level that we were talking about, it isn't happening because things have always, it hasn't always, it can't be. In fact, it's illogical and incoherent. And why do I know this? Because for something to be, it needs time and it needs a nature. And for something to create something, it needs time and something to be creating with. Therefore, everything that is has always been. So we form things when it comes to physical. But our thoughts and those things, we form some thoughts, but some things are created. Like I said, a song is created. It's created because this is an ideal that wasn't there. You created that. But as far as existence, that creation cannot happen for an existence to be. In fact, you don't even need that. All you need is simply time and nature and the mechanism that they provide.
So let me ask you this. Is in your ideology here, is it wrong to say something does not exist?
You can say what you want. Who am I to tell you if something
No, I'm asking you, what can I give no matter what thing you're going to say it exists? Or does is there something that does not exist or impossible to exist?
What you mean? Yeah, it's a whole bunch of stuff that's possible to not exist. I told you. Yeah. It's after you form an idea or a concept or something. Let's just say, like I said, the concept of God that everybody been looking for. That concept is this: that there's an intentional mind creator that is outside of time and nature that created time and nature in existence. This is an incoherent idea, and this is why we always argue. Why is it incoherent? Because nothing can be outside of time and nature. Everything has to be within time and nature. Therefore, time and nature must have always been in some state, phase, or form, and everything isn't created. It's formed from existing materials. All it needs is time to change shape, phase, or form. Oh, buddy, shape, phase, or form.
Yeah, but that still sounds very like, what's the difference between you saying that and me saying nothing comes before God and God created time, nature, shape, and form, and all those other things? How is it different other than the words you're using? The argument format is the same.
If you propose that, then you have to propose that there's an evil being that's making you do evil, because that ideal of God that you're talking about should be perfect and should not have any contradictions to what it has possessed. Therefore, you create this mechanism called evil, and you try to answer for that, and you say God didn't create it, and we know it didn't. So if we know this, and we know that there's no such thing as free will, that our will is just the will to be, and there's constraints in existence, why would I presuppose that there's a creator who is outside of everything that I see and then goes against everything that I actually see? And everything that I actually see answers the questions that we're putting forward. So what you're doing is you're adding elements, and due to parsimony, the quantum truth of the only divinity, and due to Bayesian logic, the quantum truth of the only divinity is a more plausible explanation of existence.
What you just did was equal yourself to God.
No,
you did.
Time is God. Time is God.
You said that what good is God if he contradicts what you can see? So God can't be more intelligent than you? I mean, maybe he knows more things than what you can see.
What you mean? That you talking about that creation God, the intentional God? Yeah, I don't believe in that God. I believe in Father.
No, I'm asking you a question, whether you believe it or not.
Yeah, I can't even talk about it because this is so incoherent to me. That's an incoherent argument. Like I don't talk about things that's incoherent to me.
Okay, all right. So the reason why I'm mentioning it is because you literally put yourself on the level of God, that if you don't understand it, if you can't break it down, then it can't possibly be correct. Why did you do that?
I didn't. You did that.
No, I didn't.
You put me. I never once said I put me on the level of God, and this you said that. Sir.
No. I didn't say
being disingenuous. Why did you do that? Tell me why you put me on that pedestal.
No,
because I answered questions. No, I know why you put me on that pedestal, because I was able to answer your question logically. Don't think of me as a God because I answered your question logically. All I've been able to do is sit down and observe existence and see the logical explanation for what is. That doesn't make me a God, sir. That just makes me be able to sit down and decipher.
You're putting your knowledge against some other knowledge, and you're trumping everything with your knowledge. So nobody could be more intelligent.
I got a good argument, don't I?
No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't have
You
a good
just said
argument.
you just said my argument makes me on the tier of God. Man, come on.
No, I said your description is putting you on the level of a God.
Yeah, and I didn't do that. I didn't intentionally do that. I didn't intentionally do that. That's just what you observed. That's an argument. I'm talking about this argument. That's why I love my argument, man. That's why the quantum truth of the only divinity is the truth. It's the quantum truth.
Have you ever put this in a college course, this argument?
Right now, it's at the Library of Congress. I'm waiting for it to get registered and trademarked.
Under what subject field? Under what field?
Under the quantum truth of the only divinity.
So what field, like, do you have to put a field? Is it religion? Is it science, biology, accounting, English grammar?
Philosophy.
So what is your background in philosophy?
The quantum truth of the only divinity.
Have you even ever taken a philosophy course?
The quantum truth of the only divinity.
Like that's a course? Is that a course? Is that the name of the course?
Yep, that's the course that's right here that I'm proposing to you.
No. I'm saying from an accredited.
You never heard this argument before?
I've heard what you're saying in different forms. But
have you heard this argument? Have you heard this argument before? That you should call Father Time and Mother Nature your God and your goddess due to the functions that they provide, and that there is existence only because time and nature is. Have you ever heard this proposed?
Similar to the Big Bang Theory. You just renamed it.
It's nothing about the Big Bang Theory. It comes downstream from what I just proposed.
No, the Big Bang Theory is the same thing because the singularity is your time and nature. All you did was just rename it.
The Big Bang Theory comes downstream. Sorry.
No, Big Bang Theory is the same thing.
No, it's not. The Big Bang Theory is within existence. The Big Bang Theory is within existence. It's a phase shift of time and nature. It's a state shift, a form shift of time and nature. Time and nature has always been in different states, phases, or forms. Do you understand what that means?
Yes, and scientists have been.
If you understand what that means, why do you keep telling me that I'm telling you the Big Bang when the Big Bang comes downstream later on from the simple point that there is time and nature?
No, it doesn't. They just rename it and call it a singularity.
No, they don't. You look at science, and I guarantee you, science don't tell you that that's the beginning of the universe. It tells you that it's a different. That they say is when the universe started expanding, not the beginning. Not the beginning.
No, that's the beginning.
No, they didn't. No, you didn't. See, and that's where it's incoherent. How can that be the beginning if time and nature has always been, sir?
That doesn't make sense because that
does make sense. If you can explain the Big Bang through a phase shift,
they call that a singularity. That's it.
I don't have to call it a singularity because time and nature was doing work. Time and nature was doing work before the Big Bang. Time and nature was. Do you understand that? Can you wrap your head around that? Time and nature was before the Big Bang.
Rehash it. And then you conclude.
No, what I did was I went and identified the mechanism of existence. I went beyond the Big Bang and identified actually what.
All you did was rename it.
That's a lie.
You renamed it. And that's why I asked you about the galaxies and the older galaxies being abnormal, that some of them shouldn't have gigantic black holes in them, bigger than the ones that we have, yet they have them.
If time and nature has always been.
No, time and nature is able to explain why there's a universe that has a bigger black hole than ours.
I told you.
Universe is
I told you. There was more work there was more work there to be done. There was more materials to form a different type. Yes, there was.
Less materials.
Yes, there was.
There was less materials.
No, there wasn't. There has never been less materials than what is here now, sir. Do you know the law of thermodynamics?
Do I know them by heart? No, but I'm familiar with them.
Well, if you're familiar with them, what do it say about energy?
You're talking about I think you're talking about matter. I think you're talking about matter is neither created.
I'm talking about energy. Matter is slowed energy. Go back to work. We're getting to work.
No.
Matter is energy that's
tell me
working.
Tell me about the energy, because you're not going to tell me that energy is not created or formed, right? That's matter.
You think that energy is created?
It's not about what I think. We're talking about.
Yes, it is, because if I don't believe that energy is created. Do you?
I have an opinion on it, actually. I don't know. I'm not a scientist. But I think that's where you're going with it, right? You're going to say energy is matter, matter is energy. Is that what you're going to go with it? Is that why you brought it up?
No.
So why did you bring it up?
I didn't. You did.
What? I brought up physics? I brought up the the laws of thermodynamics. I brought that up?
Oh, yes, you did.
You telling me I brought it up?
Yes. You asked me if energy was created or not.
No. That's not what I asked.
Yes. What did you ask me about energy?
We were talking about the thermodynamic laws.
What,
and then
did you ask?
I asked you what they were, and I made a comment about don't tell me energy is not created or destroyed.
Bam, right there. That right there brought in thermodynamics. That right there brought in thermodynamics.
No,
that
you
right
brought it
there,
up.
that statement right, no. You
I wouldn't
did.
bring up thermodynamics, bro. I'm not.
Why did you say that about energy? That you said you said about energy was a thermodynamic claim.
No.
Yes, it was.
You brought it up.
We have a new guest to the panel, gentlemen. Psychic Dash and the Vampire Slayer. How you feeling today? Go ahead with your questions about what you've seen so far.
I've seen the four-faced cherub being in the Bible. I know how to read. And you're talking about energy. I'm talking about energy is what you do. That's all I get to do is look through some stranger and find the light that's glowing and say what I see. And if there's visions that come to me and I tell you what I see, and sometimes spirits come around because they know you're listening. And when you're seeking it, you can see lots of spirits and creatures, everything around other people. It's always the other person that can confirm what you're seeing is true or false, and that's how you actually do that. I got recordings up and I still want to do more. And I do always for free because that's the only way I could get to go call God and have experiences with Jesus, because I had experiences with the four-faced cherubim. I never had to read the Bible or ever knew about or believe in to experience. Does that make sense to y'all?
No.
And I do everything for free. I do birth charts too for free, roasting reviews for free because it's funny.
Shout out Psychic Dash.
Yes.
He makes a good point. Anybody want to take that one on? QT, go ahead. It's your show tonight.
I'd rather. I ain't gonna even lie. When he start talking about spirits and stuff, it
also over here.
We don't. The only spirit is the spirit of the universe. Everything else is a soul. When it comes to that, I don't believe in supernatural events or occurrences.
You don't have to believe in anything for it to happen either, but your focus has to happen. You have to participate in this experience to make it happen.
Yeah. I'm a participate and take accountability and be able to make
excuses from your own mind and senses. That's all it is. Haven't you ever felt somebody else's emotions around you, the temperature or whatever, the vibe or whatever? Have you ever had an experience like that, or you ignore it, or you don't, or not aware that it's happening? Like you can sense other people, wholeheartedly having a communication. You can get into spiritual and see through yourself and find yourself, contact yourself, your own senses to contact others. That makes sense to you? You never seen anything like that? You never tried? If you're not trying, you're ignoring it. You're distracted, and you don't see the spiritual world for what it really is. You don't have to read about it either. You have to believe in it either. Isn't that crazy?
It don't exist.
You have witnesses that see the same thing you do in the spiritual world too. So there's no excuses. You're not just hallucinating by yourself when you do the practice of that.
I disagree. I feel like everything that I feel like the reason I can't. Can I talk for a second? Can I talk for a second? Physically, can I talk for a second? Can I say something to you? Can I say something to you? The reason this is incoherent is right here. I know that anything that I've ever done, I've done it. I've made the choice to do it. All the good things that happened in my life was due to me or somebody else doing something. Not no spirits doing nothing. All the bad things or what we call evil or whatever we call, I make the choice. Right. I make the choice to do those. So anybody that is in existence who claims that something else outside of them made them do anything is just incoherent to me. I can't agree with that, because we have to be responsible for our thoughts and the things that we do, and stop blaming those things on supernatural occurrences.
I agree with that 1,000%. I agree with that 1,000%. But they still exist, is all I'm saying. Because whatever you just said, I agree 1,000%. I agree 1,000%.
And we can disagree with each other. Thank you.
No. I agree with what you just said 1,000%. But the thing is, they still exist. Demons and stuff, they're not going to make you do fucking nothing. They just exist. And so does angels, so does spirits. But it's just communicated with them. Is all I'm telling you is what I'm about.
That's right.
And spirits have tried to offer you things too. And you can refuse the bitch, period. But you can still communicate with the motherfuckers. You know what I mean? You can still communicate with the real things. And it's awesome. And that's all I'm saying. Paying attention and focusing on social opportunity. You can't just demand it to happen. It's a social opportunity. You have to find people who have the light. Like pregnant people, they're haunted by a spirit and ghosts because they're pregnant with a soul that came from God. No matter who it is, you still have like some kind of glow around you. You can sense if it's boy or girl, whatever. And that's a psychic thing too. But if you're paying attention more to it, it shows you more visions and your vibrations that we all have. And the elements that you have in your astrology chart can give you a more experience that you can't ignore. And now you know that this is a reaction to somebody's presence and stuff. And we're all just like this puzzle piece that helps each other with different elements that we can enjoy from each other, whether we like each other or not. The elements that we have can work with each other's frequencies and do cool stuff.
Well, Quantum, let me ask you a question. If spirits and creators have time and nature, wouldn't they be forced to exist? So you said you didn't believe in them, but what?
I don't know about those are incoherent thoughts, so I can't think about them. I can't even form ideas about those incoherent.
They have time and nature, though. What I'm asking you is, if those things,
I can't even imagine those.
How do you know that? How do you know they don't have time and nature?
Because they only exist in your imagination.
I'm just a ball of light that came into a body that started its time.
How do you know that? That if I tell you there's a planet somewhere,
could be
you wouldn't tell me that.
Well, have you seen spirits?
My bad, Royce. I couldn't hear you.
Have you seen spirits too? Is it
no?
Would you say that again, Chess? I couldn't hear you.
So if I ask you about a physical thing like a planet, if I tell you there's a planet orbiting some star, you wouldn't tell me it's just existing in my mind, right? So I'm asking you, how would you know if something has time and nature? How do you know that?
Well, I would go look and I'd say, you said it's a planet where? And then we look for that, we look for that planet. If we can't see that planet, what am I supposed to assume? If you tell me it's a planet right there and you looked and you saw it and I say, come show me. And then we go look and you don't see that planet, what am I supposed to assume?
So again, what I'm asking you is, if there is time and nature to a subject, how do you measure it? How do you know whether this thing has time and nature?
If it's in existence, it's existing within time with a nature.
Okay. So that means if you don't see the planet that I say exists, it does not exist. Is that correct?
If we go look for that planet, see, you're skipping a step. I'm not just going to take your word for it. In quantum onlyism, we're going to see if we can actualize that you just said. So if you tell me that you saw a planet, I want to go see that planet too. So we're going to go look for that planet. And only one of two things are going to happen. We're going to see that planet or we're not going to see that planet. If I don't see that planet where you said that planet should be, it only existed right there in your mind.
So I'm delusional. Okay.
There you go, incoherent at least. And we got to stop that. We have to stop having those incoherent thoughts about things that we know. That it's like insulting your own intelligence.
Yeah, but you're not answering the question. about time and nature. How do I know if an element has time and nature?
If it exists,
so
and you know it exists.
But I don't know. That's my question. I don't know if
then you don't know it exists. Then what are you trying to ask?
That's what my question is. There's something out there that we don't know.
Yeah.
How do we know if it has time or nature to it? How do we know? Like
what
unicorns, how do I know unicorns don't have time and nature?
I never seen a unicorn. I don't know about that. I've seen other spirits and creatures.
You know unicorns don't exist in a place. And in fact,
that's not knowledge. That's not knowledge. It's not a form of knowledge.
Crazier than a unicorn.
You have to give me some kind of method or chronological order of something, like you say, to know whether or not something has time and nature.
Say that one more time. Say that one more time.
You should have something structured in order to qualify if something has time and nature, right?
Right.
So if I ask you about a unicorn, you should be able to tell me what properties does it have or does not have to have time and nature with it. It doesn't have to be a unicorn.
I will first have to identify a unicorn in the physical. That unicorn that you talking about, that you proposed me, I would have to go see it. Because if I see it, then identify it within time and that it has a nature. If I can't do that, those are ideas. And then ideas we can try to actualize. Concepts we can try to actualize. If you can't actualize those, even though they're a possibility and a thought that you can think, doesn't mean that it can become actualized. So therefore is an impossibility. Have you ever heard of impossibilities?
Yes. Okay. So let me ask you this, right? So what is your concept of truth? For example, let me give you the example that if I murder somebody, but I'm a good criminal and I hide the body, I wipe down the evidence, there's no evidence, does that person exist? Far as, let me ask you, instead of existence, am I guilty of murder if you can't find the body or any evidence of that body that I murdered that person?
I'll say if at least one person know you murdered that person, yeah, you're guilty of it. Does at least one person know you murdered that person?
No.
You know you murdered that person. Stop lying. Stop being, there you go.
One person.
So if you murder somebody, you don't know that you murdered.
It's possible, right?
No. If you murder somebody, you don't.
It's not possible.
What's not possible? My stuff is buffering.
It's going.
And even if that's the case, even if it's one person,
that's definitely the case, brother. That's definitely the case. There's no other case that's logical or that explains it.
So
nothing.
So you're saying everything in truth has to have some evidence. There can't be something true without evidence.
How would you know?
I mean, it is what it is.
How would you know if that one person? How would you know if that one person has knowledge of it anyway? Like it doesn't even make sense. Like you wouldn't be able to know. You wouldn't be able to know, even if I did do it. You wouldn't even know
if one person, if even one person in existence, if even listen to me, Roy. Okay, I'm gonna say this one more time. I'm talking about within the totality of existence. If anybody is in existence that knows that you killed that you murdered somebody, you guilty of it. Why? Because you know you murdered somebody or some. Now,
how do you?
I'm not going to specify. I'm not going to specify. I'm just going to ask you. If you murder somebody, do you know you murdered somebody?
That's questionable. Some people say. Some people say they don't know.
Yeah, say the real word.
I call those lies.
I call them lies.
Those are psychological. Those are psychological disorders that they.
Or somebody not. Yeah, that's psychological disorder.
One mic, let him get it out.
They did something and they're not aware of it, right? So insanity, right? So they did something, but they don't acknowledge it. They're not aware of it. That can happen, right?
Right. But it's still aware of by God's presence. It knows whether you know it or not. And if you have Alzheimer's, you don't know that thing. The psychic can see things in your life that you've done, whether you remember it or not. So it's still time capsuled inside your soul, recording everything you ever did in your whole life. That's why it's meant to be seen through everybody's spiritual eyes. And they can see it for themselves without judgment, your whole freaking stupid life of your movie. And that's what you do when you get aware of things with your psychic mind. It's all in your mind and other purpose mind, and they can still see it together, like a ghostly who knows, without even thinking about. There's people have seen like orbs together in a room, and they never seen spirits before. You know. Mm-hmm.
Can I ask you a question, Roy, real quick?
What happens?
Yes.
What makes you formulate thoughts in your head to where people can't take account, where people wouldn't have to take accountability for a situation?
The first thing in my head that will come to be is psychological disorders.
No, I said for you though, like you asked me, you proposed the question, right? Like, what? I don't know how to say it. Like, I mean, that's the only way to say it. Like, why is that the thought that formulated in your head that somebody should be accountable? Like, you make a hypothetical, and in the hypothetical, the person who
like knowing you're schizophrenic,
the person
they might
the
be
person who does
schizophrenic and
the
be
act,
charged
and the
with
person who
a
does
crime
the
because
act,
it is a crime. But still, you know, shouldn't they go to a mental institution for the rest of their life if they can't be in civil with the prisons or something or jails? I don't know.
So yeah, again, Royce,
but they did do something, like, so it has to be taken care of. They can't do.
What makes you want to propose a hypothetical where somebody wouldn't have to be accountable? Because that's my whole worldview. The reason I made this philosophy is because I believe that if the human race starts being accountable for what they do and stop trying to blame things on like a supernatural evil, the devil made me do it, and we start taking accountability, people will stop doing those things because they become accountable and they know the shame of the things that they're doing. And the only way to do this is to get rid of the supernatural thing. So I ask you again, if you understand what I'm saying, like, what would make you propose a hypothetical where somebody wouldn't have to take accountability for what they're doing? Because that's what we should be trying to nullify in existence. And that's why we should be trying to find out what existence is. No other reasons, not because I need to worship something or do nothing. I need to take accountability for my actions. So what makes it so easy for you to propose hypotheticals where people won't take accountability?
Yeah, and quit pretending that we can exercise this bullshit out of you and out of these people, right?
Real quick, to let everybody know, this is an open panel. I dropped the link in the chat. If you're over here on Titans Debate League, the link is in the chat. If you're not, I see we have, let me check this out. We got 16 people on JJ 7000 TV. You can come on over here to @Titans Debate League. I have it up on the screen so that way you can see what it looks like. Make sure you hit that bell and thumbs up on the way in. Appreciate you. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Yeah, so you're presupposing that everybody has to be rational. I have no problem with what you said, but unfortunately, the reality is everybody is not rational. So the reason why some things happen is because people are irrational. Psychological disorders are irrational. We can't prevent that. So unless you have a way to prevent that, I'm all ears. So I asked that question because I know that's reality. That does happen.
Okay.
And
yeah, I just
want to find out what you think of truth. Can truth exist without evidence? And that was why I'm asking, because I think that you would think that truth can exist without evidence.
Yeah, I mean,
I see Jesus. Do I have evidence of it? I have evidence of seeing other spirits, but do I have evidence of? Because y'all haven't seen evidence yet. Check it out.
Dang, I forgot. My bad. I wasn't tracking. Roy asked, what was that again?
Well, I was saying about being rational. We can't force rationality on everybody. So
okay, that's right. That's why you asked. Okay, I feel you. But I just wanted to know, like, I be getting a whole bunch of questions, hypotheticals, and people don't be wanting to take accountability, so they always throw a hypothetical in there to make it work.
Well,
that's what I think. That's what a creation is. A person who believes in creation, or a theist, traditional theist. I believe that's what they always fall back on.
You think it's a trap? The hypothetical was not a trap.
No, not a trap. I was asking you that as an honest question.
Okay.
I really wanted to know how you could formulate so many arguments for people that don't have to take accountability. I really wanted to know.
Yeah, because it happens all the time. I mean, it's a part of reality. So I think you know that also. That's why I'm giving the examples. I'm trying to give clear examples.
I don't. I don't. I believe that people don't want to take accountability, and so they try to claim that they're incoherent or something like that. But as far as like just a person, like I've never really seen how do I say it? I don't want to say it like, but mentally incapable, like to the fullest extent, do stuff. Like I know a lot of different people and stuff, and it's certain type of people that I see do stuff. I've even been in jail before with people that do it, and they go to court and try to act like they was doing that, then they'll come back to the cell and talk about how they was going through. And so, like I said, it's an accountability thing. If somebody, and listen to me now, listen to me straight. If somebody in their mind find a way to do something to somebody else, they formulated what they was going to do. I don't think you rarely see occasions where a person just go out and do something without having cause. Now, people say they did, and they say that person was crazy because they did it, but we're just talking about that action. In that person's mind, that person know what they was doing. They just don't care about the consequences, which is preference. And that's why I say it's conditional. Everything is conditional. Because if they don't care about the conditions that they're going to meet, they're going to do it, whether they know that it's right or not.
Uh-huh. That's terrible. I've seen it. It's terrible. People are bad.
So that only applies to humans, doesn't apply to other animals?
We're not talking about other animals right now. They ain't even in the same league as us.
Well, that's why I'm asking. I'm just asking to clarify.
Yeah. I don't talk about things.
Animals still have spirit, and they're better communicators than humans, really. Because humans are just as dumb as they were when they're alive, but animals tell me about their favorite foods and stuff and their whole life that they have, even if it's boring because the parent makes them have the life, you know? But it even showed me about reincarnation.
I do think if you got a question about animals, though, you should ask a zoologist. They'll tell you everything.
Good. That's a good thing to know. Yeah, that's true. I had a manager that was a zoologist. But she didn't. Never mind.
What is your notion of truth? I'm getting tired here. What's your name? Quantum.
My bad. You said what now?
What is your notion of truth? As in, when is a statement true, or are there such a thing as universal truths?
Well, in quantum onlyism, my friend, truth is functional coherence. A claim is true. A claim is true to the degree that it stays coherent across 3 checkpoints in quantum onlyism, and these are the checkpoints. Checkpoint 1 is meaning and coherence, the clarity and non-contradiction. The terms have stable identity conditions, and the statement doesn't collapse into self-contradiction, or nonsense. And then I have the reality gate. It's called reality coherence, and this is the constraint fit. If the claim fits the way the world actually behaves, evidence, observation, repeatability, and causal structure, then reality pushes back. And the third one is consequence coherence, predictive and practical stability. If you act as if the claim is true, it keeps working over time. It predicts, it explains, and we can run the same thing over and over. It doesn't implode under pressure. So really in Onlyism, truth is whatever remains coherent when tested against meaning, reality, and consequences within time. There's also analytic truth and empirical truth too. Truth by definition and logic. And that's usually what I go by, because the logical explanation of existence that I have is the most parsimonious and the most ontological view that you can have that doesn't contradict itself. And the empirical truth, which is truth fit with the world, you know what I'm saying? Like water boils at 100 degrees Celsius, and anytime you try it, it's not false, then we know that it's a coherent claim.
Okay, so it doesn't have to be a constant value. It can change over time.
Oh, it definitely has updates. Life is updates. All updates must be updated. When your phone need an update, do you update your phone? I'm going to say you do.
So do all things update? Like certain things don't update.
Yeah, all things don't update, but there is update within existence.
Right, so what do you call those things that are constantly true?
What do I call those things that what?
Yeah, so there should be a distinction between things that are constantly true and things that are true momentarily over time. Right, so it's true in one year, but it's false in another. That's not consistent. That's not constant. But there are constant truths. How do you describe that?
How do I describe constant truths against what kind of truths?
The truths that are not constant. Something
the truths that are not constant.
So what is the terminology? So
can you give me a example of a truth that changes, and then maybe that'll
For example, Donald Trump is the president of the United States. Sure. Now, if I say that 2008, that's different, right? It's not Donald Trump. So it's false if I'm saying in 2008 Donald Trump is the president of the United States. But if I say in 2026, that same exact statement is true.
So let me get this. You talking about the difference between constant truths and contingent variable truths?
It doesn't have to be verbal.
Well, the constant truths would be invariant, wouldn't they? Constant truths go. So if the constant truths are invariant, these don't change because they're grounded in meaning and logic and unavoidable preconditions for intelligibility, correct?
I don't know what you mean by that. Can you break it down? Like if I tell you something is true always, it just happens to be true.
That's what I mean. It's grounded in meaning, logic, and the unavoidable preconditions of so it won't change. The change wouldn't have a coherent way to state, right? It's constant. This is what it is.
Yes. What do you call it?
What do I call those truths?
Yes.
Well, you just call them constant truths. We'll call them constant truths.
Yeah, I use that description so that I can relay the idea, but that's the name of it. And what do you call the truths that change over time?
Are you asking me what I call them or what they're called?
What they're called.
Because constant truths are just what I said. Those are invariant truths. If you ask me for the real, like, this is what an invariant truth is. The thing that you're saying is a constant truth is actually what they call invariant. Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, but that's not the terminology of it. I'm asking you for the term, if you know the term.
That's invariant truth. Invariant truth. Invariant truth is the term.
No, it isn't.
Then I don't know what kind of truth you talking about, sir.
So there's two answers, right? Depending on the context. So if you ask a math person, they will tell you a tautology, something that is always true. If you ask a philosophy person, they might use the word objective truth. You never heard those terms before?
Yeah, I heard those things, but first thing is I ain't a mathematician, so maybe you should talk to mathematicians about that. But what we're talking about is the truth. What you said was a constant truth.
Yes.
Those are called invariant truths.
Those are not.
They don't change. They don't just
call. Who's calling that? You just you?
You asked me what I called it in philosophy.
You call it that. Nobody else.
No, you called it that. You said constant truths.
I called it I called it that to describe it. That's not the name. The name the correct name is what I told you. It's either called objective truth or it's going to be called a tautology.
A tautology?
Tautology, yes.
Yeah. But that is a what?
It's a statement that's always true by definition.
In mathematical terms, right?
Yes.
So I'm asking you, what were you asking me? Because we talking about philosophy, right?
Yes.
So why are you talking to me about tautology if that's a mathematic term?
Because I wasn't sure if you were aware of it. That's why I'm asking. So that's why I'm asking about the truth, because there are different kinds.
Is this a show to see what I'm aware of? Or like what does that, like
you
I said, this is a different kind of truth. I don't know where you went to school, what you trying to pull, but I'm gonna tell you again, just like you said, constitutes are invariant in their structure. These don't change. There's empirical truths, there's conditional truths, there's modal relative truths, there's all kind of truths. Do you know about those? Do you know about normative truths? There's so many different, but we were talking about a specific truth. Then you went to see if I knew about math. I don't understand these tactics. These are
no tactics.
what I call disingenuous tactics to try to sway the conversation from what we're talking about.
Why are you calling them tactics?
Because what you're trying to do,
we're not arguing
to see if I know about mathematics while we're talking about philosophy. They call this disingenuous. They call this
not disingenuous. You're not understanding language. All I'm doing is asking you.
You asked me if I knew about truths. Do you know about normative truths? What's a normative truth?
A normative truth is an objective truth. So it's not like they're different kinds. They're different. They're different kinds, but there's not as many as you think.
What's a probabilistic truth?
There is no probabilistic truth. That would be called a different thing, right? That's not the original thing.
But you're wrong, bro.
No, I'm not wrong.
So you don't know what a probabilistic truth is, huh? Do you know what a conventional truth is?
You're giving me sub areas.
Do you know what a modal relative truth is?
There's only 2 areas, brother.
Do you know what a modal relative truth is?
Yes.
What is it?
There's a truth based on other than the 2 binary values. So modal truths have 3 or more values, whereas it's a logical system that has a truth that has more than just true and false. You have other options.
No.
What do you mean no?
You don't know what a modal truth is. I don't even think I should be talking to you. You don't even know what truth is. You was talking about mathematical truths, and we talking about
truths in general. There are only a limited number of kinds, and you're acting like there's 100 kinds.
There is.
There isn't.
Yes, there is.
No, there isn't.
You need to pick up some more books. You've only read one book about truths.
No, there's only kinds. And you obviously don't know them.
No, you don't know them.
No, I know them.
No,
you don't know them. How are you telling me I don't know them?
Because I just asked you what they were and you didn't know them.
So you're telling me a modal truth is not what I described?
Absolutely not.
What is it? What is it?
First, I asked you about a modal relative truth. These are theory relative truths. Why are we talking about truth? I'm not going to sit here and talk to you about truths.
Theory relative truths. What does that mean? That doesn't even make sense.
What doesn't make sense?
Modal truths means that it's not binary. That means you're going to have more options other than true and false. That means.
No.
Yes, it does. So how many truth values do you have in a modal truth? So how many truth values? Is it a binary? Is it a binary system?
I'm gonna tell you, I'm just to go back because, like I said, I can give you 7 categories of truths and that you don't know about.
You're gonna give me 2, and one of the things that you're gonna give me is a sub area of one of the 2.
No, it's not.
There's only 2. There's objective and contingent. Find me another.
Yes, so what's the analytical truth?
That's an objective truth.
What's the empirical truth?
That's a contingent truth. It's going to be one of those 2. Everything, every sub area is going to be one of those 2.
What's a modal truth?
A modal truth would be the contingent.
That's what type of truth it is.
Yes, that's what type of truth it is.
Why do they have different names?
Because there's subcategories of that main.
So they are different though. They're subcategories. Okay, I ain't gonna talk to you no more.
There's subcategories.
You just conceded my point. Thank you.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. You conceded exactly what I was talking about.
That's like saying
subcategories.
Yeah, there's subcategories of that one.
Those are categories.
Of that one name.
Those are different truths. Why do they give them their own category? Can you tell me why they give it its own category?
Subcategory. It's not its own
why?
Category. It's a subcategory.
Why does it have its subcategory?
Because it's part of a larger category. That's why.
What makes it? Why do you have to split it into categories?
Why do we have to split dogs into categories? We have poodles, we have German shepherds, we have pit bulls.
And why do we split it? And why do we split them?
Because there's distinctions within the category.
To identify the distinctions. There you go, boy. To identify the distinctions of the truths. This is why. It's just, oh my God, you just conceded again.
No, I didn't.
I don't want to do this.
You're doing stupid things.
I want to do it for as long as you want to. Concede again. Keep on hearing your words. I love it. Thank you.
You're saying that when we distinguish a poodle from a German shepherd,
just said it. You just said it out your own mouth to identify the individual differences. You said it out your own mouth.
What? You're taking it out of context. I'm talking about the subject. And you're not understanding the subcategories.
No, I'm not gonna. No. I'm just not gonna bend to your.
I'm not asking you to bend anything.
What you trying to make it is
the reasoning is
a broad term. You talking about the broad terms. In Onlyism, we're specific about things. Those subcategories show the individual differences of the truths. I don't care what you're talking about, because that what you're talking about just stops down your work. Like you being lazy. You're trying to be lazy about what you learn. You gotta stop doing that, brother. We got to stop doing that.
They're still under a category. You're not gonna ignore that. Poodles and German shepherds are different. There is a distinct difference.
You got to know that distinction. The reason they give them distinctions so you will know the distinction. You have to know that distinction because it matters. It matters.
They're still dogs.
The distinctions matter.
Yeah,
the distinctions matter.
Dogs can reincarnate in different breeds and different genders. Right. They reincarnate in different breeds, different genders, but they're still dogs, is what I've seen.
Yes, they're still dogs. Right.
That's all I know so far. I don't think they're going to become human, but they still turn in different breeds of dogs. The ball light from them, whoever they are, they still.
So if I show you a picture of a poodle, and say you want a dog, and you say yeah, and then I bring you a pit,
it's not what I asked for.
Would you be mad? Would you be mad?
Maybe, because it's not.
See, the reason that they have subcategories and those things are for a reason, so you can identify the individuality and the difference of the things.
Yes.
Don't tell me that it doesn't matter.
I didn't say
because if I show you a picture of a poodle and you want that poodle, and I say you want a dog, and you say yes, thinking it's that poodle, and I bring you a pit bull, you ain't gonna take that dog.
That means you misunderstood English.
No, that means what we should have did was been specific about the category of dog that you want.
No.
That's exactly what it is.
Your example was that I asked you for a poodle and you give me a pit. That means you don't understand English.
I didn't say you asked me for a poodle. You a lie. Stop lying. Stop being disingenuous. There you go again, Roy. There you go again. I said if I show you a picture, I said if I show you a picture of a poodle. I didn't say if you want a picture. I said if I show you a picture of a poodle and say, do you want a dog? And you say, yeah. And I bring you a pit.
Now you're changing it.
No, I did. That's exactly what I said. Rewind the tape. So
you purposely being vague?
You are purposely being vague, trying to say that you shouldn't.
No.
Identify the subcategories of truths.
I didn't say.
That's exactly what you said.
That's not what I said.
This is why we shouldn't be
you
arguing.
Rewind the tape.
I love it. I love it.
You rewind the
now
tape.
You see your folly. Now you see your folly.
No, you're just making up.
I love
I never said you should not.
What do I sound it?
I never said you should not make distinctions of subcategories.
Yes, you did. That's
no,
exactly
I didn't.
When you start trying to ask me about arguments and you didn't know the subcategories of arguments and stuff, I don't know what you're trying to do. I can't remember what they call it. Being disingenuous about the arguments and the things that we putting forward.
I talked about truth. I talked about truth. You're talking about truth. Yes, and you said argument. Your mind.
We was talking about.
Have you been drinking or you smoking?
Yeah, I've been drinking and smoking.
Yeah, it tells. You were talking about truth. I asked you about the kinds of truth, right?
And I told you.
And you didn't know.
All of a sudden, you a lie. I didn't know. You asked me about a mathematical truth.
No.
And we weren't talking about mathematics. We were talking about philosophy. You asked me about tautology, which is a mathematical term when we were talking about philosophy. This is called category error. This is called disingenuous debating.
The context.
This is called disingenuous debating. Roy, you got to tighten up, buddy.
You cannot take control.
Yeah.
You cannot take control when I'm asking the questions. You're supposed to be answering.
You cannot force you can't force my category into a category that we're not in. How you gonna ask me a question about? That's just like if I tell you
my questions and the category.
You put them in the categories.
Exactly what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to be asking the questions. Can I be in charge for a while?
But I'm saying the categories that you're bringing up. How are you gonna bring up a mathematical category in a philosophical discussion, sir?
Because I didn't give you
without letting us know.
I did not
that
give
you want a mathematical question.
Did I ask you that?
This is absurd. This is absolutely absurd.
What did I ask you? I asked you a general question, and you didn't know either one.
That's a lie.
No, you.
And then I proceeded to ask you about. I asked you about 7 different. I gave you 7 different truths. I gave you 7 different truths, and you didn't know what they were. Because you worry about the 2 truths that you know, because you done took 1 year of philosophy and 1 year of calculus. So you know about tautology, and then you tried to bring the tautology into a philosophical discussion.
Bro, where are you from? Why do you keep trying to take control? I'm supposed to be asking the questions.
You're not taking control. You can't ask me a question about a category that we're not talking about.
Then you go taking control again.
That's absurd.
Then you go taking control again.
I'm not taking control. You're trying to take the.
Telling me what I can't do. You're supposed to be answering questions, brother.
I can't answer no question about something that I don't know you asking a question about. How did I know you was asking a question about mathematics?
Did I say it was mathematics only?
Yes.
I gave you a general question.
That's the only one I didn't tell you what it was. And you talking about what about tautological truth? Motherfucker, that's math. We wasn't talking about that.
You didn't know it. You didn't know it in the context. You didn't know it.
Are you absurd? I have a whole philosophy. Why don't you think I would know what a tautology is? Why don't you think I know what an ontology is? Why don't you think we can debate it?
You read the dictionary. That's how
you
know.
Debate it. I don't read the dictionary. I do more than read the dictionary. I observe life, and I've been able to formulate the most parsimonious, most ontological explanation of existence. And what you're mad about is that you want a creator so you can go bow down and pray to God. But bro, you're not gonna make me do it.
Where did that come from? Where did I say anything like that? Where are you getting that from?
You're a Christian, ain't you, Roy?
Did I tell you that?
You're a Christian, ain't you, Roy?
What are you
Did I
against
tell you
God
that?
anyways? You never met Jesus. You don't know what you're not accepting and
Did-
accepting.
did I
I believe
tell you
you're not
anything
believing
about
in
my
the first place. I've seen him, but I know that he's very acceptable. I don't know what the
Did I
hell
tell you anything about my religious beliefs?
and I'm not religious, that's bullshit. There you go. You don't need religion
there
to see
you go.
Jesus.
There you
Period.
go, dictating again, telling me what I am.
Are you a Christian?
Does it matter?
Yeah, it matters. That's why I asked you.
No, why
What's
does
a
it matter?
Christian? Doesn't
Because I
make
just
it
want to know if I'm right or not.
what,
I
what is,
know if you're going to be dishonest and lie or
why
not.
can't he be a Christian and tell the truth?
Because you
Or
know what I
not be a
told you
Christian?
about me sitting here and observing life and formulating this philosophy? I sit here and I talk to
Not a
you, and not
philosophy.
once did you say anything about a creator or creation, and I know you're a Christian. You should know that. You should know that my deductive traits and the
You don't
things
have
like
to.
you have to go.
You
You
have
need,
to be a
you know
Christian
what
to
you
be
need?
creator.
You like malnourished when it comes to debating. You don't even know that you have so many contradictions and so many category error arguments. And then you try to talk like they something. You don't know. I ain't gonna say you don't know anything. I ain't gonna do that. But I'm just telling you, you're malnourished when it comes to thinking. You got to think critically.
And how did you get this critical thinking without taking any classes?
You don't have to take classes. That's
you just breathe air and then it just came to you.
yes.
Wanting people to take accountability for the things that they do in life.
Or do you become an electrician the same way, or an accountant, or a doctor, or a lawyer?
And a dentist, you
I
got to take accountability.
I became an electrician because the girl I married, daddy, was the manager at the electrician spot. And so I worked there. That's how I became an electrician. I knew somebody.
Have a license?
Dentists get away with ruining people's teeth all the time.
You have a license?
What did I just tell you?
Well, I'm asking you, do you have a license?
Didn't I tell you that life is conditional? The conditions that was met was that I knew somebody that was in there.
I'm asking you, do you have a license?
I didn't need a license. I didn't need a license.
So you're not an electrician. What the hell are you talking about?
I didn't need a license. If I do electrician's work, I'm an electrician.
That's true.
So if I do doctor's work, I'm a doctor.
Yeah.
If you go do doctor's work and you succeed in what you're doing, motherfucker, you a doctor.
That's right.
If I do the BBLs and I inject somebody with some cement to make their rear end bigger and they die from it, I'm a doctor.
I said if you succeed. Didn't I say if you succeed in what you did?
I'm a doctor. Okay, I'm a doctor then.
Did you succeed? You killed somebody.
No.
Somebody. You succeeded.
No, I succeeded in making their.
I succeeded in BBL. No, you didn't. You didn't succeed in the mission. You didn't succeed in your doctoral mission. You didn't succeed in your doctoral mission. You didn't. You didn't make them live, and they didn't live.
Living is not part of the requirements.
Not
making
a doctor.
their butt bigger.
That's not a doctor. No, that's not a doctor. No, you shouldn't call yourself a doctor if you kill somebody.
It's a plastic surgeon. Yeah.
Okay, so if they don't die, then I'm a doctor. They have cement walking around in their rear.
If they come back to you and say they happy,
then I'm a doctor.
Shit, inject them.
But then I'm a doctor.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah,
Real
doctors.
Quick, let's go to a word from our sponsors.
These are not just speakers. These are thinkers, forged in fire. Warriors of words stepping into destiny. Welcome to the Coliseum of Arguments, where logic clashes with conviction and ideas spill like blood in the sand. 16 titans, 16 minds, one path to immortality. They come seeking truth, they fight for redemption, they burn for revenge. Featuring the intellectual elite of the Titans Debate League. Every round a new war, every word a new weapon. Every titan ready to fall or rise in glory. This is not debate, this is combat. Step into the Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
Groovy.
Real quick, we got one more. Where is it at? Here we go.
Oh, it's going down. This Valentine's Day, don't forget roses and chocolates. We're bringing you raw, unfiltered debate action inside the Coliseum of Arguments. In one corner, smooth, fearless, and ready to shake the table. Suave boss stepping in with the affirmative, daring to defend the claim that white people come from albinos. And across the arena, not just a competitor, but the owner of the league, a battle-tested veteran, the man who built the proving ground itself. Team Titans A1. He's not sending a recruit. He's stepping in personally to show his warriors how it's done. Pride is on the line. Reputation is on the line. And on February 14th, love takes a backseat to intellectual combat. No scripts, gloves off. Just pressure, facts, and fire. Be there when minds clash and legends speak. The Coliseum of Arguments, Valentine's Day. This is debate warfare.
Hey, what time is that?
Titans Debate League, presented by Coliseum of Arguments.
That is tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Tomorrow,
it's not in the ad. It's not in the ad.
It's definitely not in the ad. I'm going to create the stream here shortly. Tomorrow, Valentine's Day. Be on the lookout for that. And we have this one coming up next week.
Welcome to Titans Debate League, presented by Coliseum of Arguments, where ideas don't just clash, they collide. In one corner, sharp as a blade and twice as deadly on the mic, the verbal assassin, the Andre Slim Reaper McBride, a master of logic, a hunter of weak arguments, and he's coming to carve this case wide open. And in the opposing corner, crowned in confidence, swinging with conviction, the fearless fire starter himself, King Naga. He doesn't back down. He doesn't fold. He's ready to defend his stance at all costs. The question shaking the arena, was the killing of Alex Brady justified? Morality versus law, emotion versus evidence, justice or just revenge. No scripts, no safety nets, just unfiltered debate warfare. This isn't a conversation, it's a showdown. Coliseum of Arguments, where only the strongest arguments survive. Are you not entertained? Amazing news! At Titans Debate League is now looking for interns. We are expanding our team and seeking driven individuals who are ready to make an impact. We're on the hunt for talented people to join our marketing team, and charismatic new hosts, and creative minds who can produce amazing content. If you have a positive attitude and are used to winning, because that's what we do here, then we want to hear from you. Join us and contribute to a culture of excellence and success here at Titans Debate League. Email us today, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Where Infinity Gauntlet is a mere toy compared to the intellectual prowess build and destroy the cipher, intellectual sword to slice you, or whatever device you recommend. Surgical precise pen, hand get heated, the room will spin. If man get treated, them goals gon' spin. Level heads with feet, paradigm the box you in, got a paradigm.
In every debate, there's power, passion, and purpose. Titans Debate League isn't just a podcast, it's a movement. A place where big ideas collide and voices that matter are heard. But to keep this arena alive, we need you in our corner. Your support through Cash App isn't just a donation. It's an investment in truth, in dialogue, and in community. Every dollar helps us bring sharper debates, stronger guests, and bigger opportunities for growth. And here's the best part. When you give, you're not just supporting us. You're standing tall as part of the Titan family. We see you, we value you, and we appreciate you. So if you've ever felt inspired, challenged, or entertained by what we do, show some love and send your support to $Titans Debate League at Cash App today. Again, that's $Titans Debate League at Cash App today. Together, let's keep this debate alive, keep the fire burning, and keep the Titans rising. Have a blessed day.
Recommend surgical precise pen, hand heated, the room will spin. If men get treated, them goons gon' spin. Level heads with feet, paradigm the box you in. Got a pair of dimes in the box you in. Don't matter, paradigm, pair of nines, and your clock won't spin.
Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down the lake now.
And back to you, gentlemen.
It's the clash of the Titans.
Where is it that that you published your work, Quantum? Like what state, for example?
Quantum, can you hear him?
What? He was talking to me.
Yeah. Where's your publication gonna be? What state?
Shit, it better be in all 50 states. What you mean when you say?
When you applied when you turned it in, right? What state were you in?
The library. When I turned my works into the Library of Congress, I was in Oklahoma.
Okay, that's where you're from.
Yeah.
Okay. And how many works did you send?
I sent my first work. I already got a work published. I sent that one, but then for my philosophical and all of my white papers and things, I sent 16 files, 10 one and then 6 in the other.
They're the same document, or those are 16 different documents?
Because when you send stuff to the Library of Congress, you gotta send well, the things that I was sending, I had to send them in a package, in 2 different packages, $60 a package. But it should. I've been checking my email every day. I didn't know it'd take this long, but I guess it would.
Hold on, but does that count for 16 different articles, or is that all one thing? Like all 2 packages, one thing, or whatever? How many things did you publish? How many titles, different titles do you have? Is it just 1 or 2, or is there 16?
Nobody talking. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Am I there? Do I need to leave again and come back?
Yeah,
I
you might
can
need to
hear
leave
you.
and come back. I don't think you can hear Roy. Okay, we'll wait on him to get back up.
So Suave is his first opponent then, huh?
Suave is going to be his first face-off. Did you want to get in there and get some of that action too?
Nah. I'll let Suave.
Can you hear me? Am I there?
Yes.
We can hear you now.
My bad.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I don't know what you said. The last thing that I remember answering one question, then I don't know if you said nothing after that. But yeah, you asked me about the Library of Congress and stuff.
The submissions, was it considered one work, or was it 16 different works? How many?
I consider them one work, but I had to. You can only send them 10 works at a time, so I had to do 2 different submissions.
So you said you had a published one, and then you sent one. What was the published one about?
I got a published one. Now,
what was
before I got to my philosophical side, and because this philosophy, like I said, this ain't something that I just came up with overnight. I done lost friends over this. Like my mama, she a Christian, her husband is a Muslim. Like I done been like, this ain't something that I just came up with. Something happened to me when I was young, and I wanted people to take accountability. So the first thing that I set out to do was get rid of the devil. And that's what I did. When I got rid of the devil, I also got rid of the idea, that incoherent idea is that existence is creation, is a creation event. I found that we can functionally and conditionally have what they're looking for when they say God. Because to me, when people say God, we should be looking for whatever is the reason for existence and what sustains existence. And from everything that I can see, I see that time always has been, and that's the reason there is existence, because there's time in nature, and that it always will be, because existence is a self-sustaining mechanism. The universe, if we look out and everything we see, we can tell that the universe sustains itself. And that's why I call it Fatimona. See, existence, time, and nature. That's why I'd be telling them, like, the incoherence of the creation God, you always go to get the infinite regress. With the quantum truth, we kill infinite regress. Not only do we kill infinite regress, there's some things in philosophy called the hard questions of philosophy that people haven't answered. I got the answer sitting right here in my book, and I'm waiting for them to send me my papers back so I can give it to you. We sitting here and debating, and I know it's like thing, but it's just because I didn't get to put my whole view out there, and that's fine too, because you ask questions. I hope I answer them to the best of your ability, whether you agree with them or not. That's what I try to do, at least, and I hope that's what we be trying to do. That's why I say about the disingenuous stuff, even though I'm just trying to win a debate, because this is what I want to do. I have a personal foot in this because I actually put this together to rid the world of the incoherency of supernatural beliefs, because I believe that's the reason that we still right here on earth and haven't went to the stars and found other places to live. And if we get together as a human race in coherence and put aside those differences and stop saying that, oh, the creator believes in me and so I'm going to heaven and you going to hell and all that stuff, once we get rid of all that, we'll be able to answer the hard problems in existence. We'll be able to look to the stars to find other places. We'll be able to send people there and start populations. It'll start from Earth. Like, and we can populate the whole universe in places that allow us to populate, but we have to find them first. And before we even find them, we have to get off the Earth. And the only way to do that is to work together, just like time and nature.
So the thing that you submitted, is it a book form or is it like a magazine? What is it? Is it an article? What is it?
Oh, no. I submitted my book called Divine Mechanics, like I told you. And then I got a book that I already got published. That book that's already published, that's out there right now, it ain't, I put it together because I didn't want nobody to, once I start telling people that and some people start understanding I was saying, I went into a debate, and this dude actually told me that he would try to steal my worldview if I didn't go get my shit registered and shit. Now, at first I was thinking, like, why do I ain't never seen a philosophy get registered. But then I went and I started looking at all the different types of philosophies, the atheistic, and then all those subcategories of atheism and theism, and then all of those. And I've said, if somebody is going to be pushing this worldview, because like I said, this is the most partial. When you do the math and we break it down and we do all of the analysis that you can do to a philosophy, you'll find that the quantum truth of the only divinity, or I call it Onlyism in philosophy, is the most parsimonious and the most ontologically sound explanation for existence. And so I'm going to argue it until the day that I go and come back and argue it then.
So to you, any idea is philosophy?
No.
Can you?
No.
Okay. What separates an idea from a philosophy?
When you formulate a philosophy, you're going to formulate something to answer questions, the questions of existence. Some people go there and a lot of them start trying to find it. And a lot of philosophies, really most of all of them that you know today, all of the isms that you see today, they always stop at a point. Atheists, I like them because they ask the best questions, but then they stop. Like, if they prove that that idea of God doesn't exist, that's good enough for them. And then they'll start saying, I don't know, all this. Christians, you know them, they're going down their sword that there's an uncaused cause, and that cause is God. I say that uncaused cause is time and nature. And the reason that they're different is because with time and nature, everything forms downstream, because nature provides all of the structure and all of the things that will change. Time provides the change. All of those mechanisms. These two things have to be in existence. And so with me knowing this and I can see this, I don't need to put an extra layer of a being that I can't see. To me, that's incoherent, and it's insulting my own intelligence.
Yeah, but there you go putting your intelligence in reference to truth.
Let me make sure we pass this around.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Roy Chase. After you, I want to make sure JJ 7000 gets some of this.
Yeah. So again, you're measuring truth according to your own lenses, and then you're going from there. Is that what we're supposed to do?
That's not what I'm doing. I'm measuring coherence. This is coherence I'm measuring.
You're measuring your
coherence.
Else.
coherence.
How do you get coherence? You're using your senses, right?
From experience and the things that are provided. And those truths, can you deny any of those things that I proposed? You can't. All you're trying to do now is trying to make me look like I'm trying to be something special. I'm not special. I believe that everybody knows this, and for some reason, they don't want to do it. I believe that you know that time in nature is the greatest, but for some reason, you don't want to do it because it's too simple, and you want something to pray to instead of taking accountability. So I understand why people want creation. I just won't ever do that because I want to take accountability for the things that I do in life, whether good or bad. And that way, that'll make me not even do the bad things because I don't want to. Not because somebody make me, not because I'm scared I'm going to hell. That's incoherent. I should do these things because that's what I know I'm supposed to do. I ought to do. Because time and nature has a vector to be, and I have a vector to be. And the best way to be is as comfortable as I can without impeding on the comfortability of anybody else. I don't need no guy to tell me that.
Yeah, but you're still using science to do it, to justify it. Right? You're using your
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? That's what people do. I did more than science because I go beyond science. I actually give identity to the things that we see.
You just renamed it. You didn't give
No,
identity.
I didn't rename it.
Because people could say God is the same thing as your time and nature. God
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. And the thing that they need to do, the thing that they need to do, if they argue me, they'll understand why they need to identify time and nature as your God and your goddess. Because without time, you won't have an existence. Without nature, you won't have an existence. So those are the minimal necessities. Listen, those are the minimal necessities for an existence. Existence don't need you. Existence don't need nothing else but time and nature. And I don't know why you wanted to have something else, but that's cool. I'm standing on formation and the morphogenesis of existence.
You are not understanding formal arguments. That the argument that you're making, the Big Bang and the God theory arguments are all formally the same. That this thing causes that thing, causes that thing. This thing.
That's your opinion. That's your opinion. That's fine. That's if that's what makes you see it. But what you need to do is what we was doing when we was talking about them subcategories. You got to find the independent differences in the stages of things that I've declared and the things that I claim. I don't claim any of those things that you talking about because, like I said, the Big Bang that you talking about comes way downstream from the preconditions of an existence to be in the first place.
God does too. God comes downstream too, right? God comes downstream too, right? Everything comes downstream. So that makes no sense. It's formally the same argument. You just use
God comes
words.
downstream. When did I say God? Time is God. What do you mean?
Wait, now
nature is goddess. No, I never changed it. This is what I stand on.
You never use that. You
Due
never
to
use
the
that
functions that time and nature provide. I don't know how long you've been here, but this is what my whole argument is. This is what my whole argument is. I don't know how long you've been here.
What? You didn't say that.
How long have you been here?
How long have I been here? A couple of hours, I would think.
So you mean to tell me that you don't know that my whole argument is that due to the functions that's provided by time and nature, without intention, time and nature is justifiably should be known as our God, goddess, and existence is the highest power because existence is what everything needs to do and that everything can't do without.
Did you say
you don't? This is my, yes, I had said this when I first came in here and I started and I gave the little introduction to what I was presenting in my philosophy.
Okay, hold on. So let me be clear because I wasn't here when you came in first.
Let me know that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about then.
No, I don't think you said that though. I mean, A1, is that
true? The corn, QT.
Oh yeah, my bad.
A1, is that true?
I apologize. Damn, I gotta
You
stop.
definitely didn't say that while I was up here.
I gotta stop that.
Or in the chat. When I was in the chat, you didn't say anything like that. This is the first time I'm hearing it. You changed it up again.
That's a lie.
It's not a lie.
I have a philosophy called the quantum truth, called Onlyism. I've never changed anything up. Whether you heard it or not, that's not on me. Whether you can track or not, whether your dog was running around so you didn't hear it, that's not on me. I know what my argument and what my philosophy is, sir. You can't try to change it. I don't care what you heard and what you didn't hear. I know what my philosophy is.
You didn't say anything about God before. And
That's
matter of fact, when other people
rewind it to the very first. This live been going on for 5 hours. You said you've been here too. This live has been going on for 5 hours. This live been going on for 5 hours. You only been here for 2.
Goddess is nature and whatever.
When people,
this live has been going on for 5 hours. You only been here for 2. You don't know what the fuck I said.
Oh yeah. And when people brought up God, you didn't say this. That's amazing. But I didn't hear it.
I told you from the beginning that the traditional belief in God that people have is incoherent.
Right.
God should be identified as time, Father Time, and Mother Nature. Nature should be identified as our goddess. Existence should be the highest power.
It is.
This kills infinite regress. Why do I know this? It's because this is the only mechanism that is needed for an existence. We're not needed for an existence. The only thing an existence needs is time and nature. Everything else comes downstream. This is why that if time and nature are the only necessities and they're also the only sufficient things for an existence, they should be verified logically as our God and our goddess. Existence should be the highest power. But I don't know how y'all don't see that. Too. That's exactly what I've been arguing this whole time.
Spiritual realm too. With
I passed the mic. Everyone, let the other guy speak. I passed the mic.
Thank you for your questions, Roy. I appreciate you.
I'm not sure if JJ 7000 wanted to get in here and
try to set
a debate up as well.
What about the spiritual realm? Do you not think that you can see spirits and ghosts and angels and orbs and stuff, and Jesus himself? Did you know you could do that? Because I did it, and with witnesses. What about that part? Is that necessity, or is that just something where you're ignoring and wishing that could happen and waiting our whole life to see, and they make it themselves, give themselves excuses? If not you, then who? And if not now, then when? Is basically we should be practicing and seeing the spiritual realm, and you can see it for yourself that spirits exist. They're there through other people that you never met before. And that's what I want to repeat trying to practice. So catch me outside if you want to practice that. And I can do your bird chart, which is relevant even in the afterlife, because spirits of animals have other people's pets, and spirit told me their astrology signs before. So I guess it's relevant and it's still talked about. And if you're not aware of it or learning anything about the language now, you're just like missing out. Does that make sense? What about that? And what is your astrology sign? Quantum Onlyism?
Yeah. Shoot, I only wish I could see what you have. Unfortunately, in my existence,
you can if you practice it. I can't do it until I practice more. I start from scratch with every individual, different. Not everything.
Well, I told you I have a whole philosophy and things that I dispute. I dispute these things because I've looked for them. I'm talking about I looked for everything that I say that I don't see anymore.
You looked for spirit.
And what I found is that the spirit, the only spirit, is what we call space-time. This is what we travel through. We travel through the spirit of Fatimona, the universe. Mm-hmm. Our souls are what's traveling. Our body is the hardware. The mind is the software. And the individual you, the individuality comes from the frequency that is generated from your soul seed. And I'm going to stop right there, because that's going to get too deep. Anything after that, the spirits flying, the angels, the demons.
And we get a hold of each other's spirit.
Traveling. Our body is the hardware. The mind is the software. And the individual you, the individuality comes from the frequency that is generated from your soul seed. And I'm going to stop right there, because that's going to get too deep. Anything after that, the spirits flying, the angels, the demons.
And we get a hold of each other's spirit.
Never, ever been able to see that. Now, don't get me wrong. If anybody done seen that, that's fine. I'm just saying that I've never been able to see it. Due to the fact that I've never been able to see it, I'm just gonna stick to the things that I know and that I see.
And the understanding of astrology too, and the awareness of astrology too. If you don't see it, you don't see it until you start seeing it, and you do all by yourself alone. Eyes and heart alone is an astrology experience that you learn every day, every opportunity. It's a social opportunity to learn and be aware of astrology, and you can actually calculate other people's individual birth charts and study their life and look at how it matches the interpretation you get from birth charts that no one else has to tell you. No astrologer has to tell you. You become your own astrologer. Everyone is a different piece of the puzzle. Everybody's a different corner of the soul and different eye, different perspective, because we're all one or some bullshit. And we can get a hold of each other that way. That's why we can look over spirits. Spirits can look after us, and we can look after each other. And we can get a hold of them, and they talk for other people. When I get a hold of spirits, it's not something I can choose. I can't just choose what I see is what I get. All I do is say what I see with my mind's eye. That's how you see it. And you can see it with your physical eyes too. Once they show up clear. It's a practice. It's a process. It's not something you can do by demand or argument at all. And not everyone is readable. That makes it even harder. And then people can reject me, which I'm just trying to see through their soul, doing the best I can. I'm not, what else are you supposed to do? Yeah. Like, I'm just trying to get a hold of God again, Jesus and spirits and whatever's around you. And that's how I see spirits, is through other people. I can't do it by myself. I have to witness confirming that what I'm seeing is true. And that's how it works. You start from scratch everywhere. And then once you're cycling juice, you can be on a roll and record it for years and get evidence, and no one cares. Life goes on. But I want to repeat, it's so cool. And if you look at your astrology, all your elements that you have in your astrology helps me be psychic too. There is a phenomenal, like a change in people. You can change people's environment with your presence. But you're not the only one with presence. Everyone has the presence. And you can see right through it, if you're focusing and trying to practice seeing in it. And if someone cooperates with you to tell you yes or no. And if you say yes a lot, then you're on a roll with the visions, and they just come to you and you say what you see, and you'll just have this big knowing about this person, because everyone has the light that they bring with them, the whole story, and everyone's meant to see it, We're all telepathic. See, there's no time, right? But there is time, but because we're in a vessel of time, but the spiritual realm has like all of it recorded all at once. And we're making our free will inside of it or whatever, I guess. Even things just happen to us without, you know what I mean? I don't know. Like, we choose what we eat, but we don't know what we're eating, if it's healthy or not. Who's going to tell us? No, I don't know. And no one's telling me a diet to be on besides allergists and stuff. So I don't know the answer to that, but I know that you can get a hold of Jesus and God and his presence, but you're still remain the same person. You can still be insecure and depressed or whatever, even in the presence of high. His presence is like vibrational, colorful, of unconditional love. And he has a plasma bubble that's living. It's like clear. It feels like jelly. And he's actually a being. I never had to read the Bible to see him. I never had to believe in the four-faced cherub being that's actually in the Bible, that I never had to read to know to believe in. And I've encountered that before too. Not at the same time though. I can experience seen a lot in the spiritual world that I never knew about and never was interested even reading about. Like, dragons actually exist. I have no clue. That sounds insane. So the four-faced cherub being isn't even insane enough. Ezekiel saw it, and I saw it too. So what do you think about that? Have you ever heard about Ezekiel seeing this four-faced being? I don't know nothing about it. I want to know everything about it. Ask every church preacher person, even Jehovah's Witnesses, and all the one Jehovah's Witnesses said that was deep. So that was cool. But not everybody knows about it. I never knew about it. It's got an ox gray face. I didn't know oxes were gray. That's a Taurus earth face, air, Aquarius, blue eyes, sandy, long, blonde, curly hair, like a humanoid looking face, like a big pig nose or something. And it had male torso. And then it had a lion face, Leo, the fire sign, and then eagle, Phoenix, Scorpio face. Earth, air, fire, and water. Taurus, Aquarius, Leo, and Scorpio. Isn't that so cool? And it had all these wings, different, and all these eyeballs in them, or decorations of eyeballs. It's very trippy. And it would shimmer like a goldish yellow color. And in the Bible, it's supposed to say that was shining bronze. And it says in the Bible, like, I never had to read it. I just asked people, and then it turned out to be in the Bible somewhere. So I look, where is it at? Ezekiel, Corinthians, and Revelation, Ezekiel, and something else I don't remember. I think John had the visions of it too, but I never got to read about that yet. I don't know anything where to start. I just know Ezekiel saw this, and it's exactly the same thing I seen. Isn't that crazy? That's so cool. All did it all sober too, because it's better that way. You have to be raw dogging it, natural, sensitive. You know, you don't have to be in a good mood to do it, but it can work with your mind. You start all over. Does that make sense to y'all? Have y'all ever tried to do that? Or you like there's a bunch of these people who think that they're paranormal investigators, but they found nothing. Like, okay, well, they're not tapping into anything, they're not seeing anything because the building's not haunted unless it is. But if other people are seeing the same thing, then there you go, you got confirmation that is existing. And I got recordings or whatever, so catch me outside. I'll do it for you, all for free. Out your bird turn roast it. Doug, tell you something you don't know about, or you ignore it or something. And it's not something to believe in or disbelieve in. It's an energy language. But astrology is not psychic, but it is fun to do, and it makes me feel more comfortable. So I can be psychic with my mind if I get in a state of mind to see things through you. And if you have elements that help me see things through you, like if you're a Virgo rising, they help me see in the spiritual for some reason. I don't know. Like your astrology elements, like if you're Moon and Libra, you make everyone feel intoxicatingly beautiful, like it's a holy presence of feelings or something. Like, wow, why do people feel phenomenal butterflies around these type of people? And then they look at their birth chart that's calculated, so it shows that they're Moon and Libra. Wow, I don't know. Why do people have 8th house Leo and they pass away from heart problems, or it's in their family and they're still alive? Wow. So that's interesting. Just the study of social opportunity is all it is. I have to go find strangers that have the light. I can't do it by myself. And I can't just go around people I already know. It's not happening. I have to go up to strangers, or it will happen like even at the grocery store, the light will be, there'll be flashes of visions from other people, or they'll have a being around them like haunting them for real. And I'll go up to them and tell them I'm seeing things to you. I don't know if it's just true or not. And I would like to know if it's true. And they end up telling me things, what I've seen is true, or showing me pictures of people that I saw through them that makes it even more true and confirms it more and better. And that's so cool. Oh, well. And that's the thing that you can see is what you get thing, instead of just whatever your belief is and what your perspective is not going to change that what actually exists. But now with that, you can find out. Does that make any sense to y'all? I'm just talking to myself. But the demonstration can be proven through people who cooperate or whatever, and that's what I want to do. I don't know. But I like to do your birth chart, but I consider that on my channel. It's like you have to tell me your month, day, year, and time of birth, and a city and state that matches the same time zone as where you were born, so you won't like dox yourself or whatever. But that's the information I need to know privately or whatever. I won't tell nobody, blah, 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 blah. But I'll do your birth chart. Duh. Blah, 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 blah. Is there a debate you want to pretend to come up with that? Debate if that was actually the real Jesus that I saw too. And the four-faced cherub being, hello, how was that even possible? Like, what was that? What did it mean? What does it mean? I heard that if you saw all the four faces, even the eagle, you can enter the Garden of Eden in the flesh. And so maybe that's what happened. Who knows? And plus, if you see that four-faced cherub being, that means you're so close to God that you're about to see God. You might even disappear. So it protects you from that. And it also is an entryway to Garden of Eden. That's all I know about that. And that's pretty insane. And interesting,
cool. Form of angel. You're talking about different forms, different types of angels.
There is different. The four-faced cherub being is what the insanest thing I've ever seen. But I've also seen other angels with blonde hair, normal ones, and curly hair, and that was cool. Around people who've seen them too at the same time. But the four-faced cherub being, that was insane, right? I just want to know more about that thing. What I can do, why did I see it and stuff. I don't know.
They say there's about 10 different categories of angels, so they all look different.
Yeah.
There's a hierarchy, at least in Catholicism, in some forms of other Christianity, there's 10 different kinds of angels.
What can I do with that? An angel that had just like blonde hair or whatever as a girl, I seen it through this one dude who's a Libra, because I picked up on his passed away wife, who's like this black girl who told me in spirit they didn't have no electricity. They lived in this abandoned house with wooden box or whatever. They would read the Bible, and I read what she showed me is a scripture that she showed me, because that's what her favorite scripture was. In spirit, I could see letters and people writing stuff, and I can read it. And that interesting. And like and the dude was confirming that was her favorite scripture or something. I never read the Bible to read the Bible in spirit, and that was cool too, because the chick was reading the Bible. It was just in her storybook. It's in her movie. Her soul, her spirit came here, and whatever she's done, the memory's there, and I can read it and find it and look at it like it's a movie. And she's black, right? And he's white. And that's what I was telling her, explaining that she had diabetes feet, that they were swollen, but she still wore high heels. And that was true, right? And they played cards. And they smoked and they read the Bible, whatever. And this place with no electricity. And that was all true, like a duplex, whatever. And then I saw this angel disappear, and she goes, I'm going to show you your testimony of God, and you have the good chambers. So she said, I'm going to show you your testimony of God. So she mentioned God, the angel, and she goes, I'm going to show you your testimony of God, and that you have good chambers. I don't know if she's talking about me or whatever. What does you have good chambers might mean? It could mean a lot of things. I don't know. I might as well know. Well, that's what she told me. I could still see her too, because this Libra was lit up a cigarette, and I'm like, please put that out, because I'm trying to do psychic and tell you about how your passed away uncle I picked up on, and your grandpa and your ex-wife and all this stuff. You're not going to put out that cigarette? And he's like, oh, I'm just going to go to bed and just sleep. Smoke this. And he didn't give a fuck. He didn't care. He says, angels are all around. But you never seen Angel, have you? Have you ever seen Angel? No, but they're all around. Well, this is the first time you ever got to have someone see angels through you. What is? He didn't care. But he was confirming all that stuff is true. But he was so stubborn with his stupid cigarette. Like idiots are, and life goes on and on. And I didn't get that recorded, but I got recordings like doing that over the phone with people who don't live, like far, far away, you know what I mean? And I can still see what their house and stuff looks like and stuff. And then I've seen people in person, see vision through in person, and they show me, and I tell them about people that's in their life and what they look like, and I describe all of it, and then they show me pictures of what I just seen in my visions, and that confirms that that's true. And I'm not just listening, of course. And you can't do it by yourself. You have to have confirmation to somebody else. That y'all have the telephone to God. That's it. No matter who you are, it doesn't freaking matter at all. As long as your light is visible to see, where I'm in that state of mind, or something happens where I can see it, then it's happening. And I'm just trying to force that to stay, because everybody has the option to just walk away from each other like idiots when they're glowing, filled with freaking supernatural bullshit. That's just normal. And the spirits can't do nothing anyways. They're just there to communicate with you. And I'm happy to just do it anyways. I can't trust them. Like this angel tried to give me a ball of light. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? I was with this chick who's a Libra. She sees these angels too. And she doesn't tell everybody, because she thinks someone's going to lock her up. Well, you know what? You could tell people that there's angels around you, and you could teach them how to see them for themselves. And then it won't be so crazy anymore. Now would it? How dumb. You know what I mean? I'm going to tell everybody I saw angels around her. Hello. Because you don't see angels every day, but she does. Lame. And she lives in a trailer. And she's like, she has angels around trying to offer me a ball of light. What would you do if that angel tried to offer you a ball of light? I said, what is that? I don't know what it was. It's not telling me what it is. And she goes, oh, I accept those gifts all the time. Go ahead and take it. I'm like, red flag. Also, this angel was jealous. I felt jealousy from it. I don't know how, but I just did. That was even more of a red flag. I'm like, whatever. And then it was like, she had 4 girl angels, and a guy angel was the one I was trying to give me the ball light. I never seen a guy angel until that day. And then there was 3 other girls on the other side, and then Indian spirit, blah, blah, blah. And she sees these things all the time too. And I got to see them around her or whatever. And That's one incident that happened. I said, well, if you accept those gifts all the time, you go ahead and take it, because I don't know what it is. It's not telling me. It could be a virus. It could be something, just a ball of light. Once you take it and it shows you what it is, then it goes back to invisible, and you're back to Earth bullshit, where you worship your nature goddess and your time god or whatever. And then there's a spiritual realm too. You fucking worship it all. Who gives a fuck what you worship? It's not even required. It doesn't matter what you believe in either. A fairy is going to exist whether you like it or not. The fairy is going to be a savage, and it's going to exist. And poverty in the spiritual world, or just bored or something, but it doesn't matter. If it could be haunting Earth in between our realms, and it could still be bored as fuck. Just like family members will haunt their loved ones because there's nothing better to do. And that's the best thing to do too, to be in between worlds and be in the flesh and spirit. That's the best thing ever. So it's better to be in a body than outside and seeing all these crazy creatures and being stuck with all the insanity of that nonsense, when you can just communicate with it safe on Earth in a body. That's literally the truth of it. We're so privileged and we're rats on this earth because we're not being crushed by giants and invaded by other psycho mystical demons and stuff. But I mean, that's our natural language, to be telepathic, like animals. They tell me more things because they show me reincarnation and stuff. I think that's the coolest thing ever, because humans are just dumb as they were in life. They'll be like, oh, tell them I still love them. What do you mean? Tell me how you died. Tell me something that get them to convince them that I'm even talking to your dumbass, stupid human spirits, because that has happened to me before. Isn't that interesting? You're the portal to see spirits. I can't do it myself. Blah, blah. Not everyone's got the light to see through, but once I see through it, maybe I can try it on the people who I thought were not readable, and maybe they could be readable. There was this one dude, I know people I fight with all the time that I've read before. They were psychically readable. I never thought they would be. Plus, they're annoying. We still fight today about stupid stuff, but they were readable before. I don't know. But anyways, yep, that's what I do for everyone.
Show, gentlemen. We're gonna get you a debate. Face-off schedule in tomorrow. Quantum Truth with Suave Boss.
Yeah. Thank you for having me, A1. I gotta step down.
We definitely have a great night. We got to get you rescheduled with that presentation. I got behind, but I'm back on track now. So yeah, I'm gonna talk to you tomorrow.
What would the time be like for you in like times like this, or sometime? What time is good for you?
Midday, not so much. In the early morning, like from 8 to noon, and then late night.
So midday is good or no?
What's best for you?
Well, I'm trying to figure out where I can fit in, because
you want to just call me tomorrow and we'll look at the calendar together and figure it out.
Okay, I could do that.
Amazing. All right. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
All right. I'll be waiting on your call. Have a good night.
Yeah. Have a good night.
Peace.
Peace.
Excited. He's got a presentation showing us some logic equations, I believe, and a few other things that go with his background. Yep, be on the lookout for Roy Chess and his presentation. Real quick word from our sponsors, then we'll be right back.
Oh, it's going down. This Valentine's Day, don't forget roses and chocolates. We're bringing you raw, unfiltered debate action inside the Coliseum of Arguments. In one corner, smooth, fearless, and ready to shake the table. Suave Boss stepping in with the affirmative, daring to defend the claim that white people come from albinos. And across the arena, not just a competitor, but the owner of the league, a battle-tested veteran, the man who built the proving ground itself. Team Titans A1. He's not sitting a recruit. He's stepping in personally to show his warriors how it's done. Pride is on the line. Reputation is on the line. And on February 14th, love takes a backseat to intellectual combat. No scripts, gloves off. Just pressure, facts, and fire. Be there when minds clash and legends speak. The Coliseum of Arguments, Valentine's Day. This is debate warfare.
And that is 7 o'clock Eastern tomorrow night. Make sure you tune in for that Valentine's Day Massacre. I will be painting the room with Suave.
Yeah.
What's going? And then right after that, you two are going to have a face-off. We're going to schedule that tomorrow as well.
Who's that? Me and
you and Suave.
Suave,
him right
okay.
there. Yeah, he said make sure you tune in to the
Suave
debate this
still
weekend.
is he up here?
He was up here. That's who you
That's that he
got the topic. You got a topic.
Yeah, okay. I want to say too, man.
Do a private chat tomorrow so that way we can figure out the time and date for the face-off.
You bet. I want to say again before, I don't know if it's just to be over or if everything done, but man, this was a wonderful experience. I appreciate everybody coming up and having patience with me. I be doing a lot of debating, but it don't be in no arena that people act accordingly. So I'm gonna try to make sure that I bring my
A game,
my A game, and stop being, because like I said, I know this is something I got to work on. I got to stop getting so emotional about the things I say, and if we just don't agree, we just don't agree. Roy Chess, thanks for the questions. That was amazing. Lord Benu, I heard a few of yours. That was cool. Physics, yeah, you on there. You slaying the vampire. And then thanks most to my man's A1, the leader of the Team Titans and the Team Titan argument alley. Motherfucker, I mean, this was an amazing event. Thank you so much.
Titans stand up. Quantum Truth will be entering the Coliseum of Arguments, and he will be setting up a face-off with Suave Boss. So be on the lookout for that, gentlemen. It is going down here at Titans Debate League, Coliseum of Arguments. Doing what we do best, man. Keeping that conversation going. I'm gonna let it go ahead and run. If y'all want to chit chat, man, I ain't doing it. I've been cleaning up for the last hour. I had y'all on the speakers.
Bet. Can I put some questions out there now? Can I ask some questions?
Go ahead, do your thing. You got the floor.
Who all still here? Royce, you taking questions? Lord Benu?
Oh, Roy Chess left. I'm not sure if Lord Benu is passed out over there. I haven't heard from him in a while. Maybe he'll come back. He might just be listening while he's doing something.
I was really just gonna try to see if I couldn't get anybody else's worldview or something like that. I think my man Lord's Benu, I was looking at one of them. Don't he got his own little?
Yeah, he has Umeka and the Benubians. He's got a takeover coming up next week. They're doing a lot of positive stuff in the community. He's going to be bringing Team Umeka, the Benubians, through and hosting a show. So yeah, I'm excited for that one too. Yeah, we got a lot going on over here, man.
That's
a lot going. I wanted you to expound more on quantum onlyism. I think the questions cut you short from really explaining your philosophy.
Yeah, and that's what I say. Like I said, I've been putting this together for a long time. So if we would have started the way we did without no questions, I probably could have got to some good stuff. But that's what it's always going to be, you know what I'm saying? Because you know.
You got the floor right now. Go ahead and explain what you feel like didn't get across and what you want the people to know.
Well, the basic thing that I want people to know is that I'm not putting forth a religion. I'm not asking anybody to come over and start worshiping Father Time and Mother Nature. That's not what this is about. When I made quantum onlyism, like I said, I made it because I believe that we need to be accountable for the actions that we take within existence. Because if we make the most logical, coherent choices in existence, we would know that we have to work with everybody. We was talking earlier about the different races in the history of civilization, or not even civilization, before civilization, but we're here in civilization now. But we talk about the history of mankind and stuff, and we have questions. People have answers. Some of the answers are right, some of them are incoherent. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, whatever, if something been getting you by what you believe, that's fine. I just have an argument that I feel that I see that takes away an intentional existence. And to me, taking away that intention doesn't do anything, because we still have what I call God. Now, it's not a God that you got to worship. All you have to do is recognize time. That way you can work with it. You can know you have to use your time wisely. And then nature ain't made to be worshipped. They just need to be recognized just the same as nature, as time. Why? Because if you recognize the nature of things and you recognize the nature that's in front of you, you can formulate different ideas and different things to help within existence, so we can be for the comfortability of not just me, but my brother man, my fellow man. And that's what it's all going to end up coming to. So when I propose this, I don't propose that. I'm just trying to see if anybody recognize anything. I call them my God, my goddess, because I don't have to answer to anything else in my view. The only thing that I know that I answer to is time and nature. And then when I broke down and I tried to find, I can't find nothing else that can work without time and nature. And so I'm simply going to stand on what I see and what I can prove. And I can prove that time exists. And I can prove that nature exists. A lot of people say that time don't exist. That's a debate. I won't give you my thing. I know that the now is here. And I know that the now is happening. Existence ain't no event that happened and then it stopped. No, event is an ongoing occurrence. Not event, fucking existence. My bad. I lost my word. Existence is an ongoing occurrence. And it's could forever be updating and stand, because for the entire universe to be, it has to sustain itself. And so we have entropy. In some places, we have things going out of existence and stable patterns, or patterns not being stable, and so they don't persist. And then we have other patterns that persist, and they persist for a time. This is the mechanism of infinity and eternity. No, it's not a number. Infinity isn't a number. Infinity is a condition. That's why you can't count infinity. You can't count eternity. These are the mechanisms that's provided by the simple, and I think that's what a lot of people can't adhere to, that is so simple that everybody should seem to me that they should have seen it. Existence is simply because there's time in nature, and everything else is downstream.
Hey, I hear you. You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I was making sure I wasn't muted. Yeah, I definitely hear you. Okay. Well, you heard it here first, folks, only on Coliseum of Arguments. Here at Titans Debate League. Quantum Truth stepped in, held it down, answered all questions. We had a lot of the debaters step up and put his feet to the fire, and we see that he's ready. So we're going to give him a warm Titan welcome to the Coliseum. And be looking forward to seeing him on the big stage here soon, only on Titans Debate League. Yes, it's going. That's what's up, man. I'm happy you had a good show. I'm happy you found a debate. So that way you can go ahead and get paid. Debaters do get paid $50 win, lose, or draw over here at Titans Debate League. The best debate platform on the internet. We got the flyest graphics. We got the best intro songs. We got some of the most fireest debaters.
Hey, can you show that Cash App again? Let me send me a little.
Oh, I got you. I'll go ahead and run that ad one more time. I appreciate you. I got another one. Let's do this one.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. I look in the mirror now.
Yes, make sure you hit that Cash App up, $ Titans Debate League. Send your twos and fews there. We appreciate it. It helps keeps the lights on, you know. And let me go ahead and run one more ad before we get back to you, gentlemen.
In the arena of ideas, words are weapons. Confidence is your armor, and every Titan needs their gear. From the Titans Debate League comes a movement born from energy, faith, and power. Custom debater tees, spiritual wear, and PVO gear guaranteed to uplift your spirit and elevate your mindset. This isn't just fashion, it's identity, it's purpose, it's power. Join the movement, step into the arena. Shop now at ColiseumOfArguments.com and wear what Titans believe in.
And yes, we are looking for interns.
Amazing news! At Titans Debate League is now looking for interns. We are expanding our team and seeking driven individuals who are ready to make an impact. We're on the hunt for talented people to join our marketing team, and charismatic new hosts, and creative minds who can produce amazing content. If you have a positive attitude and are used to winning, because that's what we do here, then we want to hear from you. Join us and contribute to a culture of excellence and success here at Titans Debate League. Email us today, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Where Infinity Gauntlet is a mere toy compared to the intellectual prowess build and destroy the cipher.
These are not just speakers. These are thinkers, forged in fire. Warriors of words stepping into destiny. Welcome to the Coliseum of Arguments, where logic clashes with conviction and ideas spill like blood in the sand. 16 Titans, 16 minds, one path to immortality. They come seeking truth, they fight for redemption, they burn for revenge. Featuring the intellectual elite of the Titans Debate League. Every round a new war, every word a new weapon. Every Titan ready to fall or rise in glory. This is not debate, this is combat. Step into the Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
And back to you, Quantum Truth. Are you there? Are you there? Mic check 1, 2.
Hola. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not getting any sound from you, Quantum. I don't know if you can hear me. You might have to drop down and come back up. But yeah, it was a fire argument alley, man. We had some legends up here tonight, some new up and comers on the rise up here tonight, and none other than Quantum Truth, coming to preach his philosophy of quantum Onlyism, the quantum truth of the only divinity.
You should put a link down in the comments so I can go subscribe to it. We can't find it anywhere.
You're looking. What are you trying to subscribe to? Titans Debate League.
Oh, Quantum's Onlyism. I don't know, and I did subscribe to this. Yes.
Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he has a YouTube. Are you there, Quantum Onlyism? You want to shout out your YouTube so people can go check you out? I know you can.
I typed all the words in that's on the screen, but they didn't come up with anything. So maybe the link would be faster. Give a link into the private chat, and then maybe some moderator can copy and paste it to the comment.
Yeah, if he has one, I'm not familiar with it yet. I didn't think he had one, but if he does, he'll shout it out. Definitely big on helping everybody promo their brands. And you will definitely be able to find them here on Titans Debate League. Make sure you hit that bell so you get a notification every time we go live so you don't miss anything. QT, where you at?
Yeah, I'm here. My bad. I stepped out for a second. My bad.
Okay, they were asking where they could find you on YouTube at.
They was asking what?
Where they could find you on YouTube at.
Right.
I ain't really. Excuse me. You could send your link to your YouTube in the private chat, and then some moderator can put it in the comments, and I'll just copy and paste it to see if I can find it.
All right. I don't have any
videos.
I don't even have any real content on there. If you want to,
you should though. But you should do that. Are you gonna do that eventually?
Yeah, I'm eventually gonna do that. Like I said, I'm waiting on.
I want to subscribe. That sounds cool.
I'm waiting on some things to get back, but I do have a TikTok page where I'll be navigating at the most. You can find me on TikTok. I'll put this. I'll put the link in there.
That's where we linked up at. Yeah, man. We've been taking over TikTok, Titans Debate League. We've been over there getting it in, banging people around on the panels. We are going to be bringing a lot of new faces from over there. I have 8 more people to actually filter through that already have. I don't have them scheduled, but I'm working on the flyers and we're working on getting them scheduled. They are locked and loaded. New, fresh perspectives, new faces. Be on the lookout only here at Titans Debate League. Hey, you hopped on that computer, I see.
That's mine.
Oh, okay.
I want everyone to come to my channel and I do a psychic read on you for free and an astrology birth chart roasting analysis. Catch me outside and experiment and experience. And I got evidence of these experiences is why I want to keep doing it, because it's like, duh. And it's always good for you to know.
Okay, so what, on your page, that's where I'm gonna have to visit you.
Yes, and I'll roast your chart for free and do it for hours and see if I can see visions through your soul and see spirits and visions, anything. It doesn't even have to mean anything. It's just as long as I'm seeing some visions. But the astrology is not psychic, but there is the practice that I want to be doing at the same time is birth chart astrology, analysis, roasting reviews, and then psychic visions can be bonus in that type of stuff. Especially if I could just look at all the elements that you have to work with your vibrations and stuff from your astrology chart and the inclination of what could be happening, for you and you know what I mean, to other people.
Yeah, I feel you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So, yeah. You sound like you got something nice, good going on. I'll see if I can't come over there and let you try your skills out.
Yes, totally. And all the stuff, the information that you have to give me can be private or whatever you choose, because I will not even remember it. I just want to get your birth chart calculated, and I want it to tell you all about it, like literally, because everyone has an individual birth chart. No one else lives it but you. And then I just interpret it and tell you what it means. And I also roast it because, duh, your chart could be so horrible, but it doesn't mean that you are. But it is a side effect that may or may be happening to you or being you know what I mean? Because of the experience with others that I've had with these placements, plus what they mean is so, you know what I mean? Like matches up. Plus spirits have told me they're astrology signs. So I guess I'm not going to waste my time doing astrology birth charts, always for free too. People always want a birth chart or a psychic reading, and sometimes they're not readable, but astrology still is easier to do than a psychic reading. But in the middle of it, I could become psychic sometimes. It's really fun. But yeah, they're two different things. Does that make sense? Like I just did it the other day and it started working and I didn't get it recorded. Isn't that so sad? Here am I trying to prove my psychic abilities and it started working on this chick who's very cooperative and everything. Would do it again if anything, and I'm going to try to ask her to come back on and repeat all those things that I told her in that hours and hours of time that I did not get recorded. That sucks, right? My proof is.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question, Dash?
Ask me all you want. Every one of them.
I see you got psychic in your name, so I know that's part of it. You got the vampire slayer in your name also. You done some vampire slaying?
No, that's just my philosophy is Sarah Michelle Gellar and her movies and her characters. And Buffy the Vampire Slayer is our third God, bitch. Yes. There's God, Jesus, the Holy Spirit, whatever. And then there's also Buffy. Yes. So I just would like to, I'm a Pisces, right? And I have Pallas in Pisces in my 10th house, much of my career, my cameras and whatever I show the public. And it can be spiritual and it's creative. So like that's just the best philosophy you could ever have if you're living in that type of universe, like Buffy's universe, you know, making the right choices, you know what I mean? Like being that good example for other people, like being a hero. That'd be my philosophy. This is the plan if these were our situations. And I think that that is like a wholesome, best way to look at every life and perspective, because there's monsters in the world and there's literally things that could happen that feel like that, you know? It's on Hulu. It's coming up. The new Sunnydale is called Buffy's New Sunnydale. Yes. It's my religion. I can't even afford it. But I have a friend that told me that they had painfully watch this with me because they have Hulu and they're Libra. Isn't that so nice? And I can watch it and feel like, yes, God's, yeah. In that universe. Such a good, that's my religion is Buffy the Vampire Slayer. But the real life truth thing about being psychic and stuff is real, blah, 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 blah. But, you know, my philosophy is just like, you know, movies, art, reality, or whatever resemble each other. And you know what I mean? Does that make any sense, sort of? Like, what would you do if your stupidity of excuses of not letting yourself be doing divine bullshit or whatever because you think that that's just either you're against it or you think it's fake or whatever. But on the shows and the movies will show you, like, if it was real, what would you do and how would you be? Like, you could be good witch or bad witch kind of bullshit, right? And those are just good teachings. Like, to be a good bitch, even if you have to be a witch, if there's no such thing, or is there such thing? Pretend there is, big deal. Have fun with that. But, like, look for the truth and find the truth, and there's evidence that I want to be recorded. And the confirmation and the evidence is through y'all and y'all saying yes or no to whatever I get. What I see is what I get. I cannot choose or help it. I just want to practice it so I can see more. And I do it for free. Like, everybody wishes they could do this. They wait for it till the afterlife, their whole life, wanting to get this stupid thing done. And if you're not going to do it, then it's not going to be done, because I've never been able to do it by myself. I never could have been able to see Jesus without these people that Jesus wanted to talk to. There's no way. Like, what am I supposed to do if I didn't find these people? All these people have things around them that they've seen themselves. They have their own life going on, and they have these things happen every now and then or all the time, and they're not telling people. And I want everyone to be aware of it, and I got to get it on camera and make it happen and show you what's real about it when it becomes real. And like, astrology is just a good tool. I mean, it could have some inclinations of how you can pass away allegedly with your third house, and your 8th house being, the ruler of Scorpio, just like death and transformation. That's part of our body, of our body, our light that was imprinted on that exact time and month, day, and year that you were born. There is a astrologer makeup that everyone has, a little map everyone has. We're not just astrology. It's not the end all be all, and your sun sign is not the end all be all, the 12 signs. And there's also, you got asteroids in your birth chart, which is so fascinating to experience the personality of these people and then go look at their chart and find out, wow, this is what they did. This is what the experience I had with that person, because they do have a vibe. They do have them. People can experience each other. We're not alone when that happens. We can see same things with our same minds and consciousness, and it's real. And communicate with spirits that are around each other that you thought you miss, and you don't have time to look at because they're in your bubble, or listen to someone who can see in your bubble. And some people, like Capricorns, they're afraid of intimacy, they're afraid of crying, and like they get mad at me just because I see someone that they love in spirit around them, and I'm explaining that how they passed away, what they look like, and they start crying and telling me to run because they want to be ridiculously irrational and hurt me or whatever, because they're mad at their emotions about that when they're telling me that it's true, what I'm saying is true, right? I mean, because if it's true, then why are you so mad at me? I can't help it or do anything about it. And I cannot control what they say to me. I can only hope that they can say something not stupid. Like animals, they show me reincarnation, and I'm like, wow, I get to tell this person that they have a dog that has ears that's point up and a long muzzle, and it's like a grayish black dog, and it's so tall and skinny or whatever. And this dog's telling me its name is Michael, and I'm like, who the fuck names their dog Michael? This dude said his dog was named Michael, and the dog told me this. And the dog also told me he was an Aquarius, and I was like, hey Virgo, this because this dude I did this vision, I had visions from was this Virgo, telling him, explaining to him, you know, that I see his dog, right? And I'm getting confirmation through this Virgo guy that his dog is my name Michael, and it's Aquarius because I said, what is it, this dog's birthday? This dog told me it's astrology sign. I want to know for sure. Are you lying to me or whatever? Because I want to know if this is true. When is his birthday? And he said, I said, you know, this dog is Aquarius, and he's like, February 12th is what he said. And I'm like, that's exactly what the dog told me. He's Aquarius, like Abraham Lincoln. But Abraham Lincoln is the Aquarius moon and Capricorn or something like that. I think that's what I looked at his birth chart. But it doesn't mean the dog is, but the dog is Aquarius. And this dude, who's a Virgo, confirmed it. And I said that his name is Michael. And I also said that this little kid that was in his trailer, his backyard that this guy lived in my visions. And the guy in the backyard, little kid in the backyard, was calling this dog Michael Jackson. And he says, oh, my nephew calls the dog Michael Jackson all the time. And I'm like, this is in my visions, and I can hear them. And I'm telling him, one day, someone fed this dog a orange that was peeled, or no, a tangerine that was peeled, not an orange. And it was not an orange, it was not a lemon, it was a tangerine, right? And it was peeled. And the dude fed it to, and it started eating it like it was a garbage disposal. Not all dogs are gonna eat that fruit, but this dog did, and it was a tangerine. Ew, weird. That's weird. In my visions, the dog named Michael that was talking to me telepathically, and it was a freaking Aquarius, the most telepathic sign of all zodiacs. Every time I get a hold of an Aquarius or whatever, it's more telepathic for me to live in, to exist in, to be aware of, and to observe of. We are all just one or some bullshit and consciousness of each other or whatever, and we can feel each other's vibrations and all this bullshit and emotions. Like if you have a certain moon sign that you get close to, you can feel each other's stuff. You can feel vibrations. People cry because someone cries. Someone yawns, someone else yawns. It's contagious because we're all chameleons in the way. And you could just like, you know, ignore it or be in tune with it. And it really just has to rely on each other, because you can't just do it by yourself. You have to do it through other people, that the witnesses and the confirmation that your visions are true or false. Because it's a movie that I see through you, and that's what I just want to see, always for free. That's the practice that's what I have to do. Whether I get rejected or not believed or not, it doesn't make a freaking difference. I can see things through other people, and there's flashes of light that come to me because of them. Those little bitches, y'all are the gift to the seekers that want to know everything. Is you go up to every stranger and you just observe and see the bubble that it tells you everything, and then you follow this Holy Spirit type of bullshit, and it shows you more, like this. I got visions because I'm doing this, but I mean, I guess I lost touch. I don't know what's going on because it hasn't been working as well. But the other day, it basically worked on this one bitch. I didn't get a recorder, remember? And that sucked. So whatever. But back then, in the day, when I got to see Jesus and Four Face Man, I got to do that second reading on about the figuring out reincarnations real through this dog and this bird, and it was like tell that whole story. But a bird told me through this guy who had this dog named Michael, right? It was like a granny bird, I was calling it, because it was green. It was a granny bird, and then this dude had a yellow bird that was always caged up, and it was a boy in my visions, and I was right about this. And the green bird would fly around, and it would ride the dog that Michael, that's an Aquarius, that's showing me these pictures in my mind, and through this person that I don't even know. And I was tired that day, and I was just like, I give up, I'm just bored. And and this dude, I was like, hey, what's your astrology sign? Virgo. I was like, oh really? You know, and then we started working together, and I was doing a psych reading on him, and it started working. And that was what I was seeing, stuff like that. And I saw other people in his life, but the cherry on that reading was that dog talked to me, and the bird talked to me too. And the birds showed me that they were in some kind of tank, in some kind of restaurant looking thing, like some lunch lady room, lunch man room, whatever it was. It was a lunch room cafeteria. That's the words. And I was in a cafeteria, and I'm just telling him this fucking crazy shit because these are my visions, right? Like, I want to know if this shit's real. I'm seeing it, and I'm gonna keep focusing on it because I've been on a roll this so far. So I'm gonna say this too, bitch, because I see it. And then it's like he tells me he used to fucking be volunteering at a homeless shelter, and there was those animals there too, and tanks and stuff. And that's where he got the birds from that was talking to me. Yes, 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 yes. And that's the coolest freaking thing in the whole entire world. It exists, and it exists for me, and it can exist for all of you if you choose this language. If you choose to read into this language, that you can be like a Helen Keller, be a real soul. It doesn't matter who you are. I'll read people without judgment, all this bullshit, because the light is there and it's there to see and it's visible. No matter who you are, you can read different types of people. And there's different creatures and all the stuff that exists in the spiritual world. But we are so safe here in these bodies, and we're safe on this earth because there's no more giants to crush us. There's no more scary demons and dragons existed. I have no clue. I don't read about dragons and I don't care. That's not my style. I'm telling you, I didn't know they existed, but they did to this one guy I talked to. And I was telling some psychic stuff, and he used to live in a Buddhist place, a Buddhist church or whatever. They let him live there or something and be like a janitor or some bullshit. And he didn't really care much about the religion, but he lived there. But I psychically, I was like, hey, I do psychic readings, bitch. And I just, like, they gave me a number, and I called him and I told him that I see that he has a son, and I was right too. And then there was a dragon around the sun. I'm like, what the fuck? And then there's a dragon around you. And then this dragon appeared in front of me, and it was black, and it had all this whole eye socket was just glowing green. And it was the tallest, like a human. And it was just like, I don't know if it even, I don't even know if it had wings. I don't remember right now, but it had like 3 fingers or something like that. I'm not sure right now. But the dude said, oh, and then the only reason why I know this is true and not a hallucination is because the dragon told me its name, and it sounded like an echo when it telepathically talked to me. Everybody else is different. How communications, with my visions and stuff is different. With the way I communicate with spirits that are around you or with you, there's a difference. And it's all the stories inside of you and your aura. This whole thing that's going on that you're not aware about, or you are aware more. Isn't that interesting? But anyways, it's satisfying to get right answers and actually have connection with your mind because you're seeing it, and it's not a hallucination, and it's actually real because the other person's telling you. And then they get to show you pictures of things that you see with your mind when you do something like this. When you get into it with people who are readable, and this stuff happens, because you just try to turn yourself onto this language that you see with your mind, and not everything's going to be right until it's right, and then you stay with those visions that are right, and you stay focused in that place. It's not imagination. When someone tells me their dumb life story, it's a waste of time and it's cheating. I don't want to tell me nothing. I just only tell you yes or no. When I see something that appears, I stay in that vision. I have to surf there with my mind and stay there, balance out listening and seeing with my visions and my mind. That's how you do it.
Hold on 1 second.
One day, Jesus.
Okay. Humble, you should be admin. Try to add yourself up to the stage. I see you down there, but you should be able to pop yourself up. And it's not working. I'm about to pop you up. You there, Humble?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It wouldn't let you pop yourself up?
No, sir. I was just about to ask you, what button would I look for to pop myself up?
I'm about to pop you back down, and then hover your mouse over top of your icon down there. And it should say add to stage. Hover your mouse over your picture. No, it wouldn't let you do it?
Nope. Let me see something real quick.
Sorry, that's like a dash. We tested something out.
Remove from stage. Okay, hold up 1 second, because I can remove myself from the stage.
Remove yourself and then try to pop yourself back up.
All right.
Pop yourself back up. Nope. Damn.
Yeah, nope. I can't.
I just added you back. Okay, let me see something. When you go over to the right, is it showing you media assets?
Media. No, it's showing me. Let me see something real quick. So let me get here. So my settings is showing me my Canva visual effects.
It's not showing you. You not admin there right now. It's saying.
Nah.
Like, did you go through the email?
I see you got the thingy. Hold on one second.
No, you got to go to your email. That's why I asked you for your email, and it sends you a link in your email. You got to go through that link, and then you will be admin from the moment you go through that link. You'll be good unless I.
All right, I'll be right back.
Bet. Sorry about that, Daphne. Go ahead.
Well, whatever's clever. I just want people to come catch me outside and let me experiment and see if I can pick something up from you and tell you about your bird and roast it, because whatever mood I can get in, whenever I do, I'll just go live and be like, hey, who wants a free psychic reading? I just do it always for free because people charge for that bullshit. It's the way for me to get a hold of God and have an experience. Bring me your light. It could work. If it doesn't, then I have to try it on the next person. The next person till it starts working. And then if it starts working on that person, maybe it'll be a little bit more psychic juice to find out another stranger that could work on just as good and get better and better like that, and start from scratch with everyone. And that's what it's like. And life goes on. No one has to care. No one even has to know about it. But I want to tell the world about it because it's so cool and it's real. And apparently I get results, and I want it recorded, evidence, proof, because I'm not wasting my time. It's been so many years of doing it that you can't stop doing it. Why would you want to stop? I mean, it was such a good role, and I got to see all that. I want to do that again, or recreate how it happened, which was going up to strangers and finding out, fucking around with my mind, and finding out through the strangers. Help me, please, find out what these messages want to tell you, because this is only about you. I will search and search. It's always for you, because it's only through you that I see the message that want to be for you. And that's what's good for you. So it's good for me to be a tool to just be that messenger, or whatever I can explain in the clouds of stuff that come from you, which is so amazing, right? With my mind, everyone can do it.
Did you go back through the email, Humble?
Yeah, I went through the email. It looked totally different now. This is interesting.
Yeah, you got see, I got backgrounds for everybody's show over there in the media assets and all of that. I ain't make you a background yet, but I'm gonna do that. Send me a photo again, and I'll make and your logo, and then I'll make a moving background. You see everything, get the moving backgrounds over there.
All right, I had that to you by the morning time, like by the time we all get off of here, and before I go to bed, I have all that to you.
Okay, I'm gonna drop you down and see if you can add yourself back up. You got to go over your picture with the mouse. Were you down there with the bomb squad? And then it should say add to stage.
Add the stage. I got it. Yep. I can add myself.
Yep. That's how you, I ain't take you down.
No, that was me.
Okay. And when people come up on the panel, that's how you bring them up.
Okay. Got you. And so I see them down here at the bottom.
You'll see them down there pop up at the bottom, and it'll make a little noise like boop. Okay. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then that's how, if you're not looking at the screen, you will hear that noise like, oh, somebody popped up. Let me go add them.
Got you.
This your first time working StreamYard?
This is my very first time working StreamYard.
Okay, over here. Let me take this down. Just do a quick tutorial real quick. I ain't tripping. Try to share your screen.
All right, my screen, so I know how to do that much. All right, share screen. What I got over here to share real quick? I know I probably got something over here.
All right, and you on the computer, so you got all the options if you're on the computer.
Oh, yeah.
If you're on the phone, it's limited. So, yep. So you know how to do that. You know how to add people up to the stage. Over there, and go to media assets to the right. It's going to be comments, banners, media assets. If you go, I got them. Yep, you see the sound effects, sounds.
Sound effects. Let me see here.
Under the backgrounds, it should be sounds.
You said under the background should be sounds. Okay. So where we get the media effects at? Private chat, recording, note style, banners.
It should be under banners. It should be comments, banners, media assets.
Got you. Yep. You're absolutely right. Overlay, QR code, video clip recording, loops, backgrounds, and then I go down here. I should get sounds. Okay, so you got the applause.
Go ahead, hit some of them. Yep.
Okay.
There you go. AK-47. There's some stuff over there.
Oh, okay.
Just so when you up here and I ain't up here, you know how to get busy and hold it down for your team.
Right.
Go up a little bit to the backgrounds. Okay, what we got over here? I'm gonna take your screen down so we can see.
Yeah.
Let me unshare your
Hold on 1 second, I got you.
Okay, perfect. Now, go to like 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there you go. You can use that one. Obviously, you wouldn't use like a show one.
Yeah. So,
but it's the blank ones. I'm gonna show you real quick. That's a blank one.
Right.
The Coliseum.
Okay.
You could always use this one too. Spar session.
Spar session is tough.
But for the Titans, this is like a general one that you can use.
Right.
I'm gonna make some more. I'm gonna make one specifically for you in the bomb squad though. So when you pull up, you know it's like this is you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So brand it, and then every time you pull up and do your own show, just stream it to your platform too if you got one, or stream it to the Fire one too.
Right.
And it's a go.
So these things right under the video is the way that we see the layout, right? When people are up here. So like, let me see. So
that's what a couple of them, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So yeah. Okay. Okay. So that's tough. Now, as far as hosting, I'm gonna let you know I'm a very respectful dude. I let everybody get their stuff off. I don't really like, hey, listen, we ask the questions and things like that. That's the last of questions. Is there anything that you want me to personally look out for as hosting a show?
No, I ain't got no ops. I mean, I got people who don't like me, but they not my enemy. I'll never do that. If they want to focus on me and hate me, cool. I can't do that. I'm gonna still promote them. So promote anybody. Anybody's allowed to shout out their platform, their channel, or they got something else coming up at. We don't do no gatekeeping over here.
Right.
We're trying to set the example and lead by example. And hopefully people start looking at all these other platforms that are gatekeeping and trying to block. Like, y'all are weird. Why do y'all keep doing this? So other than that, if people come up here and get disrespectful, try to tell them decorum. That's what I say. Then you hear me say one mic a lot. If people are over talking, I let people get it out though. I usually don't. You see, I've been up here for almost 7 hours. I haven't jumped into the conversation once. I've just been hosting and moderating. I don't use the platform to push my ideology or agenda. Like, I want this to be an open space for everybody. So I hate muting people out and dropping them down for real. I feel like that's censorship. But if people are being disrespectful and stopping the flow of the conversation, that's different. I do want people to be able to have a completely different idea than you, and you shouldn't get mad and mute them for that or drop them down for that. That was happening with. Well, I actually saw you going. I don't even want to say names, but yeah, there was somebody you was going back and forth with specifically today on another channel. That was a host over here that was doing that. He was muting people, kicking them off the channel, being rude. And I'm like, some of these people have degrees. Like, you don't even know who you're talking to. Just because they didn't agree with you, like, now they pseudo and they don't get to talk. Like, but that's not why I made this channel, for the people who didn't have a voice. So I always want everybody, always pass the mic around and make sure everybody gets to say something.
And I
no
do
matter how crazy or off the wall. Go ahead.
I am a warrior in these arenas. Don't take this is not for you, obviously, brother A1, but just for whoever come up here, we getting it in, we having our sparring sessions. Don't take anything. I'll never attack a person character, right? It's always the information. So don't ever take us banging on or sharpening each other skillfully in the ring as me not liking anybody. I know I've got a lot of slack because I'm so passionate. But people like, oh, Humble don't like him. Humble don't like her. And I'm like, nah, man, we just passionate. We in a ring. And this is what we do. We have to give people some entertainment behind all this education. You know what I'm saying? So it's just the passion, y'all. It's just the passion.
That's facts, man. You gotta love it. It's Coliseum arguments. Only the brave speak here. Gotta have tough skin to step into this arena sometimes. I think you're gonna do good though, because you're definitely a humble brother. I don't really see you having no problems. And if you do, we gonna learn and grow together. It's not like I'm gonna call you and chastise you. Like, why did you do that? Like, shit, we gotta make a mistake to learn from it.
Oh yeah.
I ain't even tripping. We gonna figure it out.
And I am one of them brothers that I most definitely learn fast. I am a line on the go type of person. I am not one of them brothers that shy away from confrontation. Definitely when it has something to do with me getting something right. You know what I'm saying? Hey, listen, there's nothing to pull me to the side because you do got some brothers, man. You pull them to the side. Hey, brother, we try to da. Not even trying to correct them. Just, hey, look, we want to try to stay here. We give you the whole pushback.
Yeah, turn up on you.
I'm more militant on my why you see that's the correction. Got you. You see what I'm saying? So
let's go. I'm excited. So be looking forward to Humble going live and hosting some open panels here on this platform, keeping the conversation going for us, being moderator / host. And I'm sure he's going to be hopping in some of those conversations. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He'll be bringing Bomb Squad through. That's for sure.
Because I ain't gonna even lie. I thought he was already part of your team the way he came with the questions. And you're right, you is, Pastor. I can tell you just like me. You don't mean like no harm or nothing, especially if we just sitting here debating and things like that. So shit, I agree with you because I'm like that too. And sometimes but I'm learning because while I am older and I have been through this, my life done always been kind of combative. I did MMA. I grew up with three other brothers, cousins. My hometown, Hobart, is a whole bunch of brothers. I'm like you. I'm combative, but I know where I'll take it. Like, I ain't trying to make no enemies or nothing. If we don't agree, we just don't agree, and we can end that at that.
No, most definitely. And even our sponsor, Seston Quantum, see, people would take me in those settings and be like, oh, Humble don't like the brother Quantum. But I'm like, nah, me and the brother just in a ring building. That's what we do.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, most definitely.
Definitely. And if you aren't already subscribed, make sure you go subscribe on YouTube at Titans Debate League. Again, that's youtube.com/@Titans Debate League.
Bro. Give me 3 seconds. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I think he'll be a good moderator for you, man. I think he's going to be a good moderator for you, especially if that was his first. I don't know if it was his first time coming in or he done been a couple of times, but he was mean on it. I thought he was one of your barbarians.
No, the Barbarians is their own group. Shout out the Bar Reloaded.
Okay. So you got the Titans, the Barbarians, the Bomb Squad.
The Bomb Squad. We got Team Naga. Pseudo Killers is supposed to be doing a weigh-in and bringing their squad over here real soon. So be on the lookout for Unc West and the Pseudo Killers. Who else do we got? And excuse me if I'm forgetting anybody. It's late right now.
Now, do they all argue, like in their different teams, do they all have the same?
No, even inside the teams, they have different worldviews. Like the Barbarians have Hebrews, Christians, atheists, omnists. It's all over. So, same thing with Titans. I am recruiting new Titans. So you have to have a win under your belt in the debate arena to become a Titan.
Man.
So, yep, anybody looking to become a Titan, submit your applications and we'll get to you.
And what about if you got a team? What about if I got some people that debate? They don't have my worldview, of course, but they be having their own little.
Oh yeah, we'll get you a takeover set up, and you can bring the squad through, introduce them, and then we'll get them set up with some $50 debates.
I get that on down the line. I ain't gonna worry about it right now, but I think I got a few people who might. One of them.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about it tomorrow. We're gonna talk about it tomorrow. We're gonna get it lined up.
Yeah, he probably gonna try to be starting his own and stuff. Because we be in, you caught us, me and him, we be in the same line. He be coming in line. He got his own little thing, and I got my own little thing. But we, just like you said, like when people come in there, if we don't have the same thing, because every worldview you see, they're gonna have some similarities in some places and stuff. And so you can argue to a certain point with people. That's what I think was going on here tonight. I'm sure everybody had a bunch of different views when they was asking their questions. I can tell. So, yeah, man, you got something going on real nice here, man. I love this. And like I was saying, Bomb Squad, I think you're going to be a real good moderator, man.
I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you. Yeah, this going to be fun.
Definitely about to be lit. I can't wait to sit in the crowd and watch him do his thing. Like,
hey, listen, I also gotta appreciate you too, brother A1. Man, Unc came through, you know, Unc sat here for about 15-20 minutes. Man hit me in the back check like, oh boy, you doing it big over there, huh? I'm like, listen, man, I told y'all come through. Well, because you know, over there on Signetters, you know, it's they was exposed to my brother Ashe first, and you know, it's just, you know how they see people and they say, okay, well, these brothers coming under you, so they looked at it like that. So he looked at it as all as we was under our brother, but like I had to explain to them over there that, you know, we three juggernauts, you know, just as the brother Quantum was saying, you know, me and my brother Ashe, my brother God Energy, you know, we like Jordan, LeBron, and Magic. You see what I'm saying? We juggernauts on our own. It's just when we come together in the All-Star game, man, I promise it's on something unbelievable.
Mm-hmm. Let's go. I can't wait to get some of them brothers up here in Argument Alley, test their worldviews, and see how they respond to some of these questions under fire. Be on the lookout for that. Yeah, Sarge said he was working or he would have pulled up.
And Bomb Squad, yeah. I know this is a question thing for me, but can you give me a little short summary of what your worldview is, if you don't mind?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I'm more of a naturalistic, right? So I believe in nature, or I understand the concepts of nature. I understand how our ancestors use these concepts of nature, right? When we talk about Ma'at, we talk about Tahuti, we talk about Ray, we talk about Tefnut. I don't see these as gods or anthropomorphic figures. These are literally forces of nature. They're no different than the air, the sun, gravity, order, reciprocity. And when we take that and we live by that, right, we realize that we don't need no Bible. We realize the bees don't need a Bible, the trees don't need a Bible, the birds don't need a Bible. None of these creatures need anything outside of themselves to sustain themselves. We're the only creatures that feel as though we need all of these other things to make us who we are. And so my worldview is that we are a part of life, just like the bees are a part of life. And just how they have a natural way of living, so do we. And we have to get back to that.
So naturally, naturalism. That's right. That's half of my view. That's why you were so big on asking them questions about nature. I see now, because that's half of my view. It just thinking a few days. I done did some analytics, but yeah, okay. Thank you for that.
Oh yeah, most definitely, brother, most definitely. And I'm also big on we was talking philosophy earlier. I'm big on philosophy. I'm big on mysticism. Actually, I gotta give brother A1 a shout out again, because my original name is Humble Mystic, but I shortened it to Humble on here because some people was having trouble saying the mystic part, so I just shortened it to Humble. But my brother A1 is somebody who acknowledged that, and my man really brought it out. He's like, oh yeah, we gotta have you Humble Mystic over here. I was like, all right.
That mystic make them want to come at you when they see that mystic. Make them want to start asking questions. Like, so yeah, we got to put that mystic on there, man. That make the religious people jump out their body. They don't like that mystic.
They is. They coming.
They don't understand.
They coming for quantum too. They be coming.
But the funny thing is, they always want to come for the mystics until we start talking about Aaron, and we start talking about Melchizedek, and we start talking about these characters, and we start asking, well, who are these characters, right? We know Aaron had 12 crystals in his breastplate, but then they turn around and say crystals is demonic. Aaron didn't think so.
Not at all. It's a whole bunch they got the answer for.
Oh yeah.
They be making me laugh. This is just one that I just came up with when they be talking about eating meat. When I tell them when Cain and Abel did their little things to God, I like the smell of that meat. He didn't even care about Cain's fruit.
Yeah. Man, we know he was a war god, and we know he was a storm god. I was talking about the interesting thing about the Hebrew Israelite brothers is they'll get into the Bible all day long. They will not deal with that Babylonian exile. They will not deal with the Assyrian exile. They won't deal with those time periods in history because they understand that what they got in the Bible don't match how their lineage comes through. For those are the ones who like, oh, well, I'm Hebrew by bloodline. I'm Hebrew by bloodline. So it's like, oh, so you saying you a Canaanite?
Right.
No, we ain't Canaanite. We ain't Canaanite. Well, that's where y'all history say y'all started from. Like, that's terrible, man.
And then have you ever read the book of Melchizedek? Yeah, that's a good one. The book I read, I don't know, and like I said, I don't know if a lot of the stuff that I done read is like apocryphal or just some stuff that people made, but I done read different books that just I can see why they would change it. But then I asked the Christians that too. If you know it was going to be changed, because God told you that people was going to change the words because it was going to be people who was going to have to answer for that. So if I know that them words been changed, even just a little bit, how can I even think to myself to believe anything else?
I got a question on the screen here. The question is belief in God rational, or is atheism the more logical position?
It wouldn't matter. I never had to read the Bible to see Jesus, and I didn't have to believe in a four-faced sharing being I never knew existed before for it to exist and appear in front of me and stuff, and that's awesome. And other spirits and creatures and stuff, I never believe in that. I just have to seek it with my spiritual eyes and ears through strangers. And apparently everything exists, even if life goes on and it can still suck. It doesn't make a difference. You just get to encounter what you encounter when you get to encounter, and that's what you see is what you get and what you got, and that's it. And then life goes on, period. Try to read through it.
Yeah.
It's my reality and experience.
Anybody else want to take on the question?
Most definitely. I would say atheism is the more logical position. And the reason I'm going to say this is because when you have a grasped understanding of a concept, or I like to use the word understanding, when you have a grasped understanding of a concept, you no longer need to believe in it. Let me give an example. I was up here earlier talking to Brother Quantum about energy. Because I know energy exists, I don't need to believe in God. Because I know the sun exists, I don't need to believe in the sun. I know it exists. So belief is for people who don't want to be sure of their outcomes. But knowledge, and this is why I tell people, they say, do you believe in God? Nah, right? I transmute my beliefs into knowings. If I can't know it exists, I leave it by the wayside because, there's no certainty. So that means that I can't prove this thing I'm talking about. You see what I'm saying? And so I would say that atheism is the more.
I proved it to myself to make evidence. So there's nothing I could do but prove it to myself through other people, all alone on my own. Nobody taught me, but someone has been psychic on me before, and I figured it out how to do it myself instead of relying on that bitch to be psycho on me, which I loved her, but I lost contact with her, so I had to do it all by myself anyways. In the end, we all have to get the evidence and results by ourselves. Believing doesn't change a damn thing. That's just, and have an excuse not to do it. It's ridiculous too. Like telling yourself, to not believe or disbelieve doesn't make a difference. That's just in the way of doing it itself.
And so one thing I do a lot is I like to demystify a lot of the woo-ism that go on in a lot of these practices, right? So one thing we do is we talk about psychism, we talk about having visions, we talking about, you know, seeing the future, being in the future, doing all these things, right? We have to take a lot of woo-woo or pseudo out of the way we describe these gifts and abilities, right? Because it's actually more simple and more natural than that, right? Energy communicates. All things is a way. Me and Quantum talked about this earlier, right? Awareness, consciousness is a substance. How do we know? We could communicate with it. When you sitting there and you thinking, man, how I'm about to, you know, do a bomb presentation today. What I'm gonna put in the That's all of that is you communicating with the divine, or what we would call the divine, right? The natural essence of all life around you. This ain't no spooky. This is something natural. We see dogs do it. We see giraffes do it. We see bees do it. This ain't nothing spooky that they doing. Is it spooky that bees know how to build a honeycomb without any human intervention? That's not spooky. That's innate within them. That's called life. And so we try to make life spooky when we don't have to. All we got to do is grasp the concepts of it. I land my plane with that, y'all.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'll answer the prompt real quick. I agree with that. If you remember kind of what I was talking about earlier, I was trying to do one thing. So when they say, is the belief in God rational? Traditional belief of a creator God, to me, that's irrational. However, when I think about God in its most basic form, and I say, what is the mission that God really should do besides the intention? And that would be the reason for existence and the thing that sustains existence. To me, when people say God, I believe those are the two functions that they really looking for. All that other gibberish in between, it don't make sense to me. And that's why I re-identified what God should be. God should be whatever sustains, whatever is the reason for and sustains existence. But in my path to try to find that, I found that there's functions and conditions that's going on. There's two of them, time and nature. Therefore, I can't call both of those God because that would violate the law of identity. Therefore, I have to, and functionally, time and nature does all the things that intentional God that they propose is supposed to be in charge of. But how do I know that it's not in charge of time and nature? For the simple fact it would need time and has to have a nature and other nature to create with. Therefore, that belief in God is irrational. However, we still have to identify what is the reason for existence and what sustains it. And that's the reason that I call time God, nature goddess, and existence, because that kills all of the infinite regress.
Now we can most certainly agree on that part right there. For God to exist, God would have to have had a nature. The fact that this being doesn't have a nature of reality attached to it or associated to it, may I say, is what let us know this thing does not exist.
Right. It's like that's the incoherent part of it. When you look at it naturally and logically with function, you see it. You see that it just can't even be possible. While we can imagine it, it can't be actualized.
No, that's a fact. Anybody else want to chime in? So
I'll chime in. Shoot, I usually don't, but I think atheism is the more logical position. I think belief in a God absent of evidence is irrational. I know people are going to say, well, what is evidence to you? And then they're going to say things like this existence that we see as evidence. That's not evidence of a God. The existence is evidence of existence. Nothing more. It doesn't point to something in another dimension that created this. Like that's not what we see evidence of when we see existence. Or even if we look at what do they try to say? Divine design, or you know what I'm trying to say, how they say everything.
Intelligent designer.
Intelligent design. I mean, I think that looking at this and seeing intelligent design is subjective. You know what I'm saying? Some people would say some things aren't as so smart. So that's a subjective thing. I don't know. I do agree that everything is working in cosmic balance for us to be here. But is that coincidence or was that intentional? You can't find that through the study of science. We haven't yet, I should say. And when we do, then we can address that claim and say that God is the more rational position. But as of yet, I don't think so.
No, that's facts. That's facts. And you know, it's so interesting. So Unc earlier was excuse me, talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson. My bad, John. He was talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson. And Neil deGrasse Tyson has a segment about what his thoughts was about aliens coming to the planet Earth. And we know how intelligent we think we are as humans. Well, what if a chlorophyll life came to the planet Earth? How intelligent would you think they would think us to be? Because they will come to Earth and they see us eating lettuce and tomatoes and cucumbers, and mind you, these are people that come from that stock, or these are beings that come from that stock. They'd think we are murderers. They'd think we're mortars. They'd get on their spaceships and leave like, these people, we ain't coming back here. So just as the brother A1 was saying, the scale of how developed life is on this planet is most definitely subjective, because we haven't had anything outside of this planet to compare us to. And I think that's what would make finding life off of this planet so amazing and just so new, because now we'll literally have something other than something natural of Earth to compare us to. And so I agree with Brother A1 right there.
Yep, I agree too. Especially that concept of God just don't fit.
Yeah. And let's be aware that, we know the concept of God changed over time, and this is why I bang on the Bible so hard, because this concept is not our concept. This is why earlier, again, I was on Unc panel, he was talking about African science versus European science. And the issue that I be having with Unc when he just talking about it's just science or it's just religion, or that when we go back to our roots, we know our people wasn't practicing this. They didn't know nothing about a Jesus. They didn't know nothing about a God, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They didn't know nothing about that. You see what I'm saying? Because that didn't come from our people. When we go study our people, right, they got a guy by the name of Herodotus, who they call a father of medicine, right? And if we stay in mainstream medicine, that's who we would know as the father of medicine.
What's that name again? What you say that name was? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
His name is Herodotus. Herodotus.
I think I'd have heard about him before.
Mm-hmm. But when we study him, guess what he say? He say the father of medicine, or he say he is the child of Imhotep, who was considered the real father of medicine, who came 2,000 years before he did, who's an African man, a man that lived in Kemet. So if we keep going to mainstream science, this is why I gotta give my man Unc some pushback, because if we keep going to mainstream science, we're gonna keep getting pointed to people who don't look like us. It's only when we do our own due diligence to go research these things do we find out that we got the first physician on the planet. We got the first surgeons on the planet. We got the first mathematicians on the planet. We got the first college professors and things of that nature on the planet. It ain't until we start studying who we are till we start finding those things out. And then people like to discredit that and say that's pseudo because the white Egyptologists or the white Africanologists, as we like to say, those people over there who like to study the land of Africa, saying something different. But they don't understand it. They're coming from a Western European mindset. You can't study an Eastern religion with a Western European mindset. You're going to displace it every time. And then you get mad at the people who's coming putting it back in its proper context. That don't make no sense, man.
Right.
You know?
And that's why I changed my concept of God. I went back to that basic God. Whatever is the reason for existence and what sustains it to me, it's the only divinity. That's why I call it the quantum truth of the only divinity. The only divinity is whatever is the reason for existence and what sustains it, nothing else.
Mm-hmm. And you know, it's so interesting when you start studying cultures, right? So a lot of people have the impression that I only study African culture. They don't understand that I study a lot of different cultures. And the reason I study cultures for this reason that we're talking about now, this concept of God, right? This concept of primordial, omniscient energy, right? You know, you got some people that call it chi, prana, you know, tachyon energy, right? You got some people that call it the Tao, the Tao Te Ching, right? So when you study these things and you study what they're speaking about these systems and functions, you realize all of these people are talking about the exact same thing. They're just putting it in their own viewpoint.
Mm-hmm.
But they're all talking about the very substance that sustain all life.
Right. That's what they try to describe, that they keep on.
Go ahead, brother. My apologies.
No, that's what I was just gonna say. That's what they keep trying to describe, that they keep putting in a skin. And they give intention instead of just saying, you know what, I don't need that intention, because that intention is that God they're looking for. And you don't even have to put that intention there in that function of what time and nature does, or what you say is nature. Because when you say nature, you talking about the functions of time. So I understand what you were saying earlier. But that's the same thing that they trying to describe. They just put an extra layer on it when they're giving it intention and saying creation.
Exactly. And it's so interesting, brother, because you said you say something called form, right? I use the word manifestation. And so the reason I use the word manifestation is because I realized that description or that definition fits the experience that I witnessed on the planet better than the word creation.
Right. And that's why I say
creation, we're meaning to create something new, to bring into being something new. But when we're witnessing manifestation, we're witnessing being, right, manifest from one level of existence to another. When we plant a seed in the ground, right, we're literally observing that seed transmute from something basic in structure to something complex in nature. So that's manifestation, right? And we even go through it in our lives. See, this is what I'm talking about. Now we're demystifying the spookism. Because we manifest in our daily lives. Things grow. We watch it. We have children, right? Some of us go to college, right? Some of us are in the video games. We see the progression there. See, we see these things in our life all the time. It's only on Sunday do we choose to spookify everything that goes on in our life.
And that's I agree with that too. It's like you said, I say form and structure, constraint, but you mean the same thing when you say manifest, because what we both know is that everything that's in existence has always been here. And so I say existence is a morphogenic process. When I say that existence is ongoing, It's morphogenesis. If you look at it, that's the thing that you say, we see it every day. If you think about a baby in a mama's room, you got that sperm and you got that egg. They do the first thing. When that sperm hit that egg automatically goes into a process that blocks all the other sperm from going in there. That's what I talk about when I say proto-recognition and proto-awareness. The things that it does to be. That vector to be is that thing that they're trying to say is intention. It ain't intention, it's just to be. That's what everything is. When you was talking about the birds and the bees earlier, they just know that they need to be for as long as they can, because this is the opportunity that's been provided when you get here. So what else should you do and try to find but be? And so with that being said, and that's why I say it's morphogenic, because earlier, if you remember, when I was doing my little old alley, a person asked me.
Private chat. Go ahead, though. You got the floor, Connor.
A person asked me about what was time and nature doing, how was they for? And I said that time and nature has always been in different phases, states, and forms. That's morphogenesis. Just like you as a sperm go to the egg and then you morph into a zygote, I think is the next, then an embryo, then a baby. Like morphogenesis is shown through the entire existence of what we see, like you said. And this is what we see. So I'm going with formation instead of creation. And that knocks off all of that.
Brother, go ahead, you good.
And that knocks off all of that.
Okay. Yeah, and that's facts, right? So we was talking about the difference between the brain and the mind, right? Let's get into this real quick. So you was talking about the sperm and the egg, right? Well, when we're dealing with the sperm coming from the male, we don't understand that. Again, let's get back onto that birth. Let's get back to that baby. All births are thought formed first. Why? How we know this? We know this because we know the sperm come down from the brain, come down the tube, come down your spinal column, come out your go right up in the lady, right? Damn. Now, when on the moment of conception, right, there's a spark. Science have proved this, that there's light. Scientists call this the first light. And sometimes they equate this first light to the Big Bang, which means what they are saying in their terms is this is the first light of the universe. And so we have to understand that as above, so below, as within, so without. So when we looking at it like that, we know that when you looking at, we was talking about atoms earlier, right? Number one, I'm gonna give y'all a little hint real quick. Physics got the atomic structure wrong. So when y'all go study the atomic structure, y'all realize how, it's not made of particles and things, is made of actual strings.
Yes.
Functions and waves. Right. This is why earlier I said, well, energy. See, here's the thing. We was talking about this earlier, right? The presupposition to what we call creation or manifestation or formation, right? The presupposition have to be energy. Now, why I keep saying this? I keep saying this because we can say all of these other things was whatever word we want to put, but energy was always here. There was nothing that created that. So now how do we get to a point in reality where we have something that was never created? What do we do? That really breaks our brain for real. It breaks our frame of relativity on what life is. Because when we see life, we always see life coming into being. Now we have this aspect of life that's in everything. But this aspect of life never came into being. And it will never go out of being. But from our everyday perspective, everybody on this panel, from our everyday perspective, we witness birth and transition on an everyday cycle, 24/7, 365 days out the year.
Fact.
Somebody is transitioning, something is transitioning, something is turning from a tree to a log, getting cut down. It's all a cycle.
All a cycle. And that's why I say that's why I said atheism, naturalism, they all on the same thing I'm on. My only other thing is that mechanism to be, which is caused by the interaction of time and nature. And they had to be in different phases and forms, just like we talking about the sperm and the egg. That's why I say, and when you was talking about it earlier, as above, so below, as within. And that's why I say it's the fractal. It's the fractals that interaction of time and nature do. We see it with our father and our mother. That's why I call them father time and mother nature, because I see it with my father and my mother, and then I see what time and nature provides is existence. What my mother and my father provided was an existence within existence, which is me. I'm talking about, so, and that's why I told you earlier, I don't know if I said it in the US and stuff, I propose some scientific theories about the soul, and where to look for it at within a quark and a quanta that's moving around just like time and nature. Because if I know that time and nature has always been, and then they came to what they say is the Big Bang, which is actually just the observable universe, because it could break down into fractals of what it was doing and sustain itself, then I know that's the same mechanism that's going on within me that's making me be right now. There's a quark, which is nature, and there's a quantum, which is the smallest thing of energy that you talk about. And they generate the mind, they generate the body, and this is what we use. We use the mind as a software to control the body, which is the hardware. There we go, right there. Just time, nature, and existence. And like you said, as above, so below, as within, so without. And we see it right here every day. For some reason, that's why I say, I don't know if I'm gonna stick with it. That's why I say I can't not call Father Time and Mother Nature my God and my goddess functionally.
Now, here's if I may, brother, watch this. Here's the importance of being a practitioner of life, because I'm able to step out of the academic realm and grasp the concepts that you're talking about, right? Although I may have other terminologies for them, right?
Correct.
I consider mind, body, spirit, right? I understand that we are spiritual divine beings having a divine human experience. We're not human beings having a spiritual experience. No. It's the other way around. And so once we understand that the same thing that's in us substance-wise, it's the same thing that's out there substance-wise, then there's nothing else. Me personally, I might say for a scholastic purpose, I might say mind, body, and energy. But energy and the spirit is not different things. They're the same thing. The ocean and this bottle of water in the ocean are the same thing. It's just the water in here is in a bottle and the water out there is uncontained. So that's how that's the proper way of looking at energy and spirit. We don't look at energy and spirit as something different. Energy is spirit. It's just that this vessel has energy, and out in the ether, there's energy. And so we see that energy emerged. We was talking about emergence earlier, right? When we observe life and we observe the function of energy, because that's all we really observing is the function of the rapid vibratorial change of energy. That's all.
The work. The work.
So when we observing this, right? What we are really observing is life emerging in different facets.
Yes.
It's all life. It's just emerging in different facets. And that's what happened when we have something called environmental conditioning. Right? If you take a apple seed and you go to the mountain of the Himalayas and you grow that apple seed, and then you take another that apple seed, you go to Florida and you grow the apple seed. Both are going to grow an apple. They might have slightly different traits and they might come up slightly different colors and things of that nature, but that's because of the environment and the soil that had an influence on it. See, we have to understand that I'm gonna use the word influence for academic purposes. But in other words, we also could use the word manipulation, right? So everything has an influence on everything else.
Right. And it has to, because if you don't recognize what is around you and in front of you, especially in your immediate environment, then you ain't gonna have any coherent thoughts or anything. So that's why I was talking about time and nature. And where you was talking about that mechanism of how it breaks down, that's the same thing. I applaud you for being able to step outside and understand exactly what I'm talking about, because that's what I see, even though we calling it different things. Because to me, that energy that you see in the spirit, I believe it's only one spirit, and that's the spirit of the universe, that thing called space. The reason I say that is because of this right here. Our souls is the small version, the micro version of the spirit, the only spirit, because the universe is the only of its kind. And so when we detach from this body, we travel the spirit of the universe to the end to drop off our experience. This is why it seems that things are popping in and out of existence. Those are just possibilities to make existence better, because we take our experiences to the end of the universe. This is the vector to be that I was talking about. I don't like talking about this a lot, but I can talk about it with you because I know you understand what I'm saying. Right. And that's where the soul is, and that's the spirit. The only spirit is the spirit of the universe. We are micro versions, and that's the soul. We travel the spirit for our purpose, or what I say our vector to be, but you can say our purpose.
In other words, if I'm allowed to break it down, there's a such thing as dimensions. Right? We talk about them here and there. I don't know if a lot of people study them and get into them like I do, but I could see the brother Quantum does, right? But when we're dealing with dimensions, right? These are the cosmos that we are traveling from, right? What I was saying earlier, as above, so below, as within, so without, right? So just like there's this, just like this dimension have a plane of existence. There's higher planes of existence. There's lower planes of existence. Now, the plane of existence you choose to go to is the plane of existence you choose to attract. See, here's the thing. Things don't happen to us. Mind y'all, earlier I was talking about everything have an influence on everything else. Things don't happen to us, we attract them. And so when we sleep and we have a nightmare, I had a nightmare. No, you didn't have a nightmare. You attracted negative energy while you were unconscious in this realm and conscious in another one. See, the difference between this realm and that realm is whatever we think about happen instantaneously. Right here, we think about something, but just like Quantum keep pointing out, we are hindered by time. So we have to go through the cycles of time, no matter how much we think about it, right? Is it going to manifest? The more you think about it, but we are hindered by time. In that realm, there is no hindrance by time. Whatever you think about manifests instantaneously. So again, when y'all go, y'all had these dreams and things of that nature, and y'all have nightmares, and that's because, all right, most definitely, brother, we sitting here still chopping it up.
We hear.
But when you had a nightmare, that's because you attracted negative things. You was thinking about negative things. So the goal is to reappropriate your situational awareness so that you only align with things that are beneficial with you.
Right.
No matter what.
That no doubt. That's it right there. If you align with the purpose to be of time and nature and try to be comfortable without impeding on anybody else's comfortability, you great. Like we'll be great.
It doesn't matter what system you follow and how high you get or, how spiritual you are. As long as you're following something that benefits you, that put you and your surrounding members in a better position. Right. That's why I gotta keep pointing this out. That's why I gotta keep giving Unc some pushback, man. Because it's brothers out here that look like us, that want us to forget about what happened to us. Mm-hmm. They want us to forget about what we're going through today. They want us to forget about what we was going through yesterday. And they want to just say, well, let's move on to tomorrow, man. That ain't about nothing. No, that is about something. Because we got people that died for that. Or unalived. I apologize, y'all. But we got people who was unalive for that, man. And we need to make that be. And it's Black History Month. Man. Did I not mention? And it's Black History Month, man. We can't be out here talking about, man, we don't want to follow the ancestors on Black History Month. So these are things that as individuals we have to think about, but also as a collective, we have to come to the table and actually talk about, is these things important, which I will argue these things are very important. Mm-hmm. The way another society, let's take race, because I know a lot of people talking about race, and let's take race out of it. Let's just talk about society. We are a melanated society. The way other societies look at the melanated society is important to me. The reason is because when I go out here to get a job, or when I go out here to meet with a CEO, or when I go out here to do whatever I'm going out here to do, their outlook is going to determine if they want to work with me or not. I don't know if y'all ever experienced this at y'all workplaces, but I've most definitely experienced discrimination, racial discrimination at my workplace. Right? Oh, you can't come, got a belt that say Black Power. You can't come in here with that belt on. He an Italian dude. So you don't want me to be proud of who I am because you are not proud of who you are. You're not good with who expressing who you are, so you don't want me to express who I am? That's crazy. So we gotta, man, listen, we gotta keep drawing attention to that. And until and people be asking, when is enough enough? Enough is enough when we get our due. And I ain't strictly talking about money, reparations, or things of that nature. Nah. I'm talking about when my man Terrence Howard can come out here with 97 patents and let the world know that I invented transgenital flight. And instead of everybody writing them off like they crazy, right? He get a fair opportunity like Elon Musk. Who was Elon Musk before he started SpaceX? Nobody. We don't know this man. This man came out, oh, I'm going to put share stocks and this and that. And now this man can go to Mars anytime he wants. But here we got a brilliant mind and a man by the name of Terrence Howard. We seen this man on movies on a big screen. Hustle and Flow. Come on now. Y'all got to remember Hustle and Flow. And then this man come out and say, bro, I used this pattern, which we all know the Flower of Life. If you're not studied in the Flower of Life, please do your due diligence and get studied in the pattern of the Flower of Life, right? Yes. Everything this brother is talking about, everything I'm talking about, when we're talking about putting this on paper and seeing it unfold in front of your eyes, that's what this pattern does. Everything in existence, this comes from this pattern. Just how I say all science and mathematics come from Africa, right? Every musical note, every light wave, every geometric structure come out of this pattern. Now I know people gonna try to come and, oh well, that's that pseudoscience and da 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 da. Well, go ask the people that study physics. Go ask the people that's in algebra. Go ask the people that study geometry. Go ask the professors in geometry that are literally writing or reconstructing universes with a simple equation. And what do the simple equation do? The simple equation just makes circles. Spirals. There you go. So I would, encourage people to go do their due diligence on the tree of life. You know, that's go ahead, brother. Go ahead, get it in there, Quantum.
Yeah, sure. You landed that was right, especially that flower of life and the tree of life. Have you ever seen that? You were talking about dimensions a while ago. We kind of got the same thing. My dimensions to me come in the perception of what size you is. Earlier, I was talking to somebody and they was talking about how universes look like they out of order. And I told them it's just that scale. If we could look at it at a different scale, I guarantee you it wouldn't be chaos the way that he's thinking it is. It's just all in the different dimensions of your perception when it comes to that. Have you seen that flower of life in a 3D perception?
Yeah.
That motherfucker is amazing, man.
Yeah.
I'm talking about you can't beat it and you see. And that's why I say that, and that's why I have that mechanism of time and nature, because I see for that flower to do like it did, those things that like needed time to form those patterns so everything else can lay up on that pattern. This is that mechanism of proto-recognition and awareness that I be talking about. And I'm gonna have to get it more. It's that vector to be that I say downstream, our consciousness and the way that we interact with nature in this form is just a different, like you said, a different emergence of the universe recognizing itself. That's all we are. We just a different pattern, recognize another stable pattern. So with me knowing that, and like you said, the flower of life, that's all you got to do. And I think, like I said, I know we have the same views. I think the only thing, and I think you noticed it too, is I put a category for time in there, because if I don't, it'll change. Like I said, the identity property when it comes to time, and then also it does a different job than nature. It's like that's why I say they co-present at all times. If there's time somewhere, there's definitely nature. If there's nature somewhere, there's definitely time, and you can't do with that, because this is what I do know. Time is the evidence of nature. Nature is the evidence of time. How is that possible? It's because of the structure or whatever nature provides. As it changes, it's using that mechanism that is provided by time. So therefore, time and nature, and that's why I say, and like you said it earlier, that even that idea of God that they proposed, while it was good at some time, I think it was simply the people who was trying to portray what they were trying to explain just didn't have the right mechanisms and the right words to say. So they personified the things that was going on because that was easier for them. I don't think they did it on purpose. Now, later on down the line, when people started seeing that they could use it for power, oh yeah, they definitely formed it into a power mechanism. Like you were saying, when you go back to the beginning of what we was trying to find out when we was looking for that thing that they call God, that condition, that mechanism, that substance, that whatever, you know what I'm saying, it was that thing that we said, the reason for existence and what sustains existence. And so we must find that. And then, like I said, in my view, found that I know atheists don't like to say it, but I found the same thing they did. It's just I identify those things as God and Goddess because nothing can do without those things. And that's the mechanism of being, of existing. You need the mechanism. So.
And so, even on that notion, right? I know you use time and nature. I myself would say time and space or space-time. And we understand that those are relativistic with one another, right? You can't have space without time. You can't have time without space, right? Another interesting fact about that is wherever there is time, space is expanding.
Right. It has no other choice.
You know, it's hold on one sec. I think I just got what's going on? Is he up here? I don't think. Hey, A1, you know Jose Francis?
Yeah, Jose good.
Okay.
I wanted to see what you was gonna do. That's why I let you.
What up, Jose?
What's up?
What up, Jose?
What's
How
up?
you doing, brother? You want to answer to the conversation?
Are you aware that the flower of life was discovered in ancient Kemet?
Of course, brother. Of course.
And I know you would be aware that they had an astronomical ceiling that was blasted out and taken by The man that they say, what's his name? The little French dude, Napoleon.
Napoleon, yeah.
And if you, and I don't know where you're living, but if you ever get a chance to go to the Metropolitan Museum, they have what they call a sarcophagus of the last Kemetic priest that has all sort of astrology engraved in it.
Right.
If you ever get an opportunity to pass through New York, you must let one of them brothers, either Jabari or Reggie, give you a tour of the Metropolitan Museum.
Almost.
They have a very nice Kemetic section. They have a lot of shopping and all of these things. So if you ever get a chance to pass through, you must go to the Metropolitan Museum and make sure you get a nice guy, maybe Reggie or Jabari.
Most definitely. That's one of my goals, man. That's one of my goals over there is to actually be able to go down there on a tour, to a Metropolitan Museum. I actually was just watching Brother Jabari talk about a tour that him and a group of people was doing this year. That's not one of my goals, man. I want to be on one of them tours in Kemet. I actually want to go to the museums and see what they're talking about, Right now, and I classify myself as a researcher, but to evolve into my scholastic, self, I want to be someone who actually had boots on the ground, who actually went and seen for myself. Me researching about this stuff is amazing, but I'm realizing now that I gotta go see this stuff.
And you see, you have a group that you can pool your finances, learn the language, go on tour, and do these different things together. You need to encourage some of the old heads.
You, Harris. We appreciate you. If I can really fast, I just want to shout out the comment. It say, Harris Duncan, this is much needed, valuable information. Fire, fire, fire. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Just like my brother A1 said, hey, we thrive off of your support. We thrive off of you watching. I know because I was once a viewer who was wishing I can get up here. Now I'm up here, man. And in reality, a dream has literally came true. That's so crazy. But I appreciate Brother A1.
You had to jump in the ring, huh? You had to get some debates.
Oh, that's what I'm here for. Listen, I told A1 that's what I'm here for.
And you need to, and what you should do, you need to challenge A1 to a debate, man.
I got a debate coming up actually Saturday. I'm gonna run the ad for that real quick. And I got a debate for you, Humble. I just hadn't been able to talk to you about it. So later today we gonna build on that. It's somebody you was calling out actually. About to make that happen over here.
What is it? What is your debate topic, A1?
My debate topic? Oh, here you go.
Oh, it's going down. This Valentine's Day, don't forget roses and chocolates. We're bringing you raw, unfiltered debate action inside the Coliseum of Arguments. In one corner, smooth, fearless, and ready to shake the table. Suave boss stepping in with the affirmative, daring to defend the claim that white people come from albinos. And across the arena, not just a competitor, but the owner of the league, a battle-tested veteran, the man who built the proving ground itself. Team Titans A1. He's not sending a recruit. He's stepping in personally to show his warriors how it's done. Pride is on the line. Reputation is on the line. And on February 14th, love takes a backseat to intellectual combat. No scripts, gloves off. Just pressure, facts, and fire. Be there when minds clash and legends speak. The Coliseum of Arguments. Valentine's Day. This is debate warfare.
7 p.m. tomorrow, Saturday, Valentine's Day. Me and Suave will be stepping into the arena. The topic is, did white people come from albinos? I will be taking the negative. Suave boss will be showing up to prove that they did. And this is one you are not going to want to miss, people. Definitely one that's going to have the stand shaking. And we do have a super chat. Fire signs from Harris Duncan. Appreciate you, big dog.
Yeah.
Let's go.
We got y'all, brother. We got y'all. Shout out to Titans Debate League. I can't wait to see it, man. I know it's going to be a good one.
Shout out. Shout out.
Back to you, Joe.
Also, I just want to let Brother A1 know that on a platform over on Bigo, I will be promoting. You know, I will be letting people know, come on through, come watch, come support. And so, you know, it's gonna be more than people that's just over here coming through. So this might be a big one, y'all.
I can't wait. I know it's gonna be good. When I first met my man's A1, he seen some talent in another little live that I be going in debating with this guy. And then we sat there and started talking. I could just tell, I just knew he was knowledgeable about everything. And I can't wait to see this debate, man, to see, because I know it's gonna be good.
You know, I'll be on these panels holding back. So when you see me, I was being nice. I wasn't trying to go in on them. I don't want to scare the people off by like just telling them, hey, you dead wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like I slowly try to walk them into seeing that their logic is flawed and point it out, because I don't want to shatter anybody's paradigm. Like,
man, and that's
a lot of people are using these systems to get themselves a sense of identity. Sometimes it's a patch where mental health and therapy may be needed. So I'll be slow to peel back the layers when explaining a lot of this stuff.
Oh yeah.
And then when you was in that chat too, I heard how you was like getting his points and just you know what I'm saying? What they call it? Begging his pardon and letting him get it out. So I know what you're saying. I can't wait to see it tomorrow. It's gonna be real good, especially if they come in with the questions like they was coming at me tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, he might not be in the league too long, but we're gonna see, because it might be some shit that he got hidden that he ain't showed to me. And that's all I'm saying anyway, because I ain't supposed to get up here to do none of that. He got his own time. Shit, but y'all got the right mechanism to see if you talking junk or if you can back, like you say, can you back up what you talking about? I'm talking about. And if the wrong person get in the chat, it don't even have to be nobody that's from the debate league or something like that. If the right person get in that chat and you get to asking you questions, you gon' folly.
Definitely gonna folly. And I look at it like sales. In sales, they taught me, you know, you got 2 ears and 1 mouth. Listen twice as much as you talk. A person is going to tell you how to sell them if you listen. So I look at it the same way in debate. If I let a person talk long enough, I'm going to see all the kinks and holes in their armor. Mm-hmm. I don't have to be in a rush to nitpick every single point. Sometimes I give a person the floor, give them a couple minutes. Like they're going to put their foot in their mouth several times. Man, I'm diligent enough to listen and be patient and not jump on it as soon as I hear it. He may expound and make it even worse. But a lot of people be so ready to get in there and swing their sword that they don't know sometimes it's about defense. Sometimes it's about pacing yourself, getting your heart rate down. Like, it's not always about being in here just swinging and trying to go for the kill shot. Like,
it's so funny because we got a word on the screen, logical, right? It's about understanding the logic in one's position, right? Even if y'all are at odds, it's about understanding where that person may be coming from, right? And that's what being a high level intellect is all about. You're able to go up and down the ladder. You might meet some brilliant brothers and sisters, right, who are more brilliant than you, but you know what to do in those positions. You yield the position. But then when you're dealing with someone that you know you are a higher level then you come down the ladder and you get in a position. But a lot of people like to be bullies too, man, and that ain't cool either. I was talking earlier about scholarship, and man, we can't be up here calling ourselves scholars and then keep showing the people AI overviews, Wikipedia articles. Man, where the books at? Now, I don't mind if we, like we was doing earlier, we doing a quick Q&A. Everybody should have chat, some type of chat GBT or some type of co-pilot on their laptop where they could pop it up real quick and, all right, what you say, there's nothing wrong with that. But when you are doing presentations and you literally are going to a wiki article to try to prove your point, it's nah, man. because we all know that wiki articles can be edited. So how I know you didn't rewrite that before you showed that to us? You see what I'm saying? So we gotta be careful when we get these people scholarship, you know. And AI, let me also say this: AI is not a source. AI is a tool that give you sources. So you can read something from AI and it can give you accurate information. But after all you gotta put in is, can you list me some academic sources that support this claim? And instead of just giving you information, it'll give you a list of people that are credentially academic. Hold on one second. Oh, all right. What up? Who that is?
We got Pan the Barbarian to the stage. Currently 2-0 over here on Titans Debate League. Just took the win against Hemi for the debate topic, which is more consistent with science and philosophy, atheism, or Christianity. So salute to him, undefeated on Titans Debate League.
Shit,
How you feeling today? How you feeling today, Pan? You're muted. Okay, he may be getting his audio together. Sometimes it takes.
No, my bad. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Check one. Yeah. Good morning, gentlemen. Super Pan Man, wild as the Taliban. You feel me? Hey!
What up?
Chillin', I heard y'all talking about bullies and shit, so I figured I might as well just jump on and say hi. Nothing, I was really just listening, and I was like, fuck, let me just check up. This is really, that's it.
Well, since we got you up here, let me get you to go ahead and take on the prompt on the screen. Is belief in God rational, or is atheism the more logical position? Answer yes, no, and expound on why you think that.
Actually, to me, I think that's two different questions.
Okay, explain.
So, taking the second one, I do personally obviously think that atheism is a more logical position. I'm not saying it's necessarily, though, irrational for somebody to believe in a God. You know what I mean? My issue with people's belief in God is when it infringes on others' lives, right? So it could be rational for an individual to do that and it have certain benefits for them. But to me, atheism is still more logical. You feel me? So it's sort of two questions to me.
I see that. Because it all depends on when we talk about a belief in a rational God, or is belief itself, is it rational to believe in God itself? Is a thing. And some people might agree with that, some people might disagree with that. You see what I'm saying? So
I mean, because the obvious question, and my favorite question to go to is, because obviously the question would be then which God, right? And then you have to get into finding out which one you actually believe in, which is the most rational, and which fits you the most. And there's a lot of pieces to that puzzle. Just saying you believe in a God or a higher power is not quite serving the purpose of an afterlife, or even a purpose of a so-called purpose of life here on earth. You see what I'm saying? So everything is a pursuit of truth, I think. And if people are earnestly and honestly pursuing truth, you know what I'm saying, you got to respect it. But if they just sitting in it, just trying to act like they're better than people, that's a problem.
That's facts. And that's why I be banging on biblical believers who say they not Christians too. Don't be trying to take their book and then say you not reading every word out of their book. You a Christian,
Amen.
man.
Amen. I just trying to say, because listen, bro. When you sit up here talking, I had a debate against Cassell. His whole position was coming from the Torah. He's trying to act like he wasn't a Hebrew. Like, bro, what are you doing?
So can I ask y'all something as atheists? So since we look at that concept of the idea of the traditional God, the biblical God, like we was talking about, and we've found that idea of God is incoherent. We don't agree with that, right? But then we still ask ourselves, are we still going to look for the reason for existence and what sustains it? Because that's the function of what that word God really means without anything else. So I guess what I'm asking is, once you look like you naturalism is your thing. So nature is a real big part, and y'all identify. But you don't. Is that where you stop at? Does it not deserve any reverence when it is doing the job that you was looking for?
Well, for me, here's the thing, when I left Christianity, I immediately hopped on the Nile Valley civilization joint. You feel me? And then after a while, I got into the roots of my maternal side. And one thing I found out about Nile Valley civilization and the Blackfoot Native American Confederacy is they were both natural people, and they had ways to describe what we would call creation or what brings forth existence, right? That's why I think I was on, I'm not sure if I was over here, if I was over on panel, and I was talking about Shu and Gab and Nut and Tough Nut and Ray and Ma'at, and these aren't just like people look at these from a Western viewpoint and look at them and be like, oh, well, these are gods. No, these are literally the forces that make up what we call reality. And when you look in science and you see science talk about the strong nuclear force, the weak nuclear force, vibration, gravity, and all of this, you see they're talking about the exact same things. Mm-hmm. So when I'm going back and I'm looking at my roots, and then when I go to the Native American roots with the Blackfoot Native Americans, you see they also have words to describe natural forces for water and air and the cosmos and stars. You see they talking about this. Mm-hmm. So my thing is, why keep reading this when my lineage is giving me a more accurate version of how being or how existence came into being? I'm gonna land there. I want to know, brother A1. Let's get to the new host. Let's get to the new guest, y'all.
Oh yeah.
You the new host. What you talking about?
Let's get it. Is that Hercules? Hey, I know Hercules. What's up, Hercules?
Hey, what's going on, man?
What up, my guy? How you doing?
As much as early as a mug. Y'all just joint early as a mug, yeah.
Hey man, this is just another Tuesday for me, man. I do this all day, every day. I'm just on a different platform.
I was coming on to say exactly what you just said, actually.
Okay, get into it, brother Hercules.
You already said it. You beat me to
it. Hey, shoot.
I was like, yo, he just said what I wanted to say. But yeah, that's what exactly what I was about to say, man. As Pandemus pointed out, it's like, the question is, whose God are you talking about? Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And because it's different when you're dealing with, like you said, African traditional religions. They're based off the ecology, and it's not like just stuff that just something you just made up. Somebody, Abraham and these guys is not made up. It's just the forces of the universe. Is how they use their spirituality and stuff. And so these words, we get caught up into these words in a Western world view.
Exactly.
And, we don't understand it, and that's one of the biggest things. And that's like the thing that I kind of been going back and forth with Ankh about. I've been trying to explain, like, you're using a Western view to try to explain something, from an African point of view. But the thing is that when you look at African spirituality or African systems, they're not the same. It's not the same as the West. It's the complete opposite. It's a complete different understanding of how they view the world and stuff. So, but yeah, when it comes to it, is it, the logic comes into play when we're dealing with African traditional systems. The logic comes into play because it's like trying to explain I'm sorry, I'm losing train of thought. But I was like, what you were saying is true, because the logic comes into play because you're dealing with the natural elements.
Mm-hmm. If I could just piggyback really fast, to touch on what you were saying about the logical aspect, right? I've never seen, we don't have any historical evidence, right, of any Hebrew people building any structures using a mathematical portion of a Yahweh. We don't have any historical evidence of these people using certain aspects of star observation, right, in their spiritual systems. Like, we don't see this strictly with these people. But when we go to Kemet, we see this. We have temples mathematically built in balanced proportions, just to represent the essence of Ma'at. This is why it's called the Temple of Ma'at. So just to piggyback off the brother, the logical thing, it's logical that we can go over there and see that they are showing us that they're not only renovating or venerating balance, reciprocity, justice. They actually grasp the concept of what this means. They're showing us this in a form that they even built something mathematically proportionate to what this means. We don't see this culture doing nothing like that. So I get that, Hercules. I most definitely understand that.
Let me jump in here real quick too. You hear me?
Yep.
So I sort of took that same path, except for I had a couple other stops beforehand and afterwards before I went to becoming a full atheist. Part of it was what y'all was just saying, and realizing that these deities is really representing scientific principles. And after seeing that in Kemet, I also noticed it in West Africa, right? So in O.L.E.E and E5, if you look at Ogun and Amadioha, the gods of metal and power and strength, you know what I'm saying? When our people saw trains, that was a representation of Ogun, Amadioha, you know what I'm saying? So that made me start thinking, if the deity is just a representation of what I was talking about, a science or a natural occurrence or a scientific principle, then why then do we need the imagery of a deity? We can dispel with all of that at a certain point, because once you realize that you realize that it was just a teaching tool, a way to express an idea to people who wouldn't be able to understand it any other way. So it feels to me that the atheist and more scientific approach to those things is more logical. It's a logical progression and evolution of education and human mindset. That was deep. Let me give some applause for that. That shit was deep.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand. I understand what you're saying. But the only pushback I'll have with that is that viewpoint. So you're saying it's more of a logical mindset. Well, for the ancestors, it wouldn't have been. It would have been an illogical mindset, because even though we know that these are the elements of the universe, there's still a spiritual component connected to it. It's how they viewed it, and one of the things that they was trying to show us is that there's a reciprocity. There's a give and a take from the spiritual realm to this realm, to the physical realm. And if you neglect that reciprocity, you end up in a world that's asphatic, with the world of chaos. Today we would call that the noise, a high entropy. That's and that's the kind of world that we live in now. It's a world that's uncertainty, where things are unstable. And they built a society and a civilization that lasted for 4,000 years on stability, because they had this understanding that you have to maintain a balance between our physical realm and the universe, the earth. And this is something I just found out. I didn't even know this, that the earth has a vibrational frequency. Yeah, I didn't know that.
432, man. 432.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And real quick, just to interject, make sure you are subscribed to Titans Debate League, youtube.com/@Titans Debate League, so you don't miss any of the action. We have a few argument alleys scheduled for this week and a surprise guest popping up on Sunday for his argument alley as well. Stay tuned for that. Back to you, King Hart.
And so, I just want to say that I think that, like I said, I just found that out. And the pyramids was built to be in harmony with the vibration of the earth and the vibration of the universe and stuff like that. And so I think they showed that, if you don't maintain this balance, this reciprocity, you're going to end up with a high entropy, and that this static, this noise, the way that we are today. Even though we have this technology and everything is that was cool. We got air conditioning stuff, but we're out of sync with.
So I hear your point.
Let me finish this. I'm gonna finish this. We out of sync with the earth and the universe, and it's going towards an uncertainty future that we don't know about. Chaos. But so go ahead.
Right. So to what you was just saying earlier, I think it was you talking earlier when you were saying that basically what you're calling spiritual now is nature, right? So once you realize that that's what that is, and you identify that what we're calling spirit, but spirituality and things like that really is just nature. There's not a sentient being on the other side of us doing that. The reciprocity that we're talking about is being, so you go to the 42 laws, right? And you talk about, I have not defiled the food of the gods, right? That's really making sure that you're taking care of the land and the crops, etc. That's really not a relationship with a god or a deity. That's making sure that you feeding the people. Same thing with the children. I haven't done such with their food, or I haven't defiled my fellow neighbor and all that type of shit that's in the laws. Like those are actually common sense things when you really sit back and think about it. You don't necessarily need a deity to do any of them. And once you realize that, all I'm saying is if you still follow those things scientific without a deity at all, you will be in that balance. The world itself will be in that same balance that you was talking about. The issue with it is most people, the majority of the world is too selfish to do that. So like the golden rule is pretty much found across cultures across the world. Right? Do unto others as you have yours, you have a word, right? It's found across the world throughout ages. It's just the majority of people don't want to do that. They want their own personal, advantages. And that's what then throws the world into chaos. It's not necessarily a spiritual thing. Some people are just assholes.
Yeah. I can see that. Somebody about to say something?
No, I just said that sounds good.
Yeah, I can see. Again, I can see what you're saying, but let me see. I don't know. It's like they try to. I thought it's just nature. We're looking at it as just nature and why deify it. I think that they was trying to show us, and it's in every African traditional system. It's in every one of them. That this connection with the spiritual realm is necessary. Today we don't think like that. Especially us who grew up here in the West, we don't think like that. But for them, for them there wasn't like it was hard for them to live without the spirit. You know what I'm saying? To vision reality, to do your math, to do without spirituality. I don't know if anybody ever been to Africa, I've been to Ghana. And when you go, because growing up, I always heard that, that their life was connected with spirituality or their life and stuff, right? And, I didn't understand it until I went over there. And you'll see things like, a barbershop. It'll say, this is the haircutting place of God. This is, another one might say, this is Jesus chosen, barbershop. You see a grocery store. It'll say, this is God chosen grocery store. You know, you will see it in every, you know, all their businesses, you know, something, you know, God or Jesus, something like that. And that's what I understood. I was like, oh, you know, black people did not imagine a life without the spiritual component. You know what I'm saying? To have that that's not life at all. You know what I'm saying? From their point of view, it just doesn't equate. One, you can't. It's like your hand, your hand, your front side of your hand, the back side of your hand. You just can't take the skin off, you know, the back side of your hand, you know, and just say, you know, I don't have a back side of my hand. It just didn't. Their worldview didn't see it like that. And I know from a Western point of view, you could describe the universe without talking about the spirit at all, without talking about spirituality at all. We know that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So but my point is like it created, without spirituality, it created a world that we live in now, a world that's that's destructive towards the planet and people, you know what I'm saying? Where when you had spirituality, these ideas, you understood that you just cannot destroy the planet, make these choices without repercussions.
I just want to say something before I lose my thought. So there's a couple things you said, Derek, but a lot of times people make a lot of assumptions about history, right? We have really no idea how many people actually bought into the spirituality side of the natural or of the spirits of people, right? So we don't really, you have no idea actually about how many people bought into the spiritual system. Everybody had a job in Kevin, right? And they went through degrees to do that. And so they built those pyramids, not as slaves and things like that, but because it was their job to do this part for the country, for the nation.
Yeah.
So right, they brought their children to do that. So their whole family was that. They built that type of brick. That was it. That was their children. And people over here, they planted those things, and that's what they do. That's their joint. So all of that was written down as tied to spirituality. But at some level, you have to know that there were some folks that may not have bought into it, right? And they was just doing it because they realized what they may hated the whole situation, but they was doing it because they had, right? A better example in West Africa for people not being able to live without spirituality, so to say.
Come closer to your mic so you're a little clearer if you can.
Okay, check. Can you hear me?
I mean, we can hear you. It's not clear.
It's better. Maybe if I speak up a little louder.
That's better.
It's better. Okay. So a better example in West Africa would be the market days in Nigeria. So the market days, they have a different week than we do here in the West, right? And it's based on their spiritual system, right? But they don't. I'm sorry, somebody saying something?
No, go ahead.
No,
okay. I moved my headphones here just on my. So yeah, the market days are based on different deities in the ecosystem, and they follow that market system, and it works for the culture, for the economy, for health, and all that business. However, you know that Nigeria is heavily Christian right now, right? But yet they still follow the market days because the market days work for benefit of the people. So there's a couple of things that scenario shows. The fact that they were able to switch belief systems and still carry the cultural system of the ancestors that was working for the country, you know what I'm saying, for the nation, and deal with it without the spiritual over the top of it. Also in Nigeria, all of them name themselves and their business after a god. That's very similar to televangelists over in the West. So it's not really the best idea. That's what I'm saying. The market days might be a better idea, but even there, they don't necessarily focus so heavily on their actual spirituality because most of them have turned Christian.
Yeah, they Christians over there. It's crazy.
Yeah, man.
You Christian or Muslim?
You know what's interesting about they get mad at me, but I all call them Abrahamic religions, which they are, and they get upset because I don't understand why they beef with each other. Man, y'all all supposed to follow the God of Abraham, but then the Hebrew Israelites say the Muslim God is different than the Israelite God, which is different than the Christian God, which is How y'all dealing with all these different gods, but yet y'all monotheistic? I don't understand, man.
Amen. Amen, brother.
Same
Preach,
thing
brother.
that
You better preach, brother.
I'm asking myself, because Ishmael, it say in the Bible that Ishmael was at Abraham's funeral just like Isaac. So shit, if both of them was there and they didn't have no problem there. Ain't no reason that they had a problem with what God is God. I know they was worshiping the same thing.
I had a debate a while back. And the title of the debate was "Who Started Monotheism?" Right now, if you are a scholar in this field and you do your due diligence, then you know without a shadow of a doubt it was Akhenaten. But if you indoctrinated, you're gonna think it was Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Eber. So the title was "Who Started Monotheism?" Akhenaten or Yasharal. Listen, man, that debate didn't go too well for him. I'll tell y'all that.
No, it's definitely Akhenaten.
I should go back further than Akhenaten, to be honest with you, but good win, though. Sure, that's definitely an easy win.
Mm-hmm.
How could you ever think that Abraham can never?
Well, that's where he lost at the first place. Because when I went first in my first round, that was my first point of contention. How can you credit an invention to a ghost? And he never addressed it.
That's the body shot right there.
Man. I never understood. Well, I think I kind of understood why they be beefing with each other. It's like y'all all got the same people in y'all book. You know what I'm saying?
It's really not the same. It's not the same God though. It really ain't. And that's the problem.
That probably what it is.
Hey, listen. Do you know before there was a thing called Islam, right? Do you know there were Arab-speaking Jews and Christians who used the word Allah for God to represent God of Abraham way before a Muslim even showed up on the planet? So if you're telling me that Muslims then took that word and then used that word to designate God of Abraham is a different God than what the Hebrew gods use.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I don't know.
It is. It is. As a matter of fact, hey, I might actually do that presentation over here one day.
That'd be nice, because you haven't done a presentation. You've just been over here kicking ass and taking names. I mean, I'm not mad at you about that, but
you sound a little mad though. You do sound mad. I don't understand why.
You do sound mad.
Come open up the classroom for a day, man. Use the dry erase board. You know?
Yeah, actually, I think I will do that. After I beat everybody in this tournament, I'm just gonna win this tournament, y'all. So just be happy for me. After I win this tournament, I'm gonna go ahead and do that presentation.
Let's get it. Be on the lookout for I guess Pam winning the tournament, as he says, and then
everybody get ready for that. I'm passing out fully rolled blunts.
I'm passing out fully rolled blunts. Okay.
And in case you're wondering what tournament he's talking about, if you're not familiar, we're on Titans Debate League on YouTube, and
these are not just speakers. These are thinkers, forged in fire, warriors of words stepping into destiny. Welcome to the Coliseum of Arguments, where logic clashes with conviction and ideas spill like blood in the sand. 16 titans, 16 minds, one path to immortality. They come seeking truth, they fight for redemption, they burn for revenge. Featuring the intellectual elite of the Titans Debate League. Every round a new war, every word a new weapon, every titan ready to fall or rise in glory. This is not debate, this is combat. Step into the Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
Yes, and we have a $500 cash prize associated with that tournament. The winner of each round will be receiving $50 on the road to the finals. And salute to you, gentlemen, for being brave enough to step into the Coliseum. And if you aren't subscribed, again, I just dropped that link in the chat. Titans Debate League on YouTube. Get on over here. I'm sharing it on the screen so you can see what it looks like, so you know exactly where to find us. We're doing some big things over here, you know. Rock with us, the hottest debate league on the internet. Back to you, gentlemen.
I also, if I may, really fast, listen, I'm not a new cat. I'm a new cat over here on YouTube, but I've been around the block for a while across the street, which I call Bigo, B-I-G-O. If y'all are interested in going to an environment and actually doing presentations and practicing presentations, you know, to get back up here on a big stage and things of that nature, come on over there. You know, we do the same thing over here 24/7, and it actually helps you get better and get more prepared for arenas like this.
And he's gonna be live later. We're gonna get some ads for his Bigo page, so that way everybody can know where to go find him. And we're gonna keep this going and be expecting to see him over here more. He just got the admin, so he's gonna be hosting some open panels, keeping the conversation going. Salute to him, taking the lead over here. You know, leaders get promoted fast over here, man, and that positive energy really matters. So let's go. Back to you, gentlemen. I think Pan was expounding on how he was going to win this tournament.
So, anyways, listen, y'all, you got to get this. I'm actually pretty fucking dope. All right.
Let's get it.
What's your argument?
I am a Pan-African atheist. That's my moniker. And then I stand on that. And then anybody want to bring whatever topic to me, I debate any topic that's brought to me, basically.
Oh, okay.
Some of the topics he's debated so far over here. Should the FOP be disbanded? That was one of them, correct?
That's the name Pan. Okay.
Then he had another one, which is more consistent with science or philosophy, atheism or Christianity. He debates a broad number of topics though. But atheism and Pan-Africanism are the two ideologies he's waving the flag for everywhere he goes. So
literally the flag.
Expect to see more from him over here. Shout out to him. Titans, stand up.
Oh, you hear it's dead air? You need time? Here, I got you. Yeah, so anyways, I am a Gaviite as well. I'm a member of the actual UNIA ACL Governor Forum. You know what I'm saying? It's a unifying movement. Despite your religion, belief, anything like that, if you are of African descent, you know what I'm saying, you already a Gaviite, link up, go find somebody that's doing UNIA business. It's a local UNIA here. You join up. That's the movement. That's the plan. You gotta be self-governed worldwide. You hear me? I love it. Don't keep quiet. I'll keep talking.
Now, Pan, you might win.
It's okay.
Hey, Pan, you might win this tournament, right?
Yeah.
I don't know about the next tournament we having.
Yes, we're about to get that started soon. I'm trying to get this one wrapped up because I got a lot of new faces. I've introduced 2 of 10 new debaters that I'm going to be bringing to the channel. You know what's funny? I was going to say not in our inner circles and people we haven't seen before, but I didn't know that everybody was already hip to you, Humble Mystic.
Man, that's news to me. I wasn't even.
Yeah, you pulled up to the channel. You had a lot of support. They already was hip to you from other places and spaces. I didn't even know that you had been on YouTube really doing this. I found out once I started interviewing you because we met over on TikTok.
Yeah, so. and trust me, brother, it wasn't long. It was what, 2 weeks? I've literally been doing this for about 2 weeks.
Are you serious? You know what's funny? I messaged you like 3 months ago. That's crazy. Okay. So I guess everything worked out the way it was supposed to. Like right when you got rolling, I just hit you back up out the blue after I missed our first scheduled date. Like, hey, you want to do something today? You like, yeah.
when you hit me up, I had to make sure that it was you. I was like, oh, that's the dude from Titan Debate League. I started hitting. I'm like, yeah, man, I'm ready. He was like, yeah, man, look, we can do it today. Hey, listen, that's how we roll. I'm with it. Let's
go. Yeah, and go ahead, back and forth. You were asking Pan a question. If you want to set up a exhibition debate, y'all get paid win, lose, and draw for those. So,
I was just saying. So, Pan, what's your standpoints, Pan? So like, what do you follow? What's your worldview or things you like to debate?
Once again, I am the Pan-African atheist. That's life. So I stand on that. And anybody want to challenge that, they can get it. Like I said earlier when I was talking about it, I came from Christianity. I went through all of the different religious paths that Black folks go to come to atheism. So I actually practiced a couple more belief systems than other people have. So I got that history with me and experience.
Right.
Also, I pretty much debate whatever. So like, it's it's sort of my shtick that I debate whatever topics that someone brings to me. So whoever my opponent is, if they decide they want to bring a topic, I usually go with one that they bring.
That makes sense. Okay.
So do you have any topics to propose?
Oh man, listen.
Look at you trying to start shit. Stop it.
Hey, I mean, we need to get you some extracurricular stuff going outside of the tournament. I feel.
Yeah, I'm about to say, listen, I can propose many different topics. I do the evolution. He said atheism. We could deal with morality. You know what I'm saying? We could deal with a whole lot of things. But I'm just like the brother, right? I am a multifaceted debater, right? I literally do this for sport. So yes, while oftentimes you see me, debating the religion or the science, man, I'll debate who's the best basketball player. I'll debate, who's the best running back ever. I'll debate, hey, listen, who's the best baseball all-star, man? Listen, I do this for real.
No, he need to go against Anu. That's what this sounds like.
Let's go, shout out Anu.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get something set up, man. I got somebody who called them out. Well, he called them out and they accepted the challenge. We're about to get something set up with those two here soon.
Yeah, leave me alone. I'm lazy. I'm a lazy prize fighter. Just for the big shows.
Hey, what you got? A Pen? Is that damn, that's not Laurel you got coming up with the debate.
I don't know who I got coming up next. Hey.
You did ask to see the bracket this morning, didn't you?
Yeah, what's my next victim, bro?
Let me pull up the bracket. I think you have to wait on the winner of a debate. There is nobody lined up for you yet, so you're just waiting in limbo to see who wins this next one.
It's lucky, son.
The last debate he just had, it was against Timmy. You guys can go check that out on the page.
I got the most minks against Timmy.
You got the most minks. Hold on, let me pull up that advertisement real quick so everybody can see what they mixed real quick. Clash of the Titans. That was round 2. Hemi versus Pan promo.
What happens when faith meets fire and science meets steel? 2 minds, 2 worldviews, 1 explosive debate. Sharp, unfiltered, armed with science, reason, and relentless logic. Facing him, 713 Hemi, the Christian juggernaut. Bold, battle-tested, standing on faith, philosophy, and the word of God. This is more than a debate. This is a clash of foundations. Which worldview stands stronger under pressure? Which one is more consistent with science and philosophy? Is reality purely natural? No gods, no divine plan? Or does Christianity offer the deeper explanation for existence, morality, and truth itself? No dodging, no soft questions, no safe corners, just raw arguments, real receipts, and intellectual combat at the highest level. Pandemics versus 713 Hemi, faith versus atheism, belief versus reason. Only one worldview can leave the arena undefeated. Don't miss it.
Hey,
yo, that was fire.
I did my thing on that one. I did my thing on that one.
And so I take that Pan African, you won that debate?
You can almost always assume that I won the debate. Yeah.
He's definitely undefeated on the channel right now. I can say that.
Yeah.
So you
what was
one.
some of your arguing points you used?
Well, the theme was so obviously okay. So I'm introducing myself to y'all for the first time. So I'm actually a cartoon as well. So you got to respect that. I'm a realist cartoon.
I see. I was like, hey, yo, that's fire.
So, I always got a theme in my debates too. So this theme was the black cat. There's a famous joke that say theism or belief is like going into a black room, a dark room with no lights, searching for a black cat that's not there, and saying you found it. And so that was the whole theme of my whole debate. That you have to be able to show whatever your claim is. You can't just sit there and say, there's a God. There's a God. His name is Yahweh, and all these other things, right? Without actually proving that claim. And so atheism approaches questions the same way that science does. When Christianity approaches religion, well, I'm sorry, Christianity approaches questions with religion in mind. And he actually posted a slide that says, what did he say? Fear of the Lord is the beginning of all religion. Right? And I mean, I'm sorry, because I'm texting my daughter. Fear of the Lord is the beginning of all knowledge. Right? So he posted that slide. So that changed the trajectory of my whole presentation a little bit. Because now you're telling everybody that you start off with a bias. If fear of the Lord is the basis of all knowledge, that includes any question that we're talking about in science. You understand what I mean? Mind you, atheism approaches every question the same way a scientist does, by reserving judgment until you have an answer. So we complete the experiment, or we go through the method, the scientific method. You know what I'm saying? Go through that, falsify, try to falsify, have criteria to falsify. You know what I'm saying? That's the other thing. You can't falsify Christianity. There's nothing to falsify with that. That is not scientific. You know what I'm saying? So he had to admit that as well. So there was,
man, you know what? With these religious dudes, one of the most straw man arguments or red herring arguments they be trying to make is absence of evidence is not lack of evidence or something like that. It just means it's not found yet. Man, listen. No, man, if lack of evidence means it ain't there. It don't exist.
But you know what else too, though? Again, dealing with the science approach with our debate. Okay, you saying it still might be out there. That's fine. What's the next test? But until we finish that test, we can't say for sure it's out there, and they all have to concede to that. And that's why they can't fuck with me. Yeah.
Well, even if we take a historical model, right? Like, for Christianity, right? You know, they believe Jesus is a historical person, right? Now, the issue with that is we have a man by the name of Pontius Pilate, who we know is a real person. We notice he's a real person because we got steles of his life. Now, when we read the steles of his life, Jesus is not mentioned, a Yeshua is not mentioned, and Emmanuel is not mentioned, no crucifixions is mentioned. Now, he do have a quarrel with the Jewish community, but that quarrel was about taxation. It was not about no man running around here committing heresies. So, if we have a story from a man that this story is talking about, and we're trying to figure out, all right, what's his point of view of the story? We heard the Bible point of view. What's his point of view? Now, he got taxations, he got war commands, he got all these things, right? But you know what he don't got? He ain't got no Jesus crucifixion. He ain't got no Yeshua crucifixion. In fact, he ain't got no crucifixions. So, I mean, that right there just also disproved the knowing of a Jesus is historical. You see what I'm saying? Because if the
Kenny,
man
Kenny would love to have that debate with you, I'm sure.
it's crazy, man. It's crazy.
I'm sure.
Yeah, I like actually, yeah, I think Pandemus is a pretty good debate, and I enjoy we because we agree on a lot of stuff, and we are the same boat. I think the only thing, you know what I'm saying, we don't, I guess we would push back on is atheism, but it's better that I enjoy talking to you about it than like someone like Cedric.
Right.
Because it's like you came in, this guy won't even let you talk, man.
Bro, I don't know if y'all be watching these videos. So I remember my first time or my second time up there over there, right? And I'm dealing with Cedric. We're dealing with evolution, right? Now, I got a lot of different things I do outside of this, right? So one thing is gaming. I play video games. So I play this in particular game called Pokemon. And so we dealing with evolution, and I'm using Pokemon as an example because Pokemon have the process of evolution within it. And I'm showing how evolution includes speciation. This man, Cedric, come out the woodwork talking about Pokemon is metamorphosis. I say, hey, yo, what? Do you? Ain't no way you know nothing about Pokemon talking about Pokemon is metamorphosis. I say, yo, we can't have this conversation, bro. Ain't
Yeah, I don't fuck with cousins, so I don't even got too much to say about it.
You said what?
I don't really fuck with them, so I don't too much to say about
Listen, man.
It's funny, man. They
but the issue at hand that y'all was talking about though is you're supposed to be able to have conversations without being asshole-ish, right? And I can understand people's, like I started off when we started talking about this. I can understand what people believe in something, but the moment you come over to me and try and make me on it, we gonna go through some things. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
That's all it really is.
Okay, psychic, I see you. Chicken B, I see you. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Say that again.
Pick a reader right there. Who the other one? Go. Let me see the other page. Hey, that's tough.
Oh, am I not seeing
that's Evie. She got Evie in the background. Okay, we got a fellow Pokemon lover on the panel. Okay, Charmander. Yo. Okay, so she know what I'm talking about.
Okay, tunes up. I see it now. I see what's happening now. Tunes up. Tunes forever. Tune life.
Mm-hmm.
Yo,
how do we say that we here, bro? Like, are we in the Coliseum? Are we in the Coliseum? Are we on the Gauntlet? What are we doing right now?
Mm-hmm. Man, we having a good time.
This was a show called Argument Alley, but that's kind of over now. We just rocking and rolling, you know.
Yeah, yo, I'm about to roll. I need to head to the grocery store, get something to eat.
definitely
hey, man,
have a good rest of the day.
Morning over here, man. We up.
I'm gonna see y'all guys later.
All right, Brody.
All right, man. All right, y'all.
Peace. Have a good day.
Having these conversations, man. Definitely with like-minded individuals. You know, it's actually a relief not to have to go through trolls or so many trolls. You know, man, listen. This is refreshing. I really enjoy this. Once again, shout out to the brother A1 for making this possible. Hey, A1, I caught a certain comment earlier last night. I don't know if you caught it, bro, but it said, you know, hey, we need more content like this. Look, it's great to come through to a platform that's, hey, I ain't even gonna finish that, but caught that comment.
Well, you know, you about to be over here holding it down, man. So keep spreading the word. Keep letting them know where they can get that fire content. Ain't gonna be no gatekeeping on the information. Mm-hmm. We're not gatekeeping the young brothers from getting up here either, man. Everybody's voice is gonna be heard over here. So I appreciate y'all rocking with me, man. Shout out.
What is y'all's astrology signs? I am a Pisces, Cusp, Aquarius, Gemini, Cusp, Cancer, Rising, Moon, and Aquarius, 10,000 Pisces.
Wait a minute. What? You're a what now?
I'm a Pisces on the cusp of Aquarius, and I'm also Gemini, Cusp, Cancer, Rising, which makes me talk really fast at first. And then I got Moon in Aquarius, and then and the Moon right now is in Capricorn, and some kind of wanting moon or something, whatever that means. But like, yeah, and my 10th house is in Pisces. I have to say all that because that's what I'm advertising as a 10th house Pisces person. That means I'm just going to include all the signs that are in my chart that are important. That's highlighted. Your 10th house is how you act like on cameras. Like right now is our 10th house. And it's, you know, it's ruled by Capricorn. The 10th house, it's our career. It's how we're on cameras. And also the 12th house, which is ruled by Pisces. Everybody has 12 houses in our charts. I'm not just a Pisces, Cusp, Aquarius, and I'll be all. I have all this in my chart. Everybody else has in their charts too. And I read them for free, and I do psychic readings too. Even though astrology is not psychic, but spirits have told me they're astrology signs, so I'm not wasting my time doing astrology charts always for free because it's the best thing you can discover. And the experience and experiment with practicing psychic abilities at the same time helps because birth charts are easy to roast and talk about because I love the roast the charts to show you why you're a douchebag, why your mom and dad is a narcissist, why are you so poor, and why are you challenging with this, and what's wrong with your left eye, your right eye, because in your face and your organs, all the astrology map that you have, it literally can tell you some really interesting stuff. And allegedly, they can tell you what your 8th house is in, which is you're passing away, your sexual expression, and stuff like that. But it's not psychic, but astrology you can interpret and see stuff that can relate to that. And most people say, like, if your 8th house is in Leo, that's ruled as the heart, you know, allegedly, you know, it's in your family. It could be these people, when I tell them that in the 8th house is could be your passing, could or could not be, allegedly, you know, because this 8th house is just saying it's in Leo.
It's psychic.
And they all say it's in there, and it's in their family or something, or it's related somewhere. You know what I mean? What did you say? What's your question?
All right. I would just like to ask you a question. Do you know the birthplace of astrology?
I don't know. I just know Aquarius is the discoverer of it, and in your chart, it helps you understand the language of astrology. Is Aquarius or something?
No, the birthplace. Like who started that?
Oh, I don't know. I have no clue. I didn't have to study it. I'm studying through y'all every day.
Astrology came by way of the Babylonians. That's a Mesopotamian thing, right? And later on, that's where the Chaldeans got their star mapping from. Then in that mix, when that thing was getting started, when astronomy was getting started, Kemet actually picked up their own version of astronomy. You see what I'm saying? Now, all this is it's an observation in a spiritual philosophical sense of tracking the stars. And this is before they had scientific methods of tracking the stars.
And calculators and computers, they'll show you the map for you without having to look at the stars. And people and Egyptians found out this stuff without the calculators and the cameras.
I'm gonna let you have this conversation. Peace out, y'all. Have a good day.
Thank you. So what is your astrology sign? Do you know what your moon and rising sign is yet? I'll find out.
Have you tackled the prompt on the screen yet, Psychic? Is belief in God rational, or is atheism a more logical position?
Both are the same bullshit. The same answer. Believing or not believing is not going to make no damn difference, or being against believing or is wanting to know and find out and discovering. You know, what you see is what you get. But like, what people are delusionally thinking when they're an atheist, thinking that, well, you know, belief can't be anything but what. Now you got to find answers without believing. Good for you. Do that. You can believe with trying to find out answers too. If you believe so bad, it helps you motivate yourself to find out the answers, unless you just want to be comfortable with believing in bullshit, which just may hinder your experience on finding out what the real thing is that you're so-called believing in and waste your time doing all the time. Like what? Like say we're praying to God, begging Jesus, oh freaking God, fucking help me please, all the fucking day, until you get an answer from him. And it would be just like a few words and had nothing to do with your prayers. It was just, he gave you the spiritual presence of the light and telling me, I'm here to save Selena. which is my girlfriend who started crying when she felt his Holy Spirit. And I was driving. That's stressful. You have to do it all with your mind and see with your soul's eyes. And you can see it physically and feel it physically. And other people may not be seeing the same thing as you, but some people can. And with my best friend, she's haunted by her aunt, and that's how I get to communicate with spirits, because she's there. Her aunt is with her. Yes, there ain't nothing better to do than talking to me in spirit. And yes. And it happened many times. And all I got is my witnesses and my confirmation through these pictures that they show me after I see the visions from, I like to see visions of people's family members and stuff. And then they show me pictures of the same things I saw. That's legit. I got recordings. What?
So 1 second. So do you think that atheism is the more logical position?
It's probably better not to be so delusional in your belief system of bullshit and then have restrictions because you have a belief that fucking fatals your way and hinders your way of what really you can do. Because like some people can believe the stupidest things ever to give themselves excuses not to do the work that it takes. The challenge is to get the results that it makes, to get evidence. Like it's social. Rejection or belief don't make a difference in this experiment. It's like trying to survive. Psychic is all there really is.
Hold on 1 second. We ain't talking about being psychic right now.
Well, that's the whole point.
No. We talking about the prompt on the screen right now. So,
I know. So I didn't have to have results with believing or not believing because I didn't know what to believe in.
Psychic, hold on. So you do agree with the position that atheism is a more logical position, right?
Neither one makes any difference to get results. It can.
Oh, so you saying you don't agree with either?
They're both a waste of time to do. It might be.
Atheism is logical.
But if you refuse not to know to find out, it's sort of which one is one of those. I don't know.
So what would you so are you religious or are you?
No, because that's fake and stupid and it doesn't get results. Do you see anybody at church saying that they've seen spirits yet? Right. Are they doing visions on other people and like acting like a crazy person like me? But I got myself recorded because that is a waste of time if you don't get recorded. Right. See, I can't help what they do. An angel cannot protect me from secondhand cigarette smoke either.
You're speaking too fast. You're speaking too fast.
I'm just saying. Right, you know, so if you had a present of angels with you, you think everything is cured.
Right, hold on, because you're talking about, in one sense, you're saying you're not religious, in the second sense,
I'm not religious, but angels that religious retards wrote about actually exist, and it's real. Even if they have rumors and lies that I don't have to read about because I have no clue.
You speaking
that doesn't restrict me from
understanding what you're saying. Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
So you're not religious.
So yeah, because
hold on 1 second. Hold on. I gotta make sense of this. Like, let me get this out. So you're not. So what I understand from you is you're not religious, but on your psychic path, you're able to communicate with angels and spirits
and animals. And I've actually seen all types of things I never knew existed, like the four-faced cherubim being that's in the Bible and never had to read or even learn about, never knew existed. That's the crazy thing about that. And I'm still not trying to. I just ask people, what do you know about this four-faced cherubim that I encountered, and what do you think about it? Nobody gives a fuck. And that's huh?
Are you saying cherubim?
Yeah, it's a four-faced cherubim being. I mean, I don't know. I just experienced it. It has four faces, and that's so cool. And every detail of it is the same explanation that's in the Bible that I never had to read because I looked it up on YouTube 2 months later. And I thought the ox face that I saw in my visions, I even made a doll about it. I made a biblical doll because of it. It is so cool.
So you do your research off of YouTube?
No, I had to do that to find out what I was seeing, and it just happened to be something that's in the freaking Bible. Bullshit.
Is that a pentagram?
Yeah, it's just fun, pretty bullshit. It has nothing to do with anything. It ain't nothing unless you want to believe in it. It's earth, air, fire.
You just said it was bull crap. How are you going to try to?
Oh, it's my art though. But it's just my art and stuff. And I sewed this shit. I can't see what I'm filming, but what a waste of time. See earth, fire, and water and stuff. This is my biblical doll that I made or whatever, which I didn't have to read the Bible to see this being. And I decided to make it into a doll because, hello, look, a statue of Jesus is cool too. And why not the pentagram? Because of elements help me be psychic too. Your astrology chart can show me places in your chart where your elements are stronger than others. and it helps me to tune with that so I can work with those elements.
So if I may ask you a question, I promise you I'm not being, hold on 1 second. I have to ask you a question, and I promise I'm not being facetious. What's the difference between you and a religious person?
There's nothing, but there's not a difference between an atheist and a religious person too. Same
no, not atheist. I'm saying you.
Me and a what? A religious person or an atheist person? There's a balance of both. I don't have to believe in nobody's bullshit. I go through by experience. And what has survived is my memories of seeing all these spirits and eyewitnesses. I can only go.
No, brother. I'm hearing you. You know, I was just earlier talking about,
No, what's your astrology sign? You didn't even answer me that question either yet.
I'm an Aquarius.
You're an Aquarius? Okay, for me.
Hold on. So earlier I was talking about people who believe in the Bible but don't want to be Christian.
Oh, who cares about that? They don't care.
Hold on, I got you. I want to let the panel. I want to let the chat know I'm speaking to them right now, really fast. I got you. So you cannot follow the ways of this book and then denounce their practice or their title over you. If you read the Bible, you are a Christian. If you're talking about cherubims, you're a Christian. If you're talking about angels, you're a Christian. These are indoctrinated beliefs that's been put. And this is why I'm talking to my people, because these are indoctrinated beliefs that's been put on us. Please, people, do not adopt this. This is not our studies. This is not our scholarship. This is not what our people did. Our people didn't go around talking about angels and demons.
Because they haven't seen them yet. That's the problem. Don't give yourself excuses not to see them, because they are real around other people and they have nothing to do with your beliefs. You can't make a demon be what you want it to be. Neither can an angel. You can't. They're just beings, just like you. You're part of fucking God's image of bullshit. Okay, you're cruel or loving. Who gives a fuck? You're allowed in the light. Who gives a fuck? As you are, and you still see other creatures, and life goes on existing. No heaven.
All right, Brody, hold on. I gotta mute you really fast, and the reason I have to mute you is because we can sit here and go back and forth all day, but we gotta listen. We're scholastic people here. You know, we got A1 Lord B New. You know, we got we got Quantum in the building, and every time we speak, we spoke with some sort of education to or intellect to what we were saying, So I would ask you, brother, hold on, don't unmute your mic while I mute your mic. So I would ask you, brother, I'm gonna treat you as a brother. I would ask you to just show the same decorum, bro. We ain't got, get all cursy, I was just asking you some questions because the brother asked you a question about the prompt here, and then you started to go off the rails on what psychic is and reading angels, and I had to bring you back to say, okay, well, are you religious or are you not religious? You said you wasn't religious, but then you're talking about angels. You can't not be religious. See, as a name, we had a brother up here who considered himself an atheist, and anything he said out his mouth ain't had nothing to do with no angel, brother. So you gotta, I don't know if you gotta reconstruct what you're doing or how you bringing it. But you know what? I can't, and I don't want to sound like I'm bashing, but when it comes to showing and proving what you're doing in a scholastic field, all I'm going to say is you can't use religion to back up what you do spiritually. Hold on 1 second, y'all. I'm going to unmute you, brother.
I'm not using. I didn't mean for it to be fucking related at all. So, I mean, whatever it is, it is. The whole world is small and ridiculous. We all like reunite with each other and shit or something.
Good day, good day. What up, Pit?
Yo, shalom, brother.
Good day, good day. What up? Good, man. I'm glad you came to the studio, man. had a replay playing and just getting it in for my Monday. I usually have Monday on the channel, so I decided to play a replay.
No doubt, brother. I appreciate you for having me, man. I definitely wanted to come through and meet you and actually have a conversation with you a little bit and engage a little bit. At least definitely before, Sunday. So I'm driving, I'm at work, so I seen y'all live. I decided to pull up, man. That's all,
Okay, bet. Let me fix my screen right, man. Just getting in here. Yeah, we got the that debate coming up Friday with you and Ashe.
Right. No doubt.
I remember you asking me about that. And so yeah, it's on. We got it set for 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And can't wait to have that. For the viewers that's listening, do you remember what y'all oh, he smashed that he might have didn't try to though. He did say he driving. But yeah, we do have that. Oh my God, dang, Babylon, I ain't seen you. Heard you in a millennia. Where you been? Babylon. I don't know if you're talking. You muted if you're saying something. Gonna get into this commercial real quick then. See if Babylon, I don't know if you can hear me. Your mic might be muted if you're talking. Okay, there go Pitt came back. I thought he might have dropped off on accident.
Yeah, I dropped off on accident.
But yeah, so you and Ashe having y'all debate Friday at 7:30. If you can you give the viewers a little bit what y'all topic is?
Yeah, our topic, the debate got set up based on a conversation we were having.
A conversation about what y'all's having. And I'm trying to think.
We was having a discussion on Deuteronomy 32, verse 7. Is there multiple gods?
Oh yeah, okay, that's what it was. That's right.
You can hear me?
Yep, yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
I couldn't remember what it was. That's right. Y'all was talking about Deuteronomy.
Yeah, that's the basis of the debate. He was telling me that you guys was feeling a little shaky on that, having that as a title. So we kind of I don't know why it's double playing in my background. I left off of the stream.
Do you got is your YouTube still up?
Yeah, for sure.
If your YouTube's still up, then it's probably playing on your YouTube also. I be having that problem sometimes.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I thought I closed all those out. Oh, there it is. I got it.
Let me see if I can't find that black background. In fact, yeah, I do.
Yeah, so right we was discussing Deuteronomy 32 and 7 about that particular verse, and he was implying that there was multiple gods in that verse based off of earlier texts that have latched themselves to the system of belief. So we kind of went with a little broader of a title, but the basis of the debate is Deuteronomy 34. So he wanted to incorporate the origins of our faith being polytheistic. I'm saying that it's not, but the basis of the debate is Deuteronomy 34 based on a discussion we was having. I want to center the debate around that, but of course we're going to do more. It's that verse we're going to prompt this thing in a way that it shows all of the aspects of what he understands and what I know, according to the faith. So it's a biblical debate with history associated with it, because he didn't want to just do that particular Bible verse, so he wanted to incorporate polytheism in it as well. And I'm gonna defend that Torah, and it's gonna be a good one though.
Yeah, it is. When we was having that little face off the other day, I was listening to y'all. It's gonna be real good. Like you said, the title changed. This does the Bible have polytheistic origins? And so, you said you're gonna be coming with the Torah, right?
Yeah, because like I said, the whole basis of this debate was based off of Deuteronomy 32:7,
Which
where
says
the Most High divides the nations and takes Israel for his portion. He's arguing that that's multiple deities right there, based on some other surrounding nations or people groups that had belief systems similar to what the Hebrews do. And some even associated and consider themselves Hebrews because they follow the culture. And my whole plank to this is to show that parallels are not the same and they're not equal to being the same. If we share the same language, we can refer to things as the same, but that does not make it the same. So that's going to be my whole goal, to show that he's bringing a lot of parallels versus showing bottom line 100% facts that would go alongside the culture, the people, in their actual belief system. You see what I'm saying? Because if I say I believe in Yah and we got the same God, his orders and rules are going to be the same across the board. But what we see in these different pantheons that resemble each other in parallels in faith and practices, we can clearly see that they're doing different things. They're ordered to do different things. The things that they can't do are different. And this is what is really going to set them apart from all of the other pantheons in that region that use the same verbiage to identify their God or gods in a collective.
Right. Okay, so yeah, that's gonna be real. I'm trying to. He the affirmative, right? Does he believe he the affirmative? He the one that says that the Bible does have polytheistic origins.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, that's gonna be a real bang. I'm happy to be moderating for that.
No doubt, man.
I was listening to y'all.
I also want to just let the record reflect that I do not respect this dude as of now. So I'm trying to violate him in every way. I'm gonna respect your platform, but I just don't respect him. He's very disrespectful. He's just said a bunch of things via the internet that is just not. We as men don't do it. You know what I mean? And I don't know what the tactic is. I don't know if it's scare tactic or I don't know what his goal was in these last few days leading up to the debate coming up this Friday, where he's been on the attack, which is fine. That's what we do. But there are certain things we just don't do, and certain things we just don't say. And he's been doing that. So I'm definitely gonna try to violate him in every way in this debate, to show my disdain and perpetual dislike for the character that he is and the person that he portrays to be. So yeah, man, I look forward to it being a fiery debate, and I'm gonna try to bring all I got on this dude, man, because he's wise. He's dealing with half truths, one-sided arguments, and the key to this debate and how I'm gonna totally annihilate him is the fact that most of the arguments that he's gonna bring forth are not actual facts in the sense of they're still being debated scholarly to this day. So it doesn't go one way or the other. What we do have is a collective of people in a region that are doing their thing as far as having belief systems. Now, how he ties these together, the scholars are not going to agree 100% factual that, yeah, this is actually what it is. These are a lot of supposed things and a lot of things that are tied through parallels and things of that nature. So it's going to be crazy. What he's going to try to do is try to go outside of the text, which perpetuates the actual faith and gives the faith an identity. How can you do that in a debate and give someone else's legacy? And I just use that as a broad term, someone's legacy in faith to another group of people when they're not the same in practice. That's going to be his hardest challenge. And I know it is. You know, he's not going to be able to validate what he's saying 100% certain. You see what I'm saying? So I definitely look forward to dragging this dude all across the theological arena.
It sounds like you got it lined up, man. I can't wait to see it. Like you said, I was in there, so I understand what you was talking about when you was talking about the disrespect. At first, I was thinking that it was just a debate tactic, like you say, but some things that people say in different situations let you know. And like y'all have a history, so I don't know any of that. I do know that y'all both want to debate, and that's where I'm interested because I'm a debater. I like to debate different points of view as well as listen to debates and get information. And so if I can, as a suggestion, I think you should just come with all of the intellectual disdain that you can find without even just being outright derogatory or blatant. You know what I'm saying? If you can beat him up with the information, you can also, because just like you was just talking right then, it made me feel like you didn't say no cuss words or nothing, but what you started saying, like how he was making you feel and stuff, it made me know that if I was that person you was talking about at that moment without saying no cuss words or nothing about me, it would have made me feel a certain way. And that's what part of debating is. If a lot of people don't know, it's not just you bringing your information, your argument. Sometimes you can sway the judge by your actions and the words you put together. And this debate is going to be more than just the topic that's up there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so if I can, like I said, as a suggestion, just I can tell that you well-mannered and put together, and you can do the same damage with the intellectual prowess that I know you have. And both of y'all are bright young gentlemen. I can tell. Like I said, I was listening to y'all. I didn't know that when y'all was talking, y'all was just kind of like, I didn't know that you was gonna be coming with the tour. So he got a whole lot he gonna have to stand on. I say, I know you out there. You sounded like you had your argument ready, man. He gave you a couple of pointers you might want to go touch up on. I wouldn't have gave you that much, but Pitt seemed to be on his he seemed to be on his gracious behavior this day. So you better
yeah, no doubt. Man, come Friday, you know, like I said, man, I'm definitely gonna appreciate the space that you opened up for us. I'm not gonna violate your space, brother. I'm gonna keep it very studious. But you know, theologically, yeah, I'm gonna try my best to destroy this brother, man, because of the history that we have, and what it has turned into, and what it has demoralized into for whatever reason. That doesn't matter here nor there. Moreover, definitely I grasp the sentiment that you're under, and you know, me and him have debated. This will probably be our third debate now, so we're like 1-1. This would be tiebreak, I guess. Yeah. So yeah. So we done been into it before. Like I said, he don't respect my lane. He don't respect my lane at all because I am a Torah believer. And his lack of knowledge of the Torah and the history and where these people come from is all one-sided. He's never went into full depth study on how these things got divided and how certain people view things and how they utilize these very tools through I'll just say it for content, the religious pantheon, specifically the Hebrews and how it derives because of the layers that have been added to it. You know, so this is going to be a good debate, man. I think it's a great opportunity to show these differences and show these parallels that are not associated, that people try to associate through theology and sociology and in all these different aspects of university. I definitely think that he's going to bring a lot of information. I do know that. I know my opponent. But how he ties this together and makes it stick is what's going to matter the most. And I'm going to destroy that.
Right, right. And you do know it's a Lincoln Douglas style. We have 3-minute introductions for both. Then the affirmative starts off first with the first round. I believe it's either 10 or 12 minutes. I got to look in that. I believe it's 12 minutes. You have a first round, 12 minutes. Then we'll come with the second round, rebuttal round, which is 12 minutes apiece. And then we come to the question and answers. And the question and answers, the negative goes first and starts with the question for 12 minutes. Then he'll have 12 minutes for you. Then we'll have another 3-minute closing so everybody can close their arguments out. So the debates usually take 45 minutes to an hour, maybe a little bit. Depends on how everybody got their screen set up. If everything is on track,
I hit a back road. I couldn't hear the last few words you said. I hit a back road. My signal cut out for a second.
Got you. Like I said, it'll be 3 rounds plus the introduction round, but the introduction ain't around. So we'll have the 3 rounds. Y'all both state y'all arguments in the first round. Second round will be the rebuttal or build on your own argument. You don't just have to rebut his. You can build on your own argument if you hear something. Because the third round is the question and answer round, and that's where you can kind of tie the second to third round in. I try to on mine if I want to build my arguments. And then we'll have the closing round, which will be I believe that's another 3 minutes to close. And so it just take, like I said, 45 minutes, an hour and a half. We have the debates over, then we have after shows after that.
No doubt.
I can't wait to see this, man. I hope y'all get it solved. And through debating, I also found out too, after y'all get the information out, them feelings that you have. But like you said though, and y'all done had 2 other debates. And
right. Nah, I ain't dealing with him. He done broke all of that because his ability to disrespect for no reason, bro. Like, I've always respected the young brother. He's, I'm his senior.
Yeah.
And I've always tried to show him a level of respect anywhere I go. I lift him up. I speak well on his platform he got going on whatever with Sidnetta. I never talk down on him, but he has no problem because he can't control his anger, or he has these tantrums where he can just say what he wants to say and be disrespectful, talking about my children and things of that nature. We're not doing that, brother. Like, we not doing that. There's zero tolerance for that. And I gave him multiple opportunities to correct his behavior, and he still chooses to do it when he feels like he needs his way and he wants to do this childish thing. Well, he's a very studious young man, and I know he knows better. So at this point, I take it as disrespect intentionally, and that's what it is. So there's no level of coming back from it. That doesn't mean as a adult that I can't see past, these things. But come on, bro, we're on the 4th, 5th time now. I've been seeing past the things you said, which we all know words don't hurt. But when it's coming from people that you actually respect, and you would go out on a limb for in this world that we're in, as far as debating and conversating and exchanging information and things of that nature, it's never okay. You know what I'm saying? And attack me. Don't come for my youngins. Don't come for my life. Attack me, the person with the information, and I'm gonna do you the same, because that's all I ever do. If we got a beef, it's gonna be typically about the information that's gonna prompt the debates. But when we take it past that, now we're getting personal, and it should never be that via the internet. We don't know each other in real life, so why even go there? Like, we probably never see each other in real life. But that's just the level that is reached in the past few days. But like I said, these things have been going on. I've been knowing them for a year or 2, maybe 3 years now, via the internet, and I've watched him, I debated him, and his behavior is just out of control at times, man. But nonetheless, man, I'll definitely be there Friday 7:30 to get it in with the young brother.
Bet. And I'm gonna make sure I hit you because last time y'all was supposed to have the debate. I think our communications fell through. And I'm not A1, I'm O.L.E.E. I'm one of the Titans.
I'm not gonna lie. I've been thinking you was A1 the whole time.
No. A1 he way smoother when he be doing, because you know we got business things he be doing to get some money and sponsorship to keep this up and running. So he be out of the studio a whole lot. Me and Humble be trying to keep it running in just different Titans. With that being said, we are looking for different people for the platform who have different ideas and different minds. So if you ever got any presentations about your views that you want to do, we don't just debate. We have the whole plethora of media outlets that we're trying to step into. One up being bringing information, because you might not be the only one that's seeing it how you see it. So people would like to hear it, as well as people who haven't heard it would like to hear it.
Right.
And so,
absolutely, brother.
And my bad, excuse me for 1 second. Babylon, man. Babylon on the panel. I forgot to say what's up, man. I was sitting here trying to make sure we got this going. What's going down with you today, man?
Hey, not much, man. I'm just enjoying you and the brother talk. I was waiting to the end, though. You know I'm patient. What's going on, G? To the other brother.
Shalom, brother. Shalom.
Yeah. You know, I know you got good decorum, Babylon. I just wanted to let you know. I seen you came back, man, and I wasn't looking over you. I was just trying to make sure we get this done. I don't know where Ashay and Humble at. Pitt woke up. Well, he ain't woke. He been working, so it's good. We can still get in, and he tie in with us on that. I hate the personal level some of these debates go through. Babylon note this last tournament that we had for that money, it just got kind of, I always call it incoherence, because to me incoherence is you know what I'm saying, a lot of things were said, different people was falling out, and it's all over. I feel like some thoughts, like when you debating and stuff, you're getting them out there, but then some thoughts you should just either keep to yourself or find the right time to say them. It's always a right time to say. You don't never have to hold back because you're scared of doing that. It's just the right time when you can say something, you know what I'm saying? And so like we got plenty of people that come across the platform that argue every time they get on the platform. Omar and Cosmon Cal, shout out Omar and Cosmon Cal. They always go back and forth, you know what I'm saying? But in the end, you'll hear them, and like I'm still basically new to the whole this part of the conscious community, because I was busy forming my philosophy, and I didn't know that people was moving like this. Like you said, y'all got 3 years worth of and so when I come, I never knew it was gonna be personal like this. That's why I was kind of showing my replay about when I first came, because I thought it was basically people getting ideas and then like sharing and saying, "Oh yeah, I agree with that, I disagree." But now it ain't like that. It's you crazy, you dumb, you stupid, ugly kid. You know what I'm saying? And that right there was like absurd to me, because I would never run across you, and if I did run across you, I know that we'd be fighting. I hope you really a fighter like you talking, but me knowing that I can't get to you is what's making me not even worry about that level. We can have an intellectual discussion and then be just as mean, but we don't have to get no personal, because it's only about the information. And in the end, neither one of us is right. We all have beliefs and recognitions and ideas that we stand firm with, because we have more evidence that pushes us to that. There's still arguments within existence, because they have always been arguments, and no one has really found a answer that fits. And so why I'm gonna get mad at you because you beat me up in a debate and then start talking about your kid, or this time you swayed more people than me. Next time I'm gonna get you because it's gonna be the same. You know what I'm saying? It's all about the information, the judges, and how you compose yourself. Mostly, a lot of people don't know that in the debate. When you debate, you giving you information, but you composing yourself. You coming with ad hominems and trying to make yourself look tough. Me as a debater, I'm gonna point out all the fallacies so the judge won't even have to take time to point them out. I'm gonna point them out for him. So when he rewatch it, he like, yep, that's what everybody should do if we are here trying to spread ideas.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So yeah, that's it gets even over here on the Coliseum, I can't lie, like we get personal, but it don't. I haven't seen well, I have seen the same type that's going on with you and Asha right now, but the people that's still here, I didn't like Babylon. Me and Babylon didn't clashed, and it's still the same. You know what I'm saying? Because I think we understand that if I don't sway him, I wasn't trying to. I have my idea, and he ain't trying to sway me as much as we just putting ideas on the table. If we can work with him, then you know what I'm saying. We have discussions and disputes about him and stuff, but I ain't never had it in my mind that I'm gonna change Babylon's mind about what he believe in his whole life and things like that. We're just discussing and having debates. You know what I'm saying?
I'm open to it. I swear I'm open to the fact. I just had to interject that. I really am. If you correct me, do so. And man, I can't even see it, man. I ain't gonna say what I do, but I swear, man, in my heart, I know that I won't feel no type of way but gratitude. And say, yeah, you're right, Oli.
I mean, and that's all we can do, or to have the same thing where we have a discussion and then you just, well, I see where you're coming from. I see your main points, but I still disagree, and then we done.
Yeah,
right.
I can't call you dumb. No, you dumb. You're stupid. No, that's intellectually unstable. It's incoherent, and it gets nothing accomplished. Nothing.
See, one of the things I see though is when it does become personal or emotional like that, then a lot of times the whole logic and the reason why we here get forgotten. Like the chat, the people that came to listen, the people that actually want to hear the answer to that question that y'all arguing about. No matter how far y'all go in the argument and the ad hom, if y'all don't never get to the answer to the question, the people really, I'd be disappointed. So I'm just saying that to you, brother. When you do the debate, make sure that you answer the question, that you show that the Bible does not have pantheistic origin. That's your basic job, is to show that it does not. His is to show that it does.
It does, yeah.
Exactly.
And I think, like Pitt said,
I would agree.
And Pitt, man, if you have time, if you go back through the channel, they got it's a video up where one of the judges of the debate league, he don't judge all of the debates and know none of that, but he gives a little quick lesson about debating and what people should be doing, and mostly what the judges over here look for. I don't know if you done debated over here. Like I said, I'm still rather new.
No.
I just and so if you can go find that, I wish I could pull the name up for you right now, but it's in there. If you go to the channel and then just look up judge, and then it'll pop up and you'll see it on there. But that helped me real good because I've only had one debate on the Coliseum. Because when I came, but I just been real active in it. So that's why people seeing me a lot, because I just been active in trying to get my information out. But it gives you real good
video.
And it gave me, it gave me like exactly what I knew I needed, but it made me more confident because I knew actually what I was supposed to be doing, what I was looking for, if I was the affirmative or the negative, what I have to do as the negative, what I have to do as the affirmative. He give you all that, you know what I'm saying? And then he tells you what they judge by. And you'll see the 5 or 6 things that they looking for in the debate. And so, you know what I'm saying? That's another hand up for you. And then at the end Well, I'll talk to you later in the back chat about the debate, but
Right. No doubt.
I'm glad you're coming up, man. I'm glad y'all decided to have it over here. I know he probably still gonna be streaming it on the Frontier, but we're gonna make sure we have some good moderators, and we'll get that thing judged and up out of there.
Right, no doubt. No doubt.
You got anything else you've been seeing lately in the conscious community that's piqued your interest besides the debate you got coming up?
I think we are seeing in the conscious community with Jabari and he's about to debate Reggie. We've seen a big sway in the understanding of the netters and how people view them today versus then, and the minuteness of that. I think it's a good thing because these are some of the points that I've always viewed as far as the netter without knowing as much about them. And now what I understood is starting to show. And I'll probably be doing something on that pretty soon. But I think that's pretty cool that we can start to see that they were actually reverencing the netters and viewing them as literal and principal things. A lot of people did know that and understand that, but it's a lot of people that did not know and understand that. So that information is coming out rather rapid and quickly on a scale that is, pretty fast. So I think we got to stay on that too, because now we're able to see these older understandings coming out of Kemet and a lot of other different pantheons after Kemet. So that's been a good eye-opening thing for me that I've been noticing in the past few months leading up to their debate. So that's something I've been paying close attention to, and it is pushing me to get more inclined with Kemet and the netters and what they're all about and what they actually symbolize and represent. So shout out to that.
Yeah. That's right. Reggie and Professor Jabbar been doing a lot of face-offs and listening. And like I told you, I just came into the conscious community and knowing how people think. Now, in all my research and going to school and stuff, I actually thought that everybody already understood that. And that's why I say that this is interesting because I couldn't and maybe it's just because of the way that I am, the way that I ask questions, but even back in school, like when we learned about mythology and I knew what mythology was, and then when we started studying those things and I knew that they were myths, I understood that they were personifying different things. Now, the older I got and I start seeing, like they were saying, like deification of beings and stuff, but I start seeing the power structure, then I started understanding that I still understand this today. A lot of the reason that we see the netters as people is because real people wanted to take on those forms so they could benefit from being that God. So they would say that they that deity. But we know that it was talking about the sun and the movement of the sun when you think about Ra. But if somebody can actually say, no, yeah, I'm Ra right here on earth. You Ra, you the one up there in the chair? Yeah, that's me. And the intellect of in the minds of the people of that day, that's kind of like what they was believing until somebody could stand up and be like, man, you ain't Ra, you a person just like, you know what I'm saying? And this is this is what I see when I see throughout all religions. People would get in touch with some type of understanding, and then somebody would see power in it, and they try to make themselves personal spokespersons for the God. When God only talked to me, only my family is the family that can do it. You ain't gonna be able to see it because you know what I'm saying. I'm like, priests back there in that road. People wonder like the sacrifices, and they say people taking bread back there and they giving the bread to that's them priests back there eating off y'all work.
Facts, exactly.
You don't understand that bread that they put in there, the priests back there eating it. You don't understand that them sacrifices. That's why I say, to me, sacrifices wasn't nothing but the butchering of an animal. when I was young and I used to talk about sacrifice and I'm sitting in church, I used to think, oh, they was killing the animal and burning the whole animal. But the older I got, I start saying, no, that wouldn't be
they having a barbecue.
Ecologically right to, yeah, exactly. And they was, man. And they would burn the entrails and the stuff that they didn't need. They give thanks to the Lord in that way, like or whatever deity they might have been thanking. And then they was taking that meat and that skin and they was doing something with it. And then the priests and all of them would get their portion. And that's why Abraham then didn't want nobody. I mean, that's why they had the structure they did. That's why if they told you need to grow wheat, you better grow wheat. Don't raise no cows and don't raise no livestock. They already done appointed somebody to raise livestock. You get this wheat up out here. And if you decide that you want some livestock, you better come to us and we're gonna trade you some meat for it and you got bread and stuff. But you need to make sure you have grain at this temple on this day at that with some bread for God.
For sure.
And then you can't go back there behind the curtain in the temple, but you put it there. But you know them priests is back there. Oh, you know them priests is eating. They got to. And now who benefiting the most off of that? This is why there's different priesthoods. Now this is why they started saying, oh no, the Benjamites wants to be the priest. Oh no, it's the Levites. I'm talking about like the division was just all the way until they.
Watch this though. This is what pushed me to bring that up because we see in Kemet has the first set of priests, and we see differences. Like for an example, there's I couldn't even tell you how many creation stories throughout Kemet in the dynasties that they had. They had like 67 dynasties, a lot of dynasties. So throughout the priesthoods of Kemet, some of the ideas of Kemet would change, or it would advance into something a little bit different from the last. They would keep certain things from the last ruler, or they would take out certain things from the last ruler. So I would be personally, I'm saying they started all this priesthood talk. And that's one of the fascinating things coming from where I come from and being in this world of theology, and experiencing it and seeing how we as people sometimes, because we cleave to a certain factor in maybe just say belief or understanding through these teachings, that it's 100%. But when we go to delving into the actual culture of these people, we start to see the parallels. And then we start to see where the existing bodies of people would have gotten or gained their understanding and utilized the same understanding to their advantages. So this is why we can say that, like the Melchizedekian order, and then we get into the Noahide laws and all these different priesthoods that pertain to the Bible. The sentiment of it came from a place that is outside of those people, and we can see that in history. So I find it very fascinating how now, like I was saying earlier, that a lot of these things are starting to come back full circle. The whole Amun idea in this invisible God, a lot like Yahuwah is invisible, the God of the Torah. A lot of these understandings come full circle, and it's just fascinating to me. You know,
the one thing though, you do have to be careful with the words like Atum, Amun, and Atin and stuff like that, because they seem like they translate in English to like, let's say, invisible. But let's say in ancient Egyptian, right, the word Amen would translate to unseen, not invisible, unseen. So it would be a big difference. In Hebrew, the word for invisible or the invisible God, the Abraham version, is El Gaibu. ALGHAYBU. El Gaibu. That's the invisible one. So, but they don't, overrate. And I heard you mention earlier too. So just to I'm trying to, just, I don't want to interfere with your debate, but you mentioned the pantheon of Egypt earlier. You mentioned those earlier, you said the pantheon. The pantheon is the heart of pantheism. And now, if somebody said, like, let's say if I was arguing with you and I said, like, hey, then I find all these gods that's mentioned in the Bible as a part of this pantheon. You see what I'm saying? Then you're going to have to prove that those gods
Right.
ain't a part of that pantheon. Okay. I just wanted to make sure
Right.
you, because I heard you mention pantheon Egyptian, so I knew you was up on it. So I just want
Yeah, I
to tie it
definitely.
into you.
Oh my bad. I think I got a lag. I ain't mean to overtalk you, brother.
No, go ahead, bro. I'm listening.
Oh no, I was just saying I definitely grasp that concept that you just spoke on, and this is why I think it's gonna be a great debate because I believe that this is what my opponent is doing. He's referencing things that cross over into different understandings, and we see these and we're able to identify the differences in what one God is requiring versus another one in their
Okay.
perspective
All right.
pantheon or faith and system. That's where it really changes how we view these things because if I change certain things in a faith system, it's no longer that same faith. It's just the truth. Can it parallel? Yes. Can it be similar? Yes. But is it identical to the T? Absolutely not. And that's where
Mm,
in the
mm.
world of theology, they start to separate what these people were doing from what those people were doing. You see what I'm saying? And that's just the
Fact.
codified facts of study. If it starts to waver in difference, then we have to say something totally different. We can't call it the same if they're not doing the same thing. Just because I might pray the way you do as a Hebrew, does that make me a Muslim? I'm just throwing that out there as a you know what I'm saying.
Nah, that's a good
But
example.
you see what I'm saying. Scholastics would say that they're all Abrahamic faiths, though.
Mm-hmm.
But there are differences. There are differences in the two sets of religions. By we look at their book, i.e., via the Quran, uh, and then we look at the Torah. There are going to be different predecessors in there that would predicate to the actual faith itself. That gives you a strict guideline on the do's and the don'ts, the yays and the nays. These are what separates these things. So when you try to colloquialize them and put them together, it's just a faith salad or a religious salad at that point. And it does not lead
That's a
to
good
the
argument,
actual
O.L.E.E.
determining factor. It doesn't lead one to believe the determining factor of that faith. That's why I really wanted to have this debate because these arguments that he and I are going to have are arguments that are still being had. You know what I'm saying? So what we can do is go off of what the consensus say, but we still have to meet in the middle. And I don't think he's going to be willing to do that. I know my opponent, he likes to speak in absolute, and that's going to hurt him. I think that's what's going to hurt him the most. He's going to speak in absolute, but when we go to the scholars are going to say, no, it's not absolute. The scholars are going to be showing parallels, and the scholars are going to be saying, well, in this region, this is what they were doing. So we would tie Yahwehism into Hebrew Israelism, which is two different total faiths because their practices are different. Yeah, they may have the feast days and things of that nature, but it may be on a different day for this particular faith and held in a different month for that one. So we cannot deem them the same. We can't do that. Like we just can't do that.
I actually
And
agree
that's
with your
what that's.
argument.
Go ahead.
I
Go
agree
ahead.
with that. No, I think we both were saying they agree with that. I agree with that too. A whole lot. They're different, and they're different strictly because of the people who, to me, and I don't like saying this because I know people have these beliefs as their primary way of life, but I see the separation. Like I said, when you talk about the Abrahamic religions, and I always get to when Abraham passed and was buried, Isaac and Ishmael was there. So that means Abraham, Isaac, and Ishmael at that time was worshiping one deity together.
Right.
Now, when Ishmael split and went his way, and they start having descendants,
there you go.
And his descendants came. Now they want to benefit off of, and this is what I see. I'm not taking nothing. They want to benefit off of God, but they can't get a hold of the God that Isaac and that side is already worshiping, because they already got their priests. They got
there you go.
Judah. They got Dan. They got Levi. They got all of them.
Right.
And these are different kids. Now, in the Bible, we see that God told Abraham, don't worry about Isaac. Ishmael. Ishmael is going to be a great nation too. A lot of people say that ain't. A lot of people say that ain't a blessing. I believe that it's a blessing.
It's a blessing.
And it gave Ishmael the same amount of power within there that it was going to give Isaac. Now, the difference in the two was, for some reason, somebody had to mainstream it to Isaac because that bloodline is what they wanted to. Well, the Ishmael and them over here doing it, they just said no. And so Muhammad came up with what they say. Now, we know the ways that they say they came about. I'm not going to get into that because that's not any part of my argument. Those are whole different arguments. It got here. So what do I see? I see the Torah and I see the Quran. And then I see the new Bible with the New Testament. And what do I see? I see the people who benefit off of it because they say they are the exact descendants of Isaac or David. And then I see people over here that say that they exact descendants of Ishmael. And they have their power set up. They got Islam. We got Judaism. We got Christianity. All of these things, when I say Abrahamic religion, I mean that all of them go back to Abraham when they talk about the God that they talking about. So when they switched it to Allah, and if they switched it, I don't know if they hadn't always been calling it Allah in there, because
even the Hebrew people, they had their form of Aleph, and Allah. So yeah, it's always been that understanding. And then when we get into Babylon, this is when you start to see a change in this through the Ugaritic, and they started using L. My take on that is the clarifying text, which would be the earlier text via the Torah before the Quran, and even in ancient Arabia, what the people there were practicing before Mohammedanism became a thing in that region. You know, you had Zoroastrianism in all these collective similar faiths, right? I see them put Islam together based on the promise made to Israel. Remember, the Torah is saying that, now this does not exclude Ishmael, because Ishmael was still blessed through Isaac. Now, what Ishmael didn't like, and it's a lot like Esau, was the covenant that was formed through Isaac. Meaning, and we can see this even in their book, because when we look at the Torah,
please let me get in there.
Specifically,
hold on one second, Pete. Hold on one second, Pete. My bad, because Hoodoo be popping up. I know he don't be having a lot of time when he come to the panels. He have to go. And I got a question, Hoodoo. Before you say anything, can you tell me the difference out of hoodoo and voodoo?
Hoodoo and voodoo? Well, hoodoo for sure. And I suspect you're asking me about Louisiana voodoo specifically.
I mean, because I'm trying to figure out hoodoo and voodoo, are they the same thing? They just call it hoodoo because of the American.
No. Hoodoo specifically is a system of ancestor acknowledgement, specifically of descendants of U.S. chattel slaves. It was created along the Gullah Geechee coast in the Carolinas, Georgia, northern Florida, etc.
Oh
Now,
yeah, yeah.
Louisiana.
So that's why it's hoodoo, right? And not voodoo.
Exactly. Now you
Okay.
got also you have Louisiana voodoo, which was of course created in Louisiana by Louisiana Creole people, and it is descended from the voodoo system of Benin. But the difference between
Right.
Louisiana voodoo, the difference between Louisiana voodoo and voodoo of Benin is that within Louisiana voodoo, we acknowledge, when I say acknowledge, I'm not talking about praising or worshiping, but we acknowledge that we also have European and Native American ancestry. The difference is in Benin, naturally they only have African ancestry. So we acknowledge the Loas, and the Loas are the spiritual deities, the ancestral spiritual deities that descend from Benin. But we also acknowledge the Orishas, which are our ancestral spiritual deities tracing back to Nigeria, the Yoruba people. And like I said, we also acknowledge our European ancestry and Native American ancestry. But the brother was building, and I don't want to cut his wisdom, but I do want to come in right after him. So please, I want to pass the mic back to the brother, respectfully.
All right, thank you, Hoodoo. You know how you be popping in and smashing out real quick. And I had that question because I be having genuine questions, and I know
Yes, sir.
you be on here for on a mission. But yeah, okay, go ahead. If you remember where you was at, Pitt was talking about Ishmael and Isaac. The one thing that before you go back in, the one thing that I always tied to is they was both at Abraham's funeral. So
Right. No doubt.
And I definitely
No
want to
doubt.
comment too on that Ishmael and Isaac. And yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, no doubt. Where I was at was saying the differences in the Quran versus what we see in the Torah, in what I like to call the manual, which is the law given, right? From their God. We see like you was just going into when Ishmael broke off from the nation based off of that treaty that was made between Isaac and the Most High. We see them formulate their own thing outside of the Torah. And even in their Quran, the Quran tells them to read the Torah, but the Torah never asks you to read the Quran. So we see a separation in practice there because of that alliance or that agreement that was made in covenant. And that's the basis of the covenant, to follow the laws and give the law to the people. How could the Ishmaelites do that if they don't have the law? That's one of my biggest questions to a person that follows Islam. And I just want to throw this out there, and I'll land my plane here because I do want to hear the brother. Is that when we see in the Quran a formation of principles and practices that does not align with what their ancestors would have been doing. So now they're breaking the chain of command by giving these words of Allah that don't match the God of the Torah. So this would be a totally different faith.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'll land
please
there.
allow me to get in right quick. It'll be brief because I'm caught in the rain right now. But I do have to say this: how can we, and I don't know what term y'all prefer. That's part of the problem. I don't know if y'all prefer the term Black American or African American. But when I say these terms, you know what I mean. How can
Right.
we, as African Americans, teach our future generations to have pride in our ethnicity when the elders, and I'm gonna include myself, even though really I really don't think I'm afflicted with this particular identity crisis, but we as elders, literally, we have an identity crisis that causes us to worship the gods of people that we do not even descend from. You have African Americans today claiming to be Muslim. When you go to Arabia, they're not worshiping any African American ancestors. They're not worshiping Rosa Parks. They're not worshiping Malcolm X. They're not worshiping Huey P. Newton. They're not saying Huey P. Newton was a prophet in Saudi Arabia, but we look at Muhammad as a prophet. You have African Americans right now that claim to be Hebrew Israelite, even though they have no DNA evidence to substantiate it. You have African Americans right now claiming to be Kemetic, but they have no DNA evidence to substantiate it. And I'm not trying to put nobody in the hot seat. I'm not trying to put nobody back against the wall because all of us are flawed. But this is a genuine question. How can we encourage our future generations to have pride in our own African American ethnicity when the elders have an identity crisis and y'all argue about it every single day? We argue about it every single day. I'm gonna include myself.
And before anybody else go, let me go ahead and let Babylon.
Anybody can answer that. And if y'all don't have the answer, it's all right. Let's try to figure out the answer. You know.
Yeah, I myself don't have that identity crisis that you're talking about. I neither identify as Hebrew.
Is anyone speaking? I just don't hear y'all.
Oh yeah, you just can't hear us. Then Hoodoo gonna have
listening.
to leave. Then Hoodoo gonna have to leave. If you can't hear nobody,
All right, I'm gonna drop down and come right back because I can't hear y'all speaking. If y'all speak, I'll be right back.
Yep,
I hear you, brother.
Me too.
Babylon, you can hear everybody. Oh, Babylon can't hear. He couldn't hear either. Then.
I think he said me too.
Yeah. Let me let them come back up. And then I say mine. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. I hear you, brother.
All right. Babylon couldn't hear either. Let me see if it might be both of y'all. Can you hear Babylon? Can you hear me?
Yo, Babylon.
Could you hear Babylon Hoodoo?
Yeah, I hear Babylon.
Babylon, you heard Hoodoo?
Yeah, I think y'all can hear me, O.L.E.E, but I can't really hear you. I don't know why my thing keep coming so low when I come back in.
But
you gotta turn the YouTube off in the back.
Let me see. If you
was
got
like
something
that
else
earlier.
playing, because everybody can hear everybody now. I don't know.
Yep.
Is everybody low to you, Babylon? Well, let me go ahead and answer Hoodoo real quick. So Hoodoo, I don't identify, as I was stating, I don't identify with either one of those. I have my own philosophy, and my philosophy does actually try and tackle that question that you're talking about. And the reason I don't identify with either of those is because I'm like you. I can't prove that that's where I'm from. I have a mix of bloodlines from Native Americans to what we call African Americans, but I don't know specifically when those African Americans would have came here. I have a different hypothesis about
Damn, you went out, brother, and I was hearing you too and agreeing with you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I think it's StreamYard. I'm gonna drop down and come back. All right.
Bet. Dang. That StreamYard at its finest when you're right there getting that information out. right when you're getting that information out. I'm just to play this commercial to see if
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message TitansDebateLeague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments. arguments. Only the brave speak here.
Yeah, that's coming up, man. So make sure.
I couldn't hear none of that.
You couldn't?
I couldn't hear none of that, brother.
Could you hear it, Hoodoo?
My bad. Yeah, I heard it. Actually, I'm about to drop down now though. But thanks for having me up. But
All right.
much love to y'all, and maybe we could dialogue
Much
about what I
love,
said
brother.
a little later. Yes, sir.
Yeah, we can. If you're still listening, I'll go
Yes,
ahead and
sir.
give my answer to your question.
Appreciate
So
you.
if you can
Yes,
let me
sir.
back. But
Peace.
yeah, as I was stating, man, we have some technical difficulties. Some of us ain't hearing, but I don't believe that I can find any DNA from Hebrew Israelite or Kemet, and that's because of the mechanism that's in place. And I necessarily wouldn't look for it because of the recognition I have, like Hoodoo was stating, within America and the people that we are now, and the recognition that we give to things and to different things. Now, the ancestors, I give recognition to Africa. I give recognition to, we have a certain type of tie where we there's a possibility that we are the same people some way, somehow. Can I prove it? Absolutely not, especially not in a biological sense. And like I said, I wouldn't push for it because me as a person just gonna always connect myself there in a logical sense. I ain't gonna worry about can I prove it. The reason I don't follow the any of the Abrahamic beliefs anymore, because I did at one time. I was a Christian. I also studied Islam and practiced being a Muslim for a bit, but the incoherences that I found in it led me to the mechanism of time and nature. And without intention, time and nature is what I recognize as my guide and goddess. And that's a whole philosophical argument that I have. But due to those reasons is why I don't identify or feel like I have that, because I know of the mixing of the bloods that's going to occur just because we on this planet and this planet is going to mix. To try to stop that is inevitable. And it's going down, has been going down forever. And that's where I stand on that.
Okay, that's what's up. I definitely look forward to hearing more on your theology about that as you were describing. I definitely want to hear more about that at some point. As for me, I subscribe to the Hebrew culture. Started out because, like you said, there's a lot of uncertainty. I know we're here in America, and I know they say we're African descent as well. Now, when we go back to the beginning of things, all migrations into the four corners of the earth scientifically started from Africa. So by virtue, I'm African, so I could never denounce that. Now, when it comes down to admixing and subgroups, things of that nature, there's definitely been a lot of that going on. So it is harder to actually pinpoint exact locations geographically. But me, I'm a little like you, brother, when it comes down to modern theology as far as these scientific borders that have been placed, these captive borders that have been placed on the world. For an example, the whole region or the whole continent of Africa has been divided in ways that it once wasn't. So what we know as the Levant region today may have and emphatically could not have been outside of what they're calling Africa. This is things that, invisible lines that are now visible due to man's inner workings. And I just see it like that. I don't believe that, for an example, the Levant region is in Africa when it's in Africa. Technically, it's in Africa. It's right there on the same geographical location. There's an invisible border that says this ain't Africa.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? There's no distinction physically that we can see that would separate this and make it a completely different place. It's just like here in America. America is divided by states and these invisible lines. There's no physical, tangible thing that you can look at and say, oh, other than a sign that's put there, you just entered into Florida. You see what I'm saying? So I take that route due to the fact that I know that the people that are controlling the information by and large is doing these things so that, and this is a collective group of people from around the world. I'm not saying it's one set of people. I'm saying that we have people that are not so good in every walk of life, and I think everybody would agree to that. There's some people that look like me and you that are not so good. There's some people that don't look like me and you that are not so good. And then on the opposite side of that coin, you got some people that look like us that are genuinely good people, and in the people that don't look like us as well that are genuinely good people. So I tend to like get outside of the regional talk and how they say this is that and that is this, but then we see all the people in that area and way away from that area doing a lot of the same things. This lets me know that they were all in a collective understanding at a specific time, and then we start to see mixing subgroups, mixing cultures, and this is why I was speaking earlier to one of the brothers that was up here talking about how we can go all the way back to Nubia and see a lot of the traits of Nubia, although it's not best explained in today's terminology at what Nubia was doing, but we can see that people have an idea of what they were doing and they made it their own a lot. Like Kemet made a lot of things their own and they branded these things, but it was going on before them. You know what I'm saying? So I tend to take an approach outside of mainstream scholarship because mainstream scholarship is based off of institution, and we know institutions are program centers. This is where they say what is and what is not, and they perpetuate these things as it's the end all be all, but they're slick about it because they'll tell you, well, it's not 100%. You see what I'm saying? Like it's an argument or it's a debate about these things, and this is what we have on each side of the argument. A basket full of we don't agree because of this, and a basket on the left full of we agree because of this, and we say it's this because of that. So these are the arguments that definitively push us as the people that are outside of university. Not saying that a person that goes to college is outside of university, but you don't write the curriculum. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So as a person that goes and study at university, I'm basing my knowledge off of what has already been programmed in university to say that this is what this is. So I'm gonna be honest. I try to go outside of that. I know it's tough to do because we as people, we like these consensus and we deal with them. I'm not downplaying university as if it's no benefit to us, but we do know and we must agree that universities stretch the truth and they minimize the truth. A lot of times we have to go outside of university studies to the people who are not so agreed with because it is contrary to university in finding those facts that were found that, damn, university got it wrong. You see what I'm saying? So that's just how I look at it. But as far as me basing my identity off of something that I can't prove, I don't think it's a matter of not being able to prove it. I think it's more of a matter of practice in the gatality on how a person perceives themselves. Because of what you just said, brother, it's so much admixing going on from then till now. It's almost impossible to say who and what we are. It's almost impossible. But we can hint around the fact, knowing that, they say all life started in Africa and the migration to the world came from that place and everybody. So if the people in the Levant I'm gonna use this as an example, started out in Africa. Are they not Africans? You see what I'm saying? So how can we say that the people of the Levant region are not African if the first people that migrated there from where? What they're calling Africa. And this is a large part of the argument that he and I are gonna have on Friday is the people that migrated there, and then they who did they mix with? Was it some people that were not Africans? Well, what is Africa again? Are we basing this off of the scholar consensus that Africa is a centralized place on a continent that is shared with other people? Come on, the Asiatic side of these things. It's just so much on identity that it's hard to unpack for a person like today, especially what we would consider so-called African Americans with the history that's behind us.
Definitely. We got Babylon back up. Babylon, you want to go ahead and say something? I see I'm coming up to the 12 o'clock hour. And I think at 11:55, at 11 hours and 55 minutes afterwards, it shut down. And so we can still stream, but we won't have any viable footage after that. So if you want to go ahead and then after I make my runs, I'm gonna open back up another panel, my opinion. So we can go ahead and start closing it up. Babylon, did you want to speak on the Isaac and Ishmael topic that we was talking about before, and then give your answer to Hoodoo's question if you want to?
I didn't even get to hear Hoodoo's question, but man, it's been so long on the Isaac and Ishmael thing, I kind of forgot. Oh, but I was going to say this, is that just, people that's reading the Bible, it's like you can't define a word outside of context, okay? If I just say the word ham, it means nothing. It means nothing, or it could mean a million things. It could mean a person name like ham in the Bible. It could mean a piece of meat. It could mean, like I was short saying hamburger. It could mean a lot of stuff. So you can't define a word unless it's in context. So then a person can't really define those people like Ishmael and Israel outside of context. And so when we look at the context, we see there's a lady named Hathor, who they call Hagar in the Bible, who is Abraham's Egyptian wife, right? And Sarah is his sister and his wife, right? So yeah. So then Abraham, here we go with Hagar, though, Hathor, and she is in the wilderness, and she calls on El-Roi. Now, she is an Egyptian. She knows about Ra. She knows about Re. She knows about Aten. She knows about Atum and Amen and Anan. But this whole thing about El-Roi or El-Roi, God sees me, this is a whole nother thing. Because now Ishmael name ends in El, and it means El hears me. And then Israel names in the El, and it means the family or to ascend to El, or the family of El, like Israel. So yeah. So what I'm saying is these words and these names have a context. And so when people run and say like, oh, these Arabs, that's not Ishmael. Those pale desert Arabs could not be Israel. And the religion that they teach and call Mohammedanism is not Al-Islam. And that's how you have to, that's how you have to make the distinction, because Ishmael got 12 brothers. He was blessed. That number 12 is a great number. Remember now that Israel is the son of Isaac. So he really the nephew. Jacob really the nephew. Ishmael is the uncle. Yeah, because Ishmael is Isaac's brother.
Ishmael is not Israel's brother. Ishmael is
Isaac's brother. Right.
Yes. So when it talks about Ishmael getting a blessing, that blessing came before Israel. So it don't even it ain't no competition like they try to make like it is between the two brothers. It ain't no fight or nothing. This is uncle done already been blessed before he was ever born.
Right.
The only
You see what
thing
I'm
that
saying? It's a
Israel,
whole different situation, whole different time clock.
right. The only
Yeah.
thing I'm not
So
gonna
the
my
last
bad.
thing I want to say, humble, is this right here. Oli, I'm sorry, Oli. The last thing I want to say, brothers, is this right here. Is that okay? So now we done cleared that little part up. I want to say that Hagar, when the Israelites, right, the 12 tribes of Israel, when they sold their brother, threw him in a well, and then sold him into slavery, they say they sold him to the Ishmaelites. Then they said the Hagarenes, who are mixed with the Edomites, but we know that Edom, right? Esau married one of Ishmael's daughters named Malaya, also called Bathsheba. So that's why they call them Hagarenes after his mother. So now this Joseph goes into Egypt, and he gets remember Ishmael is an Egyptian, not an Edomite. So Joseph goes into Egypt because he was sold to Ishmael, taken care of. He goes into Egypt. Then from there, Joseph has two sons from an Egyptian woman named Asenath, and his sons named Manasseh and Ephraim. Now, these two sons become two other tribes of Israel. They become two other tribes listed in the tribes of Israel. All right? So they have Egyptian. So my whole point, Oli, and now I'm gonna stop right here, is that we done been taught separatism amongst these people, and these people never thought of it that way. Like Islam separate than Judaism, Ishmael separate than Israel. It was never a separation. It only came about when the Pale Jews, Ashkenazim, and Sephardic Jews took over and started teaching this crap.
Right. And I agree
and with Muhammad.
Facts. I'm with you.
Yep.
And that's why I was
when
saying
Muhammad came with that Quran, it changed the trajectory of everything. It changed the trajectory of what the people even look like you just pointed out. That was tough.
Yeah, and that's why what I said earlier was about the power struggle, where I see people and why I see so many different guys, and people ask why so many different guys, why was it a pantheon and stuff, is because different people try to tie themselves into it to reap those benefits of being in contact with the said deity. And so you see the splits, and you see why they split, because these people say that they deserve something or that they can get something. They'll split if one branch is benefiting more and they think they should benefit. They'll kill each other. And even right now today, we see the incoherence in Israel and Syria. And that's why I've chosen a different path. I've chosen the path of philosophy, and my answers seem to be a bit more coherent and intelligible. Will I worry about hell? No, because if everything is like the Bible say, I don't have any worry about it, because I ain't following no devil. I ain't doing no evil deeds, or the only thing that I ain't doing is what they say, sitting down and praying to God. But I do have a God, and I have a goddess also. I have time and nature, and I abide by time and nature because they seem to be in a persistent manner. And so I'm persistent in a coherent manner. And that's what a lot of those religions try to do. But there's so much incoherence about who's going to go to heaven or hell, or who is the actual people who are worshiping the correct God, and all of that becomes too
religion.
It becomes too incoherent to me, man. Like, I don't have my time to because I know if they telling me that Judaism is correct, and then these people telling me that Christianity is correct, these people telling me Islam is correct, and these people telling me that Hinduism is correct. Each one of these people is four. I'm talking to four different people, one from each religion. All of these people are billionaires. The Hindus say he a billionaire because he prayed to Brahma. The Muslims say he's a billionaire because he prayed to Allah. The Christians say he's billionaire because he prayed to Christ. A Jew say he's blessed or right because he follows the Torah. And all of these people seem to be blessed. So who am I supposed to believe? I don't think
that's a question or a rhetorical question.
I mean, it sounds like a rhetorical question, Babylon, because it is. But I actually had to ask myself this question to stop insulting my intelligence. And some people haven't been beyond this yet.
Yeah,
they still stuck in that indoctrination stage, and like I can't say nothing because, like I said, if each and every one of them are billionaires. And who am I to tell him, no, you better stop worshiping Brahma, man, because you're going to go to hell. And he's saying, well, I don't believe in hell. And my God blesses me like this. And
see, the whole thing of telling people you better stop worshiping this, or you going to hell, or be good, or you going to get got by the devil and Santa Claus and Easter and all of this, ain't none of this that your ancestors practice. And what we keep doing is keep pushing that on our ancestors, because currently our slave-minded brothers, sisters, friends, and neighbors are under the spell that you talking about. They do believe in all these things. They do celebrate these things. They do believe in they going to a heaven like they're going to be on clouds and stuff. They do believe in a devil and he's going to get them if they be bad. And they believe in all these things. And the Hindus believe in karma. All of them believe in that. But that ain't got nothing to do with what you here for. You here for what O.L.E.E here for. And so knowing that they all believe that, and belief don't mean nothing. It means to accept things that's not true and not know they true. So no, what our job is to understand at least what our ancestors did. And the reason why this is important is because we have a history of a saying that say, go back and get it, Sam Kofa. Go back and get it. If you don't know your history, it's bound to repeat itself. You see, and things like that. So those are laws that we live by. And so we done lived enough of that. So I'm saying to you that it's no doubt that we know the truth. What we have to do is stay in it and stop falling back into even talking really about the fake Christianity. We spend a lot of time talking about, like you said, you studied philosophy, me too. We could go a long way with that, because that fake Christianity, right? Fake Christianity, fake Judaism, fake Islam, all of that is being ran by a group of people who had nothing to do with its origin. They done painted the man who they worship in it white, and they know that. We know that. So, of course, we're going to stay away.
I have to. And one of the things I can't say about a lot of these, like the Kemet and the Hebrews, like you said, we do need to understand what our people done and what they went through. And I always ask myself if I could go back and I could bring somebody from Kemet and one of my ancestors from Kemet here, and I could bring, if I had ancestors and if I had ancestors from Hebrew, that was Hebrew, and I brought them here, and I say, should we go back to how y'all was living? Or should we stay here? I guarantee you they're going to be in that shower saying, stay right here where we at. because the update is important. Once you understand the things that they was trying to do, they was trying to answer the same questions we were. They wasn't trying to fight about who deserves this piece of land and which people are the actual people. Even if they ain't the actual people, these people won. So this is the God we need to be worshiping. Like, boy, the incoherence and the stifle of intelligible thinking is just beyond me when it comes to theology, and that's why I chose philosophy. Now, there is a philosophy of theology where we have to tackle those theological questions, and I do. Like I said, I recognize I don't have what I call belief. My way to knowledge is recognized. I recognize what it is I'm working with. I identify it and I move along. If I can't identify it, then like the question that Hoodoo asked, you kind of answered it without even knowing. He asked for the Kemet, for the people who follow Kemet or the people that say that they Hebrew Israelites, can you find do you have actual DNA evidence? And if you can't, but you know that you're from America and you know about the struggles that we had here, not saying that you forget about the things over there, but why aren't you doing that? Because if he went over to Africa, they ain't talking about Martin Luther King, and they ain't talking about Malcolm X, and they ain't talking about Harriet Tubman. And these people are very important in our lives. So which ancestors and how far do we go back? You know what I'm saying? And so that's what he was saying. Like, why would we continue to have these arguments about something we can't prove? I told him that I don't have that identity problem. I don't think you have that identity problem. Pitt answered it. Pitt identified that he don't have that identity problem. He chooses this for his own reason. He understands that he doesn't have biological or DNA proof, but there's other ways like logical proofs that you can always point back to, and that's why I stick with philosophy, because logical proofs, if you want to tackle them, can work good.
Yeah, the world is a big place though, so kind of like I wouldn't expect for us to have the same heroes as they do in Africa. I think, if you knew really how big Africa was,
man,
I mean, you would know that Muhammad Ali could live in Africa, and that that there could be places where nobody never even knew he ever lived in Africa. Right now, literally, is that big. So, I mean, that's all I say on that is that, it's kind of like a straw man, like a red herring. We really don't have to worry about a DNA test or anything like that. Now, if you want to talk about facts, we can say, hey, there was a sub-Saharan slave trade, right? From Egypt, from people from the south up into Egypt. That was a sub-Saharan slave trade. There was a east to west slave trade from the Levant into Africa. There was a slave trade. There was a trans-Pacific slave trade that included Egyptians, Moroccans, black people, African, everybody that was there from the whole coast. So then that DNA is in America. So I don't understand what they mean by wet DNA.
Yeah, man. That's
DNA.
Them is definitely points to look at. And like I said, this is a conscious community, man. We coming down to the end. We got about 5 minutes left. So I'm gonna go ahead and close it by thanking everybody for joining me last night into the day. If you didn't get to watch the full show, make sure you do. We're gonna come back here in a couple of hours, and I'm gonna start back up in my opinion section, and we can start today. See who I want to join. Thank you, Babylon, for joining.
Hey, O.L.E., let me say something on that note. O.L.E., on that note, I want to come back on, brother, because I want to talk to you about a couple of like 3 or 4 main issues that's been covered on the show that I would like to talk about. Some of them even concern like mind, body, black hole, stuff like that was discussed. So I want to come back and talk to you about that. I just want to build with you on it.
Bet. Well, if you have time, like I said, I'm probably gonna start back up here in a couple of hours. I'm
gonna be here. I want to build with you, bro. I've been trying to catch you on this topic because I know you'll have a lot to say, and it's just a couple of questions that I saw on the show. I got something to say on it, and I'd like to hear what you got to say on it.
Bet, man. Well, like I said, we'll definitely be here, and with that being said, again, thank you from the Titans Debate League. Shout out all my Titans and everybody that's fighting to be enlightened. That's the path that you got to take, man. The incoherence is astounding in today's world, and we fight to find a better way. And with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and play me one song, drop my commercial, and then we're going to get out of here.
Different type of animal. Different type of animal. Different type of animal. Now everybody better listen up. For my people in the struggle who never gave a what. Even when life try to press you down, turn your frown to a smile. I make styles just to lift you up. I'm a different type of animal. Way different type of animal. To the succeed, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me. Different type of animal. Steady hustling, steady grinding. Getting money every time I put my time in. When they ask what I got up under my sleeve, they never gon' believe when I tell them it's all timing. Everybody want a real life attitude. Incoherent, now they mad at you. Some people can't get it, now they laugh at you. Till they see the glow, now they copying the altitude. I never was a type, it was handed to. Had to put it together like mechanics do. Now you see I got the tools to succeed. Different mindset, different breed, different view every time I play or breathe. Quantum thoughts, I evolve every week. Young Al, been wild since a young child. Fresh to the death, no funeral style. How could you walk in my shoes? We run the town. Big shoes to fill. Never been a clown. I'm a different type of animal. Way different type of animal. To the succeed, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me. Different type of animal. Talking about the block, I've been around, fighting through the hard times till it spin around. Game tight, move smooth, never hear a sound. Big pressure every time we.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message TitansDebateLeague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. I look in the mirror.